Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Hello, everybody. Hey, we know it is Black History Month. When you hear somebody say, "Hey, Michelle," from our earliest days, Black history has been American history. We're the slaves who carried the stone to build this White House, the soldiers who fought for our nation's independence. African American culture has profoundly shaped American culture in music, in art, literature, in sports.
Through dance, they have told the stories of who we were, who we are, and who we can be.
Still dancing at 106.
And during Black History Month, that's really what we celebrate. We celebrate the people who have shaped our heritage. We remember those who struggled for our rights and our freedoms, and we reflect on how far we've come and how much farther we have to go.
1 month, a year is not sufficient to celebrate the power of a movement. That's something that we have to do, each and every one of us, every day, living up to their example, then handing it on to our children, and our children's children.
Well, good evening, everyone. That was a that Obama Foundation Black History Month greeting was brought to you by Be Brave and his YouTube channel. Good job, Be Brave. So anyway, welcome aboard, everybody. Glad to have you here. Happy Black History Month. Got a few news articles and then a couple videos. One by Universal Jones that I wanted to do a reaction to. Doubt there'll be much of a reaction, but actually an important figure in my opinion, Black culture died a couple days ago. Neely. He was 94 years old, and I don't know. He was a contemporary of Francis Cress Welsing, and I guess you could pretty much classify them as I wouldn't exactly say Black supremacists, but pretty close. They had some strong criticisms for American culture and the Black experience in American culture. Stuff worth knowing, though I personally kind of found that way of thinking kind of antiquated. But anyway, we'll get around to it, and then I will wind up finishing off with a pop the balloon or two. There's some new ones. We watched one of the new ones last night. And the show, maybe 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, if that long. I'm finding that ending the shows, after a few hours works out a lot better for everyone. So, anyway, here we go. We'll just go right into the news. A bunch of Trump news. He's providing me with lots of news in these first 2 weeks or so, and I'm glad of that. He's taking risks. He's being bold, and we'll see how long he can keep up this pace. He's getting a lot wrong, but he is nonetheless entertaining, as Trump will always be. So this first story, a lot of these executive orders are going to wind up in court, but again, I have to give him credit. He is taking chances. Um, so this is the first of several Trump-related stories.
This news story was written by Olivia George, Steve Thompson, and Emily Davies. Judge pauses federal worker buyout offer deadline. The Trump administration had given most of the country's federal employees until 11:59 p.m. Thursday to decide whether to resign with pay through the end of September. A federal judge in Massachusetts paused the deadline for the Trump administration's buyout program for federal workers Thursday afternoon, 2 days after unions representing more than 800,000 federal workers asked the court to halt the program, calling it an arbitrary, unlawful, short-fused ultimatum. U.S. District Judge George A. O'Toole Jr. set another hearing for Monday at 2 p.m. for full arguments. A lawyer for the unions asked the judge to require the government to immediately notify federal workers about the pause. A lawyer for the government appeared to agree. Despite the order, the Trump administration believes agencies can continue to process resignations. A person familiar with internal conversations said, speaking on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. No one in the program will be affected, the person said. The resignations will still be processed. As of Thursday, 50,000 people had accepted the deferred resignation, said a different person familiar with internal conversations, who was also not authorized to speak publicly. The Office of Personnel Management will extend the deadline through Monday afternoon when the hearing is scheduled, the person said. We are pleased the court temporarily paused this deadline while arguments are heard about the legality of the deferred resignation program. American Federation of Government Employees National President Everett Kelly said in a statement, "We continue to believe this program violates the law, and we will continue to aggressively defend our members' rights." Federal employees originally had until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday to decide whether they would take up the offer to resign and be paid through the end of September. The buyout program, the administration's most sweeping effort so far to remake and shrink the federal workforce, sent shockwaves through the federal government and beyond, with some employees scrambling to make up their minds about the proposal, while others urged colleagues to reject a deal they consider a trap. Employees had just 9 full days to respond after they received an email January 28th from the Office of Personnel Management. With the subject line "Fork in the Road," the email outlined the administration's intent to reform the federal workforce and started the decision-making clock for the deferred resignation program. According to the White House, most of the 2.3 million federal workers are eligible for the buyout. Agency heads may make exceptions, and military personnel, U.S. Postal Service employees, and people working in immigration enforcement and national security are exempt, according to the OPM. Democratic members of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform have demanded that President Donald Trump rescind the offer, calling it a scam that could decimate our civil service and cause immeasurable harm to the American public. As federal workers weighed their options in recent days, agencies sent messages outlining more details of the program. One email with the subject line "Final Day Fork in the Road" landed in staffers' inboxes around 1 a.m. Thursday. There will not be an extension of this program, it said. Employees who missed the deadline because of an approved absence may request an extension, according to the OPM website. To pursue the deferred resignation offer, according to OPM instructions, eligible federal employees need to reply from their government account with the word "resign." But on Wednesday, National Park Service employees received a cautionary message suggesting there would be more steps to take. Please be aware there is more to the process, said the email, reviewed by the Washington Post. Employees who accept the offer are not immediately approved to start their leave. The National Park Service, NPS, still needs to accept their resignation/retirement. Layoffs are likely if too few employees choose to quit, a supervisor at the General Services Administration told staff members early this week, according to an email obtained by the Post. Employees have received upbeat communications touting the program's benefits, and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency has characterized the program as an opportunity to loaf. Can take the vacation you always wanted, or just watch movies and chill while receiving your full government pay and benefits, a post from the Doge account on Musk's social media platform X said last week. The OPM has tried to reassure workers about the offer's legitimacy. On Tuesday, the agency issued a memo that said separation agreements would be legally binding and that concerns about legality were misplaced. This is a developing story and will be updated. Maxine Joselo, Aaron Weiner, and Rachel Siegel contributed to this report.
Well, I'm going to say that I think what that Doge memo meant to say is you can go back to loafing or vacationing or Netflix and chilling. Because I think that's what Trump thinks deep state civil servants are doing anyway. And he just wants to fund their leisure time. So I salute him. Next story, Trump administration. Let's see,
So,
nearly all
Stanley,
jobs.
can I ask you a question?
What's that?
Um, so all these people get to get paid for basically, is that what the buyout is? They get to get paid for doing nothing, basically?
No, they are being bought out. Sometimes if you're looking to do a reduction in force, basically lay people off, you'll give people that are close to retirement the option of saying, hey, you know what? Um, we will give you so many months of severance. Just go ahead and quit now. We'll give you your money, and then after that, we'll be done with you. You'll be done with us. It's a cost-cutting measure,
Okay.
and so I guess technically a severance is giving you money for nothing, but it's money they owe you, and
Do you get
it's a
to
contract. You basically say, "Hey, I'm gonna quit and not work these last, couple years," and they will buy
do
you
you get
out your
the
contract
checks
or
for
whatever.
free too?
I'm sorry, what?
Can Do you get the checks for free on top of the money for nothing?
I don't know. You'll have to look into it for us. Um, next,
You
next,
remember that song, right, Stanley?
I
Money
do.
for nothing and your chicks for
Yes,
free.
yes. I want my MTV. Yep, I remember. U.S. aid. Apparently, they are looking to cut nearly all the jobs. I saw there are like 10,000 jobs they want to cut, and there'll be a little bit less than 300 total jobs left. Um, this particular move, I'm pretty sure, can be done by executive order. Um, so reducing the number of jobs, that is something I'm pretty sure it can be done by executive order. Congress doesn't dictate the size of the agency. It just dictates whether the agency exists or not. So it's going to be interesting. I'm not totally against, managing foreign aid better. I think managing the foreign aid better actually helps us project soft power better. Instead of just, handing out money, uh, just basically saying, hey, you know what, you want this money, you're going to do what we
Well,
want you to do.
Stanley,
Yes,
Stanley,
Trumpman.
are you against giving education back to the states versus the federal government running it?
Education was never left the states. So
Well,
anyway,
why do we have a Department of Education then, if it never
Trumpman,
left the state?
Trumpman, I'm in the middle of trying to read some news articles. I'm not here to give you basic civics education. Um, we do have Google. The Department of Education existing does not mean education is being managed at the federal level, because it's not. So, where was I? The foreign aid. I'm not so much opposed, managing the foreign aid better. We'll see how this shakes out. It's a drastic move, but I do believe Marco Rubio said he would be at least its temporary uh, administrator, and they're looking to fold the aid, the agency, into the State Department, which again might not be a bad idea. So let's see, what else do we have here? Next article is focusing on the voters. According to the Washington Post, Trump's actions are pretty much what the voters want to see. So let's hear this article.
This news story was written by Natalie Allison. As Washington reels from Trump's first actions, his voters like what they see. Most were in favor of his efforts to scale back the federal workforce, to stand by controversial cabinet nominees, and to slash foreign aid. Plains, Pennsylvania. Behind the counter of the pink-tiled Dee's Diner, Tammy Malloy chatted in between serving a late-morning wave of tables. The 67-year-old said she had come to work beaming the day after the November election, in which she had voted for Donald Trump, and now, 10 days into Trump's second presidency, Malloy was still thrilled with what she was seeing happen in Washington. She was particularly pleased with Trump choosing Pete Hegseth, a former Weekend Fox News host and Army veteran who was dogged by allegations of sexual misconduct and alcohol abuse, to lead the Defense Department. Why? To get rid of the DEI, Malloy said, using the acronym for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Efforts, a favorite conservative punching bag. There's two genders. I don't care if you identify as a monkey, you're still either a male or female. The last 4 years shoved it down our throats. But she thought Trump was being too generous in offering resignation deals for federal employees who don't want to return to work in the office. It's the only thing so far she's disliked that Trump has done. A list that includes freezing various federal grant programs in an effort to weed out diversity initiatives, and pardoning violent offenders who participated in the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. I can't work from home, Malloy said, standing by the diner's swinging kitchen door, holding a half glass of milk with a black apron tied around her torso. Despite the chaos and confusion, some of Trump...
Want to make one comment on her comment. The point about this lady not being able to work from home, one of the things Trump has been very effective at doing, and MAGA in general, is basically stoking resentment against the meritocracy. It's weird. On one hand, the DEI argument is nominally pro meritocracy, i.e., you shouldn't get a job based on anything other than your achievements, your accomplishments, that sort of thing. But on the other hand, if those accomplishments allow you the sort of job where you can work from home, um, that is to be looked down upon. And I have some philosophical problems with Trump talking out of both sides of his mouth. You can't have it both ways. Either you benefit and you thrive in the meritocracy, and you get the sort of job that affords you the opportunities, the benefits of your hard work, or you don't. You get treated like everybody else, and you go into the office. I have some huge problems with that, especially in light of Trump obviously being more pro oligarch versus being pro people. Okay, MAGA has pretended to
You
be
mean like
of,
versus a
MAGA
George
has
Soros?
pretended MAGA has pretended to be of the people while basically stroking the egos of the billionaire class, and,
You
and
mean like
I have some
versus
huge problems with that. What is it, 12 man?
versus a left wing oligarch like
Okay, I don't have time for arguments about left and right. I've made a point, and you either deal with it or you don't, 12 man.
Trump's early actions have caused in Washington. There was a collective shrug among his supporters here in Northeast Pennsylvania, several of whom argued that no actual damage had been done by the new orders to freeze spending. In interviews with nearly 20 people in the region in recent days, most Trump supporters were in favor of his efforts to scale back the federal workforce, to stand by controversial cabinet nominees, and to slash foreign aid. Support for Trump in Luzerne County, home to Plains and once a Democratic stronghold, has only grown in the 4 years since he left Washington, appearing to be politically finished, following his unsuccessful efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. Luzerne and neighboring swing counties like Lackawanna and Monroe each moved toward him by roughly 5 more percentage points in November. That included Hazleton, a majority Latino city in Luzerne County that Trump won by even more than he did 4 years ago. I trust him. Is he going to do everything right in the next 4 years? Probably not, Malloy said. Is he going to do everything I agree with? Probably not. But he's going to do most of what I agree with, and I'll take it. On a recent morning, Malloy stood next to fellow server Lisa Barrett and their boss, Dan DeMellier, who has owned the 24-hour diner for 9 years. They each think about Trump differently, indicative of how the region remains politically competitive, even as it has swung toward the current president. Malloy paid little attention to politics most of her adult life until Trump's 2016 run, and has been a supporter of his and an avid Fox News viewer ever since. She prays for him every night. DeMellier, 49, voted for Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden, but took a chance on Trump this fall after profits at his restaurant plummeted over the last few years. He doesn't think he'll see the cost of goods begin to fall for at least another 6 months, but believes that under Trump they gradually will. I'm just looking for a change, DeMellier said. Everybody says he can pull us out. I think anything was better than the last president. Barrett, 63, has been a restaurant server and a Democrat her entire adult life, never voted for Trump, and finds him utterly off-putting. But she said she supposes that he may be able to do some good for the country. She fears Trump enacting tariffs will drive prices up more. But Barrett's son, she said, tells her Trump's immigration initiatives are a positive thing. I don't think it's all bad, Barrett said of Trump's agenda. I really don't. DeMellier said he wasn't fazed by the Trump administration calling for a pause of federal loans and grants, saying he didn't pay too much attention to it, but that media just blows it all out of proportion. He said he supports scaling back some federal DEI programs and employing fewer people in them, without scrapping diversity initiatives altogether. And there probably are select situations, he said, in which a transgender teenager may need relevant medical care through a federally run healthcare program, despite Trump signing an executive order to prohibit it. When it comes to the officials Trump has chosen to surround himself with in his second administration, DeMellier draws the line at Elon Musk and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., arguing that being wealthy doesn't qualify someone to have a seat at the table of federal government. But Demelier dismissed the scrutiny surrounding Hegseth's past conduct. Hegseth had paid $50,000 to a woman who accused him of sexual assault in 2017, according to information he provided to the Senate, and he acknowledged engaging in extramarital affairs. Former colleagues also had reported that he was a heavy drinker. Who cares if he had 3 wives? Who cares if he drinks? Everybody drinks, Demelier said. What he said he was going to do. A week and a half into the second Trump term, Joe Grantide sat inside the Luzerne County Republican strip mall office, recalling how a dozen years ago he was knocking doors for Obama's re-election campaign. Now a faded gray Trump cap accented his hooded sweatshirt and work pant ensemble. And in his view, Trump's cutthroat approach to governing since taking office in January, panicked Washington bureaucrats be damned, was exactly right. He's doing what he said he was going to do, Grantide said, detailing his satisfaction with Trump's most controversial cabinet nominees, his aggressive posture on the border and immigration, pausing some federal programs to determine whether they've gone too woke. It's got to be done, Grantide said. And pulling the security details of former administration officials such as John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and others who face threats on their lives from Iran. Grantide agreed with every action the president had taken over the last 10 days, even if he thought it was a little early for Trump to baselessly speculate that DEI initiatives had caused a tragic plane crash in Washington the night before. His support for Trump's pardoning of January 6 defendants was no exception. I was there, Grantide, 68, revealed, referring to a rally on the National Mall ahead of Congress's election certification in 2021. A violent storming of the Capitol building followed. Grantide said he had stopped when he reached the security perimeter outside the Capitol, explaining with a laugh that he's not that young anymore, and couldn't climb scaffolding or walls. A man in a cherry-red blazer who had sat down at the table minutes earlier, placing a fistful of candy on the conference table in front of him, chimed in. I was pardoned, he said, introducing himself as Frank Scavo, 61, one of 1,500 defendants Trump pardoned on his first day back in office. Scavo had already served his 60-day sentence at a low-security federal prison on a conviction of unlawfully parading inside the Capitol when Trump signed his broad pardons last month. This fall, pro-Trump activists like Grantide and T.J. Fitzgerald, a bail bondsman who runs the grassroots Luzerne County Republicans group, helped give the GOP a voter registration advantage here for the first time in more than 50 years. Here's another reason Trump won, Scavo said, changing topics after discussing January 6th and his recent pardon. He grabbed an off-brand miniature sucker from his pile of candy on the table. You see the size of this lollipop? Used to be bigger, Grantide replied. Yeah, the average consumer is like, we're done with this, Scavo said. Even for a small lollipop, this is too small. Some difficult decisions had to be made. In adjacent Lackawanna County, where Biden spent the first decade of his life, Trump's entrance into politics cost Democrats significant ground. Harris won the county by 3 percentage points this fall, a similar margin to Clinton there in 2016, but a stark departure from Obama's 27-point lead in 2012. Those largely working-class voters didn't show up to the polls anxious about threats to democracy, said Justin Taylor, a registered Democrat who had served for 2 decades as the mayor of Carbondale, but who has supported Trump since 2016. Taylor said he has seen other middle-of-the-road Democrats like himself desperate for changes on both economic and social issues, and he believes Trump had to come back into office to make sure changes happen. The people here who voted for Trump, though, weren't surprised that they hadn't yet seen prices fall since he took office. Costs crept up under Biden, Trump's supporters said in interview after interview, and they expected it would take time for Trump to bring them back down. Even as Trump has said since the election that grocery prices may be difficult to lower. Chris Chermak, a Lackawanna County commissioner and the county's lone Republican official, said he couldn't believe just how much ground the GOP gained across the state this election, including ousting the state's senior Democratic Senator Bob Casey and an incumbent congressman in the area. But in hindsight, the high cost of living paired with scarce quality job opportunities in the region, Chermak said, made voters want someone in office who would make drastic decisions. I don't have a problem with what he's doing, and most of the people I'm talking to, I believe, feel the same way, Chermak said of Trump's first days in office. Just some difficult decisions that had to be made. Returning to his truck outside the Walmart in Dixon City, Brian Williams, 49, said he liked what he had heard on the news about Trump mandating federal employees return to office buildings, and how the highly publicized ICE raids were sending a message to violent migrants. Williams said he was on board with most everything Trump has done in a flurry of executive actions and slashing of programs. I like the fact that they're trying to cut stuff, that they had, what was it, Doge, and was it MLB or DOB or whatever, Williams said, trailing off, trying to remember the acronym OMB for the agency that administers the federal budget. He wasn't the only local resident who struggled to recall the specifics of the Office of Management and Budget's order to freeze federal loan and grant programs in an effort to weed out diversity and equity. But in conversations here, that kind of initiative was well received. People like the brand he has sold them, said Tom Shabila, chairman of the Luzerne County Democratic Party, on why Trump has won over so many former Democrats in the region. It's his ability to hammer home a very simplistic message in a way Democrats haven't.
Yeah, simplistic is definitely the word. Never make it too complicated to understand. Next story. This is going back to the crash that happened. Was it last week? Well, basically, the title pretty much says it all. So let's read this article.
A runway switch, a vague alert. What pilots heard before fatal DC crash. This article is by Niraj Chokshi and read by an automated voice. Just after 8:43 p.m. on January 29th, an air traffic controller at Ronald Reagan National Airport in Washington posed a question to the pilots of American Airlines Flight 5342. Could they land at a different runway? There was nothing unusual about the request or the pilot's assent to it, but the decision to switch runways was fateful, bringing the plane closer to the Army Black Hawk helicopter that it would collide with in a crash that killed 67 people. Exactly what happened is still being pieced together. The National Transportation Safety Board is recovering and examining wreckage from the icy Potomac River. The safety agency is expected to publish a preliminary report in the coming weeks, but a more thorough accounting probably won't arrive for a year or two. But based on the details that have emerged so far, the pilots and the American regional jet appear to have acted as expected, according to aviation safety experts and half a dozen airline pilots who have flown to and from Reagan Airport. There appeared to be little that they could have done differently, these experts told the New York Times. There wasn't anything to do. It was a normal day at Reagan, said Sean Pruchnicki, a former airline pilot and an assistant professor at the Center for Aviation Studies at Ohio State University, who said that he has piloted aircraft into Reagan National more than 100 times. Investigators are likely to focus on understanding why the helicopter entered the plane's flight path and whether the air traffic controller handling both aircraft that night could have or should have done more to keep them apart. The airport is among the country's most congested and demanding for airline pilots. To fly there, pilots need extra training typically reserved for airports near mountainous terrain. That's because departing or arriving planes must assiduously avoid the skies above the White House, Capitol, National Mall, and Vice President's residence, which are heavily guarded, particularly since the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Dulles International Airport, a large airport with hundreds of domestic and international flights a day, is about 25 miles away, filling the region's skies with even more planes. Of course, there are no mountains in Washington,
but the limits on where planes can be effectively makes flying to and from there as challenging as flying in, say, Alaska, said one senior airline pilot who spoke on the condition of anonymity because he was not authorized to speak to reporters. Sam Lilly, one of the pilots of the American flight that night, understood the demands of operating in the area. According to his father, Tim Lilly, who is also an airplane pilot, and earlier in his career flew Black Hawk helicopters for the Army. Mr. Lilly said that he and his son had discussed the challenges of the Washington airspace. Sam Lilly was proud that he flew there regularly. "You feel accomplished when you've conquered that challenge, and that's the way we both looked at it," Mr. Lilly said. Sam Lilly, who was 28, was a first officer at PSA Airlines, an American Airlines subsidiary, which he joined more than 2 years ago, his father said. He had hoped to amass enough hours in smaller jets to graduate to flying much larger planes to international destinations. Mr. Lilly, who was engaged to be married this fall, had already used his corporate perks to visit Japan and Iceland, and wanted to continue traveling the world, his father said. On the night of the crash, Mr. Lilly and the pilot in charge of the flight, Captain Jonathan Campos, had departed Wichita Con on a small regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 2 other crew members. Around 8:15 p.m., they began descending toward Reagan Airport from 37,000 feet, the NTSB said over the weekend, citing black box data. That data also includes audio from the cockpit, and the NTSB said the times it provided were preliminary. About 25 minutes later, the pilots were cleared for a standard approach to the airport's runway 1. A few minutes after that, they were asked, and agreed, to switch to runway 33. That runway is short, making it less suitable for larger jets, which require longer stopping distances. But it is considered long enough for regional jets like the CRJ 700, made by the Canadian company Bombardier, that the pilots were flying. Pilots and safety experts said that diverting smaller planes to runway 33 can allow air traffic controllers to better space out aircraft at busy times. Pilots can decline such a request, but after a brief discussion, Mr. Lilly and Mr. Campos agreed to the change. Around 8:46 p.m., a radio transmission could be heard in which air traffic control informed the helicopter of the presence of an airplane just south of the Woodrow Wilson Memorial Bridge at about 1,200 feet, circling to runway 33, according to the NTSB. Almost 2 minutes later, after the plane dropped below 500 feet elevation, the controller can be heard asking the helicopter pilots if they had the plane in sight. The airplane pilots could hear those communications from air traffic control, but not the responses from the helicopter because the 2 aircraft were transmitting on different frequencies. The controller was communicating on both. At that point, the airplane would have been moments from landing, and the pilots would have been sharply focused on reaching the ground safely, experts and other pilots said. One of the pilots would have been flying and guiding the aircraft toward the runway, while the other would have played a supporting role, including monitoring plane systems. The landing gear would have been deployed. Normally, one pilot is looking straight ahead outside, and the other pilot is focusing inside, said Robert E. Joslin, a professor at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University and a top former advisor and test pilot for the Federal Aviation Administration. They need to focus on landing. Neither pilot would have been expected to be scanning the area for other aircraft. Even if they had, the helicopter could easily have blended into the city lights behind it, or it may have been out of view altogether, experts said. But right after the airplane descended below 500 feet, the pilots received an automated message. Traffic, traffic. That alert is not uncommon, but it would have caught their attention, the experts said. The message is intended as a warning that there is another aircraft nearby. Such alerts so close to an airport would be disconcerting, but would not require immediate action beyond trying to identify the source. The warning was produced by the Traffic Collision Avoidance System, known as TCAS, which is widely credited for substantially reducing mid-air collisions over the last 4 decades or so, experts said. At low altitudes, one of the system's most important features would have been suppressed, a feature that instructs pilots on how to separate 2 aircraft that are dangerously close by telling one to climb and the other to descend. That's because, at lower altitudes, an incorrect warning instructing pilots to make quick changes can be risky. Even if that feature had been on, it would have worked only if the helicopter were also equipped with TCAS, which it most likely would not have been. And while the traffic alert might have concerned Mr. Lilly and Mr. Campos, they might also have quickly been put somewhat at ease. Seconds later, another transmission came through. Air traffic control was instructing the helicopter to pass behind the CRJ, according to the NTSB, using a nickname for the type of plane the pilots were flying. It is not clear, and may never be clear, what the airline pilots were thinking at that moment, but experts said it might have provided the pilots, who were focused on landing the plane, some reassurance that air traffic control appeared to be helping to resolve the cause of the traffic alert. About 16 seconds later, just before 8:48 p.m., the airline pilots can be heard verbally reacting to something. According to the NTSB, in that moment, the plane's nose began to pull up. Then, crashing sounds could be heard, and the recording ended.
Yeah, definitely a tragedy. Again, I kind of look forward to the final report, but it just seems like a lot of moving parts, and I personally think that probably gonna have to look at the amount of traffic going into Reagan National. It just seems like a real beehive of activity, and maybe there's some activities that should not be happening at night. And then I think I heard last week that the Army's basically restricting helicopter traffic in that area completely, at least until further notice. So we'll see how it all shakes out. So let's see here. The next story. I don't know. I guess I'll do this story next. A point that I brought up the other day. Trump's plan for Gaza, or his proposal for Gaza, while bold and exciting, um, at least, even to an amateur like me, who really isn't that much into foreign policy, can see some of the pratfalls that might be out there. And this article was basically an analysis that kind of makes that point. I'm gonna have this automated reader read it. If I can figure it out. I'm going to stop it there. I think everybody pretty much gets the idea. It's a longish article, but on the one hand, Trump has, kind of broken the situation wide open. But on the other hand, there is no real sustainable end game. Essentially, what Trump has done is asked or proposed a what if. However, that what if um, pretty much is impossible to achieve. Um, what people don't understand, or maybe they do understand, and maybe I don't need to explain this, but Hamas in and of itself is a radical part of a group called the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Muslim Brotherhood actually used to run Egypt, and it's basically been checked in Egypt. And these countries don't particularly want Palestinians because Hamas will follow, and Hamas tends to be fairly destabilizing. Um,
Hey,
so,
Stanley,
yes.
I hate to interrupt, but I just pulled it up and I don't know how long you've been playing this article, but no, nobody heard it. We couldn't hear the sound.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so like StreamYard's been doing this thing where it'll just stop playing the sound. Like if you keep your screen shared for too long, you'll just have to like close it down.
Oh,
Where
okay.
it says stop sharing, so you'll stop sharing and then just reshare it again. Sometimes it gives you a notification, but for whatever reason here lately it's not doing that. But I just wanted to let you know because
Well,
sometimes
I'm glad you
people don't
told
say it
me
in the chat.
because I
Uh,
could hear it on my side.
right, right,
Um,
right. So you
but
see, the thing is
the
that you
funny,
won't know if nobody tells you. That's why I was like, let me come up here and tell Stanley this because
well, they
like
were
oh, don't even
probably all asleep anyway. Um, anyway, I'm not going to replay it. This article's basically been about Trump's proposal with Gaza, and I think Trump did a good job in kind of, throwing the piggy bank on the floor. Now the
hmm
pennies are all over the floor. How you reorganize them and put them someplace, safe, that is going to be a problem. And nobody wants Hamas. And frankly, nobody wants the Palestinians. So I think it's just going to be interesting to see how he wants American ownership of the problem in Gaza, but he doesn't want to spend money or commit troops. So, if anybody has any questions or wants to see the article, I can drop it into the chat. But I'll. I think the other thing, there's a native reader to my browser that doesn't
hmm
work as well as the embedded readers in the newspaper, in the actual newspaper articles. So anyway, that's that's embarrassing. I wish I had known that.
No, that's why I came up. So like
I
with you
know.
having
I'm
this,
glad.
with you having this moment, it's just like, gosh, whenever we're doing these shows and we're trying to put on a show, and it's just like, ain't nobody saying nothing. So you do it is embarrassing. It's like,
Well,
oh
I'll get
shoot, but
over it.
it's happened to all of us, and it happens to me every day. So I just try to what I've been practicing on is just stopping sharing it and resharing it before I play a video. So
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get this. There's a embedded. There's a reader in the actual browser, and then some of the articles have um, embedded readers in the HTML code, and
hmm
the reader in the code works really well. The one that's based in the browser,
hmm
uh, it's something about it's something about. I think you're right. If there's something about how the tabs are shared that just doesn't consistently work, and I don't know. I'll just have to bear that in mind.
yeah, and
So it,
sometimes I'll come and remind you, or I'll type it in the chat. But I felt like that
uh,
was too much to try and type. So
no, I'm glad you did. because I actually was I was actually on the browser tab looking at the actual article. I wasn't really looking at StreamYard.
Hmm.
So yeah, you did right.
Well, I'll be in the back and I'll be back
Okay.
up here pretty soon, but I'll be listening.
Um.
So sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, no. Believe me, if you hadn't interrupted, it would have turned out a whole lot worse.
Okay.
Thank you. This is this next thing is basically an opinion piece, and I think a whole lot of left of center people have been saying this, whether they're talking about Trump or Elon or Vivek or Bannon. This article is called "I Can't Believe I Agree with Steve Bannon About This." Well, I've said the same thing a couple times about Vivek Ramaswamy, who I tend to have no use for, but when you're right, you're right. So in these early days of the Trump administration, as I've said, I actually, other than him not seeming to understand the limits of executive orders, by and large, Trump he hasn't messed anything up yet, not beyond repair. So, as I said when he got elected, hey, don't fuck it up. If you're right, you're right. And if you govern well, you govern well. Um, you know, I still think he's of low character, but, even people of low character get things right sometimes.
I can't believe I agree with Steve Bannon about this. This article is by Julia Angwin and read by an automated voice. I never thought I'd find myself agreeing with the longtime Trump associate and election denier Steve Bannon, but last month, he argued that the Silicon Valley broligarchs are cozying up to the newly elected president because they want essentially a bailout. Of course, Mr. Bannon has his own agenda, as he is battling the tech bros for President Trump's attention and favor. But Mr. Bannon has also spotted something real. Stuck between the soaring costs of complying with global regulations and the astronomical costs of the race for artificial intelligence dominance, our largest tech companies are likely turning to the Trump administration to try to lock in their advantages. I think that's why Tesla's chief executive, Elon Musk, poured so much money into Mr. Trump's campaign and is now serving as a shadow president. I think that's also why major tech executives showed up at the inauguration. It could be why OpenAI's chief Sam Altman joined a news conference in the White House the day after the inauguration. It may also explain why the venture capitalist Mark Andreessen said in December that he was spending about half his time at Mar-a-Lago. Silicon Valley faces numerous regulatory threats, as governments around the world gradually respond to the havoc big tech has caused. In the European Union, Google has been fined $8.6 billion in the past decade. Apple is liable for a $13.5 billion tax bill in Ireland after losing a court case, and Meta was recently fined about $830 million by the EU. The European Commission will soon levy a fine in the millions against X. Closer to home, antitrust actions against the biggest tech titans are winding their way through the courts, and U.S. states are stepping into the federal regulatory void with dozens of new protections for youth, for workers, and for our data. This year, 8 new state privacy laws will go into effect, and the California Privacy Protection Agency has already begun its enforcement actions, which allow it to impose fines of nearly $8,000 per intentional violation. That could reach into the millions or even billions of dollars. Silicon Valley's supposed lead in artificial intelligence, oft touted as the future of technology in which $1 trillion could be invested, seemed to evaporate recently when a Chinese startup claimed to have produced a product of equivalent quality for a fraction of the price. Microsoft and OpenAI's subsequent discounting of prices did not inspire confidence. Mr. Altman even speculated about giving its models away free, jeopardizing the billions the industry hopes to get from customer sales. Little wonder the tech titans are increasingly seeking help from the U.S. government. In 2023, the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz asked the Copyright Office to reduce the barriers to entry for AI by ruling that AI training data is a productive, non-exploitive use of copyrighted material. Meta reportedly lobbied for the TikTok ban, which was the biggest threat to its social networks, Facebook and Instagram. And I'm guessing that Silicon Valley was probably behind the generous handout the Biden administration gave it in the final days, an executive order granting access to federal lands to build AI data centers. Then there's the possibility of rich military contracts. Last year, OpenAI, Meta and Anthropic changed their policies to make it easier to sell their AI for military purposes. Google reversed its stance on defense contracts a few years earlier, over the objections of employees. This week, Google also dropped its pledge not to use AI for weapons or surveillance, and Mr. Musk's SpaceX has more than $11 billion in contracts with NASA. It used to be that Silicon Valley didn't need favors from the US government. Its innovations, like the iPhone and Google search, were so amazing that they were able to win in the marketplace, as long as the government didn't get in the way. But now, decades into the digital revolution, the tech titans are more fragile than they've ever been. Sure, they seem like scary bullies, with Mr. Musk prying his way into government computer systems and threatening to shut down federal agencies, Congress investigating Mr. Andreessen's crypto complaints against big banks, and Meta's chief executive, Mark Zuckerberg, suggesting to EU regulators that Mr. Trump will help him roll back their onerous regulations. But as my mother told me in elementary school, most bullies are cowards.
Yeah, this article actually boils down, some stuff I've been thinking about for a while. It's actually gotten to a point to where a lot of these tech firms are huge contractors to the government. They are slowly but surely getting away from, oh, hey, I'm Apple selling iPhones and we're winning in the market. Um, they're building rockets, they're building surveillance. They are, Palantir does a lot of, surveillance and intelligence work. Um, it's getting kind of scary. Um, and I think it actually does. It actually does boil down to something like a science fiction movie where you've got, Steve Bannon and the humans that are going to be, opposing Elon Musk and, the artificial intelligent robots. And, basically they're going to be vying for power, who's going to rule whom. And I think it's actually, at least in my vivid imagination, it's actually coming down to this. And who wins, I don't know. In my opinion, humans should always win. But then on the other hand, I'm one of these guys who, just kind of naturally gravitates to tech and, basically a meritocracy, where, the people that are the most accomplished and the smartest actually wind up getting their way and kind of, shaping the culture. So, I guess what I'm saying is, me personally, I am kind of very torn. I like, reading, I'm a liberal arts guy who can do science. And, the two sides to, my outlook on life. And up till now, they've kind of just, you know, existed side by side, kind of symbiotically. And, I find myself actually having to choose sides. And, the side I choose is not, the Elon Musk side. Um, I think humans have to control technology, not the other way around. I find something like is it the nanotechnology, whatever the hell um, Elon is doing with this, technology he wants to implant in people's brains. I think that's not necessary. Um, I think that, technology should serve humanity, not the other way around. So, that's my little spiel on it. anybody's welcome to hit the link and, kind of get their piece out. But I think we're at a point now to where, the war has begun. Is it going to be Elon Musk and, the tech bros, or is it going to be Steve Bannon and the people who can hammer a nail? Um, so, stay tuned. We'll see how it all turns out. And let's see, what else do we have here? That was the last news article. The next thing I want to look at, and this kind of takes up where uh, we kind of left off earlier this evening on HB's show. Um, we've gotten into Neely Fuller, who recently died. I mentioned at the start of the show. Um, Neely Fuller, if you're not familiar with him, in one point in time and still in one sector of the black culture, still is very influential. It's mostly more or less black radical spaces that Neely Fuller is well known in his code. What John Galt would probably call pro-blacks, except these people are not. They're beyond pro-black. They are, bordering on supremacists. Um, so uh, he died. I think anybody who's kind of into politics and culture should at least have a passing interest or knowledge of Neely Fuller. Some of his stuff, like I said, is kind of antiquated to me. I would find someone like a Tommy Curry more relevant to 2025. I would find someone like a Frank Wilderson, though Frank Wilderson tends to be well, his type of pro-black, if we're going to use that term, is Afro-pessimism, which I have sympathies with, but it's a little bit too pessimistic for me. But anyway, here's Universal. He recently did a video about the passing of Neely Fuller. Man, those deer look hungry.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome back to the By Brandon Jones channel. And I wanted to make a quick video because I came across some unfortunate news today that we lost one of our intellectual titans, Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. today at the age of 95 years old. And I thought I'd jump on this and make a video about it because Mr. Fuller has had a extremely significant impact on myself, personally and professionally. And I think it's only right to highlight how and to give him some credit where credit is due for what he's done. And I really hope that a lot of other content creators or just people who've been influenced by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. do the same thing, because the impact of the United Independent Compensatory Code System concept, the code book, has been instrumental for so many people, especially for Black folks who've been doing work around counter racism or just understanding racism. Even when it wasn't popular to talk about white supremacy, Mr. Neely Fuller was doing this work. Him and Dr. Francis Chris Welsing were two titans, and now they're both ancestors. And I think that that's important for us to give give just a hat tip or some accolades to those people. And for me, I'll talk more specifically for myself. Mr. Fuller, man, I came across his work, I think in 2010, maybe 2009. And I remember he was just saying things that I've never heard someone say out loud and consistently before. And I was just like, damn, this dude just lays it out. But it was so logical that it was hard to kind of interpret and to understand. But as you listen to him over and over and over again, it starts to make more sense. And then that led into Dr. Francis Chris Welsing's work. And honestly, the way that I found both of them was through Dr. Amos Wilson, believe it or not, who's probably my biggest influence as far as a thinker and an intellectual is Dr. Amos Wilson. But Mr. Neely Fuller, man, he put in that work for a long time. The code book was written back in the 60s. It was published in the 70s. And he's been preaching the same message, the straight logic. And I think that we can learn a lot from him. Whether you agree 100% with his perspective or not, he was forcing people to think. And I think that that's important. And even myself, as I think about my own journey through the code, as I think about my own journey in these internet streets and having these conversations and these dialogues, whether it was from the cows, the context of white supremacy, shout out to Gus T. Renegade, who is very, very important in this work as well, and definitely doesn't get enough credit for all the things that he's done and his team over the years has done. But the person who's always just pushed me to become a better thinker and a better person and to try to do things differently has always been Mr. Neely Fuller. And over time, I've kind of moved away. I'll be honest with you. I've kind of moved away from the racism, white supremacy thinking process, because what I've learned is a lot of people jumped on it from a victimhood mentality and not thinking and not being able to understand that there's duality in this process and in the society. It's not just global white supremacy that's dominating. There's a lot of other factors as well. And I would say over the last maybe 5 years, I've slowly started to back away from that, because I've seen how I'm gonna be honest, how deadly the victim mentality is. When you get that level of information, people get hopeless. And some of I used to do counseling for folks. I used to.
There's a problem here. I wish Universal were here at some point. We'll probably backtrack and go over this video. Backing away from a position doesn't automatically mean the position is either A, wrong, or B, just kind of disappears into the ether. The problem isn't the idea of victimization, it's how you react to it, how you solve the problem. Okay, the problems don't go away. How you approach the problem, you may change the methodology of how you approach a problem, but you don't back away from a problem and the problem just morphs into not a problem. So, it may be semantics here, but the problem doesn't go away.
I used to have people used to reach out to me for counseling all the time via YouTube, Blog Talk Radio, Facebook, and I would take those sessions. And it got to a point where people were so hopeless because of racism, white supremacy, that they were getting to spaces and places of terminating themselves. You can't say certain things on YouTube, self-deletion and stuff. And I'm like, man, this is not the way to go. They're not understanding this work the way that they should. And it should be helping them develop in a constructive way and productive, like Mr. Neely Fuller said, not in a destructive way. So to me, it meant that there were additional forces out there at play for people, and it became a struggle. But I never lost faith in Mr. Fuller. I never lost faith in the work. I just slightly understood it from a different perspective, and I think that that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I've seen how it's been weaponized for people, and it's been utilized to make profit. I look at somebody like Tariq Nasheed, who I've defended him for so long. But YouTube, I remember I got cussed out one time when I had one of my Blog Talk Radio shows for defending Tariq. But one of the things and I hope Tariq makes a video about Mr. Fuller and give credit to where credit is due. Because what Tariq did was he took Mr. Fuller's work and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's work, and he made it mainstream. He made it mainstream, similar to what Kevin Samuels did for a lot of red pill content. He made it mainstream. And when you make things mainstream, they get into the lexicon of people. And this comes directly from Mr. Neely Fuller, and Tariq uses all the time. And I hear people in my normal life say it, people that aren't even in these internet streets say things like "get on code." That comes directly from Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. Suspected white supremacists. That comes directly from Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. All these terms and all these sayings and understandings around, white supremacy. That comes from Mr. Neely Fuller. There was a time not too long ago, let's say 10 years.
I want to make a point here because it actually came up earlier. The term white supremacy. There are ways that black conservatives in particular like to take white supremacy and pretend that folks, black folks in particular, actually think that white people are superior. The response will be, well, I don't see where white people are superior, or, you know, nobody is actually saying that white people are superior. It's essentially a description of of American culture and Western culture in general. Okay, it is just assumed in some of the attitudes and the orientations of Western culture and American culture in particular that anything that is European or of European origin is superior. Okay, we're not talking individuals. We're not talking, you know, the the actual flesh and blood white people. We're making a cultural statement. So white supremacy doesn't mean white people are superior. They're really talking about the culture, which is assumed to be superior. And the funny thing is the people who make that critique of the usage of the term white supremacy are literally people who think that European culture is superior. So, I find that ironic.
Where saying white supremacy was not allowed on television. Like, people were scared to say it out loud. And now you hear it everywhere. You hear it in education systems, you hear it on TV and movies, TV shows. It's out there now. Podcasts, it's out there. But there was a time where you would be whispering, saying things like white supremacy. So Mr. Fuller has had a huge impact on expanding the understanding of how this system works and how society works and operates. And now with his passing, I hope that his work gets even further pushed out there and people can utilize it. But I want to caution people from utilizing it from a victimhood mentality. What Mr. Fuller Jr. did was he made things logical. He made you think. He forced you. He used to say, "Follow the logic. Follow the logic." But unfortunately, many people followed the emotions, and they took some of the logic and they applied it to the victimhood mentality, and it's gone haywire. And things have not gotten better for many of us.
The victimhood mentality. I think part of the problem with Neely Fuller isn't, again, it's not the ideas, it is how the ideas are taught and used. Okay, the victim mentality is real. Okay, it's basically, well, I'm sorry, the victim mentality is something that should not be developed about the victimhood. Okay, Neely Fuller talks about how black people are victims of a system that promotes European and white culture as superior. Where, something Linwood said, we're all, black people are kind of all born victims of it. Now, when he says victim, it's not like, you're somebody's there selling you into slavery, not that kind of victimhood, but we are all under the impression, thinking of that test years ago where, the little black kids preferred the the white doll over the brown doll because the culture, not even directly, but subliminally, the culture teaches you that blonde and blue eyes is the apex beauty standard, and everything else is kind of ranked in a pecking order below that blonde blue eyed standard. It's things like that that are not explicit, but it's implied that, that standard is superior. And if you are kind of born into a system that venerates, European stuff and, the a Western standard, um, you are kind of, we're all victims to the culture. Okay, the culture is the software. The people are kind of like the hardware, and we are programmed by the culture. So it's not just black people, by the way, that are victims of white culture or American culture or Western culture. White people are victims of it too. It's just, some may be more victim than others. There are a lot of things that determine how much you are a victim. Um, Being rich insulates you a little bit more than being poor. Being white insulates you more than if you're not white. There are degrees to this. So the point is the victim part of it is real. It's how you teach it and how you react to being a victim that is key. And I don't think, if people are becoming victim, if they're developing a victim mentality, it's not the ideals, it's not the book that's developing the victim mentality. It's how it's being taught or perceived.
But I hope that people actually read the code book. I know it's not easy reading. It's a big book. Both editions and the accompanying guide are not small books, but read it in chunks. I know people don't read, but it will help you as a person. And one more thing I want to say about Mr. Neely Fuller, and I think a lot of people don't know this. So I have made somewhat of an identity on the internet known as Universal Jones. A lot of people know me as Universal Jones, but I don't think people honestly know where that name comes from. It actually comes from Mr. Fuller. I remember when I was first kind of getting engaged on YouTube and on Blog Talk Radio and in Facebook groups and stuff, and I needed a handle. That's the term we used to use over at the Kyles. What's your handle? And I didn't have one. I didn't want to just be myself because, again, back at that time, talking about racism out loud, people were scared. People still are scared. And I didn't know what to call myself. I'm like, man, I need a name. And my first name that I selected was Black Wisdom. It was just stupid. It was like Black Wisdom. Wisdom was spelled Wizdum. I was just like, this some dumb. I'm glad I didn't go with that. And it didn't sit right. And that was my first Twitter handle too, was Black Wisdom. And it didn't sit right. And I remember I was just like, man, I need a name. And I was listening to Mr. Fuller, and he started talking about universal man and universal woman. And that's what we should be striving to be as people, is like thinking almost globally, not necessarily attaching ourselves to groups and identities, but being individuals who are constructive and productive in society. And you can read this in the code book. It talks about being universal man and universal woman. And it just hit me. Universal Jones. Boom. There it was. And that kind of set my professional mission, utilizing my skills and talents to help people that went to what I do as far as creating content is becoming universal man, universal women, and helping people just get better, more constructive, more productive. You'll notice I have kind of a tagline in a lot of my videos. Always in my videos would be safe, be well, be constructive, be well. That comes from Mr. Fuller as well. Because those are things that he would remind us to consider, our safety, constructive action. And then I add be well because the profession as a psychologist, as a therapist, those are the things I want people to do is think about their well-being. So Mr. Fuller's had a huge, huge impact on my life. I think he's had a huge impact on the fight against racism, white supremacy, and honestly, just on the global, we could say global, the global mindset of Black people. And I don't think people really understand or notice. And it's unfortunate that they may never, now that he's passed on at 95 years old, they may never understand the impact that Mr. Fuller has made on their life. So prayers to his family, prayers to all the folks who's been impacted by this. Don't take this loss as a detrimental thing. This is an icon. This is a legend who his time has passed, but his work will live on. And I want people to think about that. Because all our times are going to come up at some point. And as you go through your life, think about if the difference that you make in this world actually makes a difference. Does the difference that you make in this world actually make a difference? And if it doesn't, consider it. Think about what you can do to make an impact, to do something, to leave something, if not for your own children, for other people to utilize and to become better. Why not? So, with that, rest in peace to Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. Passed away at 95 years old. Man, he's been an important person, and I hope that more people, now that he is gone, start to spread his message and stand his work, and don't use it to further victimhood. Use it to further your own, destiny. Find salvation in your own life, because at the end of the day, this is a spiritual battle that we're dealing with, man, and it doesn't get any easier from here. So with that, just want to say a few words. I hope everybody's being safe. I hope everybody's being constructive. I hope everybody's being well. This is Universal Jones out, man. Y'all take care. Peace.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy that Universal brings this up. Um, we need to bring of a little bit more of a base of thought into the John Galt space. There are a lot of different ways of being black in America. There's a Thomas Sowell way, there's a Neely Fuller way, um, and I would love, and I'm sure Universal would agree, we need to be more familiar with what's actually going out at an intellectual level in the black community. Okay, it's not all rap music. It's not all sports. There are some serious thinkers who happen to be black out there who think about black culture, and we need to talk about this sort of stuff more. It can only make us better. So, I may sound like an old man saying this, but I truly do believe it. We are better than just, talking about and rap and football. There are actual serious ideas out there that aren't even, even the politics of it, isn't is just one facet. Um, so hopefully over the next months we get to expand our range a little bit. Speaking of expanding ranges, I hesitate showing this next video because it is kind of leaning towards political philosophy, which could be that I might be one of the few people who actually gets interested in the actual philosophy of it. But I don't know how many of you have heard of Curtis Yarvin. He is he is he's in that MAGA space, but he's even a little bit on the fringe of MAGA, to the right of MAGA. He is literally, he calls himself a monarchist. He actually thinks, and a lot of people in this space actually would agree, maybe not to the degree that Yarvin thinks it, that democracy is kind of outmoded. Eventually, democracy needs to give way to a little bit more of an authoritarian type of government. That's kind of why Trump is Trump. Okay, he is pushing for a unitary executive where the president has more power and the other two branches of government are basically arms or tools of the executive. And oddly enough, that's not how. Um, I would almost argue that the way the U.S. government was set up, George Washington was a bit of an anomaly. Um, Congress was basically supposed to be the premier branch of government. The executive was there to basically, do what Congress enacted into law. And the judicial branch, oddly enough, was really more or less an afterthought. If it wasn't for John Marshall, um, the Supreme Court would probably be more vestigial, just kind of like, hey, oh, by the way, there is a Supreme Court, if we ever find a use for it. So I personally don't think Trump is going to be that successful in building a unitary executive. The only way that might happen is if J.D. Vance winds up winning in 2028. Um, Having a unitary executive to the degree that Trump seems to want to do it, where the president basically has more control over the purse strings, that's almost revolutionary. The government was not, the U.S. The Constitution does not work that way. Funny, if you go back and you look at the Constitution, Article 1 is concentrating on the Congress. Um, and Article 2 powers of president, the text for Article 2 and Article 3 are a lot more brief. There are fewer words describing, what the presidency and the judicial branch um, is responsible for. Article 1, talking about Congress, is a lot more lengthy and detailed, and for a reason. It was by design. So, anyway, enough of that. We're going to listen to a little bit of Curtis Yarvin. It's been a few days, and I didn't get a chance to go back and preview what I wanted to talk about. And I'm horrible at taking notes. So I'm going to listen. Hopefully, I'll remember exactly the point I wanted to make. Luckily, I did save it to the point I wanted to talk about. So let's see. Oops.
The third one, life more pleasant.
Oh, by the way, this is Curtis Yarvin talking to the New York Times,
including that of freed slaves. Come on. The third one. The third one. If you ask me to condemn Anders Breivik, the Norwegian mass murderer, but adore Nelson Mandela, perhaps you have a mother you'd like to. So
that was so. Oh, let's go through.
And this is a guy who's saying, we'll live through. We'll achieve harmony.
Let's go through each of those examples. And so, when you look, for example, at Mandela, the reason I said that, most people don't know this. There was a little contretemps when Mandela was released because he actually had to be taken off the terrorist list.
I mean, maybe the more relevant point is that Nelson Mandela was in jail for opposing a viciously racist apartheid regime. But
the viciously racist apartheid regime, basically, they had him on the terrorist list. So if you look
let's get to
the other two.
But again, your quote was, if you ask me to condemn Anders Breivik, but adore Nelson Mandela,
I'd prefer to condemn them both. And the thing is, basically, when you look at the impact,
what does this have to do with equating Anders Breivik, who shot people on some bizarre, deluded mission to rid Norway of Islam, with Nelson Mandela?
Because they're both terrorists, and because they basically both violated the rule.
This is actually a problem that Trump takes advantage of. In my opinion, and politicians have done this for centuries. They depend on their constituents actually not knowing details or details of history, or just details of or levels of information. Okay, it is true that Anders, what's his name, Breivik, he was the guy who shot up a Norwegian youth camp years ago, and we all know who Nelson Mandela is. Now, technically, at a surface level, both were terrorists. the apartheid government of South Africa basically jailed Nelson Mandela because they considered the African National Congress, the ANC, a terrorist organization. So, what Yarvin is saying here, if he had to, choose who was better, an actual guy who shot up a youth camp versus Nelson Mandela, and believe me, at the very beginning, the ANC was a violent organization. Okay, they were basically insurgents fighting to end the apartheid regime, and they did a lot of violence. There was a lot of violence on both sides. I don't recall. Think. I don't think Mandela was involved in any violent activity, but don't hold me to that. But the bottom line is he was a lawyer, a representative of a terrorist organization, and people like Yarvin would basically say, hey, we all think that Nelson Mandela was a good guy, but in reality, he was considered a terrorist his uh, by his government. He is no better than Anders, what's his name, the guy who shot up the camp. Basically, terrorist, terrorist, they're equal, and too many people do that. The devil is in the details, but salvation is also in the details too. And people like Curtis Yarvin and people who are kind of in that orbit, people like Imperial, uh, um, um, and that Andrew, is it Andrew Wilson? There's a whole crowd of YouTubers who were debate bros who are basically monarchists. They basically think that the common man is dumb and that, their betters need to be running the government. A lot like Elon Musk and the quote Broligarchs. Okay, these guys actually do think they are more capable of managing the government, um, um, you know, managing the government, shrinking the government. Just they need to be in charge, and we need to go ahead and let them do their work, and we have to believe that they are looking out for our best interests. And I think that's obviously, there's some problems with just trusting them to go and do what's best for um, the common man. Okay, Elon Musk is the biggest contractor in America. I simply do not trust him to go and shrink the government in a way that's going to be beneficial for the everyday American like me. And you know what? Common sense. You know, common sense would tell you, hey, he might be for us, but there's a good chance he's not. Let's not take the risk. So anyway, Yarvin is one of these people, and as a matter of fact, he's a former tech bro. He used to work for Cisco Systems or one of the Silicon Valley companies. He was like some senior software engineer or something. So he comes out of that Elon Musk Silicon Valley world. And as a matter of fact, he has ties with these folks. He's kind of like their political philosopher. So anyway, the thing I want to point out with that statement is comparing Nelson Mandela to Anders Breivik or whatever the guy's name was, because they were both considered terrorists, is just really just almost insulting the listener's intelligence. And these guys do that. People like Elon Musk are famous for basically insulting people's intelligence.
Rules of war in the same way, and they both basically killed innocent people. We valorize terrorism all the time. This valorization.
So Gandhi then is your model. Martin Luther King, nonviolent.
It's more complicated than that, but I could say things about either. But let's move on to one of your other examples. I think the best way to basically grapple with that period directly.
Which period are we talking about now?
1860s.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about
we're talking about the Civil War.
African Americans in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing that you can do that any Times reader can do, just go to your Google bar and Google slave narratives. Just go and read random slave narratives and get their experience of the time. So the thing is that basically the treatment of the freed slaves after the war is like extremely. There was a recent historian who published a thing, and I think I would dispute this number is too high, but his estimate was that something like a quarter of all the freedmen basically die in between like 1865 and 1870.
Yeah. Well, again, I can't speak to the veracity of that.
That's too high. Anyway, the thing is basically like,
But you're saying there are historical examples in slave narratives where the freed slaves themselves expressed regret at having been freed. But this to me is another prime example of how you selectively read history, because if you read other slave narratives where they talk about the horrible brutality of it. So what? That there are some slave narratives.
And I say this.
How does that justify?
I say this in the conversation.
Made anyone's life more pleasant. Difficult to.
Clarence. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Andrew Wilson. I just kind of know of him through Imperius and others. However, those guys are basically, if you've ever heard Imperius when he's not ranting, you ever engage him in a serious talk, he is very serious about essentially moving America more towards a theocracy. Basically having Christianity be more of a guiding role. Like when you sit down and you make a law, the first thing you're going to consult is the Bible, and then you're going to have it side by side with the Constitution, and the Bible will trump the Constitution. Essentially what they want is somewhat of a monarchy / theocracy. They basically want a more authoritarian um, form of government that imposes a morality. It's not so much, hey, do whatever floats your boat as long as you're not hurting anybody else. They want to basically move it more towards basically what, even a Clarence Thomas would want. We are going to ban anything that does not conform to Christian values. There'll be no, for instance, you've heard Clarence Thomas. I can't recall which decision it was. I guess it was the when they overturned Roe versus Wade. Clarence Thomas specifically talks about wanting to revisit gay marriage and wanting to basically revisit the legality of contraception. Those are two things that, if Clarence Thomas had his way and others of that ilk, they had their way, there would be no contraception, there would be no gay marriage. It would be a more theocratic, more Christian orientation to how society would run. So these guys, and Yarvin is kind of like one of their spokespeople or of their ilk, basically want a more authoritarian slash, kind of like what is it Hungary has basically a Christian. I think they call themselves Christian democracy or something like that, where Christianity basically has a large role in how the society runs. A less secular state is what these guys want. Now Yarvin, I don't know that he's that religious, but he definitely calls himself a monarchist. There will be some sort of benign dictator that has the final say in how, society runs. Right. Well, Clarence, Clarence, I've gathered that over the times we chatted in the chat. So I don't know that I'm not condemning having that point of view. What I condemn is wanting to force that point of view on other people. There are people, not you, obviously, but there are people who, if they had the means, would force it um, on society. And there are people in the MAGA movement, um, if they had a chance, would force it. Something Trump is looking to do, there's some committee or something that he's wanting to form that goes in and roots out any hint of quote anti-Christian bias, and that is troubling. The government should not be in there rooting out anti-Christian sentiment. Madison, for instance, is very specific about the role that Christianity should or shouldn't play in the government he helped form.
Argue that the Civil War made anyone's life more pleasant, including freed slaves. Their children were no longer sold out from under them.
When I said anyone, okay, first of all, when I said anyone, I was talking about.
No, look up Hungry Class. Viktor Orban is one of our conservative heroes. He's been at CPAC and all kinds of places. Basically, he is running a Christian. There's another term, I may be getting it wrong, but essentially a Christian democracy. It is a more autocratic form of democracy that is Christian based and explicitly so. And people like Tucker Carlson and others, are like acolytes of Viktor Orban.
A population group rather than individuals.
But are you seriously arguing that the era of slavery was somehow better than the
era of 1865 to 1875 was absolutely, and the war itself wasn't good either. But if you look at the living conditions for an African American in the South, they are absolutely at their nadir between 1865 and 1875. They are very, very bad because basically this economic system has been disrupted.
But abolition was a necessary step to get through that period towards to make people free.
Sure.
Like, I can't believe I'm arguing
Brazil abolished slavery in the 1880s without a civil war. And so the thing is, when you look at basically, the cost of the war or the meaning of the war, you're basically just like, it just visited this huge amount of destruction on all sorts of people, black and white, just massive. I'm just like, all of these evils and all of these goods existed in people at this time. And what I'm fighting against in both of those quotes, also in the way, the people respond, to Breivik, I'm like, basically, you're responding in this kind of cartoonish way to something that terrorism, which is, what is the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter? That's a really important question in 20th century history. To say that
Okay, and I tend to disagree. The point about a terrorist, the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter being an important question. Um, I'm not exactly sure that it's that important a question. I think the truism is history, winners write history. So I would argue that freedom fighter versus terrorist are interchangeable. I don't know how important that is. Um, there are people who would consider um, um, the Confederacy, back during the Civil War, the Confederacy, a lot of them would be considered traitors if you're, inclined to side with the North. And, the South for a century and a half have deified, people like Robert E. Lee. One man's traitor, General Robert E. Lee, or he was a colonel in the U.S. Army. He became a traitor and a general, a Confederate general. Um, I think the two. I think you can actually be both. It just depends on point of view, and I really don't know how important that question is. I certainly don't think it's fundamental, but again, it depends on the context. And I just don't know that Yarvin is right, how important that point is. I think people like Yarvin tend to want to take simple things and complicate them. Even if it's not intentional, it winds up being confusing and boring. This dude is 50 years old, dressed like Fonzie. He he needs to be, in my opinion, I would like him to be a little bit more serious than he sometimes carries himself. He's getting a whole lot of attention that I don't think is warranted.
I'm going to have a strong opinion about this stuff without having.
And by the way, he reminds me of Ben Thorpe. Oddly enough, they're about the same age.
Answer to that question, I think is really difficult and wrong.
Now, maybe you think, I haven't been red pilled or whatever, or I'm not thinking through these issues enough. But I feel like, to me, you call it cartoonish, I call it very morally clear. I can say something like, I think slavery was bad. I'm glad there are no longer enslaved people. And then to hear you then say, well, you have to look at it from this other perspective. This is a one-dimensional view of history. I think, well, no, I think it's pretty cut and dry. It just is very fascinating to me that your ideas, which strike me as pretty extreme, there were fringe ideas to me that apparently are no longer on the fringe. And that's, I don't know, what do you think that says about conservatism today?
I think that American conservatism is in the long and very, very difficult grieving process of realizing that it has always been a fraud. And I think one of the especially dangers in American conservatism is that there's so much grift in it, and so much of it consumes so much energy and so much attention and produces so little. You are still a factor of 100 from being able to give the people who are voting for you and donating to you anything like what they imagine they're going to get from you.
And when you say it's a fraud, I take that to mean insofar as its conservatism is just...
The Washington Generals are never going to win the game. It just doesn't have the power to give anything that it promises.
After the break, I call Curtis back to ask more about the incoming administration. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me again. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It was fun. Let's have some more fun.
You do so often draw on the history of the pre-democratic era, which is a historical period sort of exactly coterminous with, for example, women being treated as second-class citizens. And the status of women in that time period, which you valorize, is not something I've really seen come up in your writings. Do you feel like your arguments
part of the interview
take enough into account the way that sort of monarchies and dictatorships historically tend not to be great for big swaths of demographics?
So, okay, so let's look at, enfranchisement in specific. So when I look at the status of women in, say, a Jane Austen novel, which is well before enfranchisement, it actually seems kind of okay. The woman in Jane Austen's book seems to be fine.
Who are desperate to land a husband because they have no access to income without that.
Well, have you ever seen anything like that in the 21st century? I mean, the whole class in Jane Austen's world is the class of like UBI earning aristocrats, right? But
are you not willing to say that there were aspects of political life in the era of kings that were inferior or provided less liberty for people than political life does today?
Red Wine, I'm going to disagree with you. I would say Locke is the grandfather of the Constitution. If you recall, Madison and his freedom of conscience sort of I think he even wrote an essay called Freedom of Conscience. He was not religious to the point that he would sanction any sort of theocracy. It was Jefferson, I think, who talked about the wall, the separation between church and state. Madison was literally a disciple of Jefferson. So I don't buy your calling Madison a Calvinist. I don't think he was anything of the sort. Deist is probably closer to what he was.
It's very hard. So first of all, when we say liberty, for
You're
example,
back.
so you did a thing that people often do,
Hey,
where you
Stanley.
use freedom with power. Free speech is a freedom. The right to vote is a form of power. And so the assumption that you're making is that through getting the vote in the early 20th century in England and America, women made life better for themselves.
Do you think it's better that women got the vote?
First of all, I don't believe in actually voting at all.
Do you vote?
No. I believe that voting is providing this sort of almost kind of pornographic stimulus. It sort of becomes more like supporting your football team or something. It basically enables you to feel like you have a certain status. But the thing is, what does this power mean to you is really the most important question. And I think that what it means to most people today is that it provides a sort of meaning for them. It makes them feel relevant. It makes them feel like they matter in a sense. And I think that there's something deeply illusory that sort of goes up against the very, very important question of we need a government that is actually good and that actually works, and we don't have one.
So the solution that you propose it has to do with, like we've said multiple times now, installing, we call it a monarch, you call it a CEO figure, and the result of investing an individual with the power of a CEO would be hopefully a more efficient, more responsive, more effective.
These guys, I'm starting to think, I think economists make the worst social and cultural critics. And apparently computer people, IT guys, software engineers are the second worst. What they can't seem to understand, and economists and people like, computer people, is that government and democracy in particular is sloppy. Okay, you will not get efficiency from a human government. Expecting it is too much. The best you can do is try and make it more efficient, but achieving that efficiency or peak performance or what have you, um, he used the word illusory. That notion, that goal is illusory. Uh, hey, 12th man, uh,
Hey, Stanley,
and Linwood.
can I make an announcement?
Corporations or corporate
Hold on one sec. Let 12th man make his announcement.
Okay, some pictures made it into the top 5, and now we're making it into the finals, right? And that's another week. So I appreciate y'all holding it down and voting for my dog. It really means a lot to us. And like, we're in the top 5 now and going into the finals. So
Happy to
y'all really holding it down, and I really appreciate y'all for voting for Sam Fisher.
You're welcome.
Man,
So, Linwood, what say you?
I think anthropologists try to fix problems that they have caused.
Anthropologists
or economists, they typically try to solve problems that they've created.
I don't know that they personally created them, but I think they try I think economists basically try that they're capitalism wranglers. You know, capitalism, as efficient as they want to say markets are. They're kind of like roller coaster rides or bucking broncos. And these guys are constantly trying to understand it, trying to tame it, trying to, make it efficient. And it's those damn humans that keep fucking up their markets and their capitalism. So I don't know that I don't know that economists even have control of the economy. They just try and predict it and try and kind of keep it, on the reservation.
Hey, Stanley, would you share Sam Fisher's link? We're trying to make it into the finals now, dog. You know what I mean?
I will at some point, 12 man. So
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. How do you respond to that, Linwood?
But these the last conversation you had with the two suspected white supremacists about the conditions of Black people in the southern part of the United States, I find it laughable that you have two white people discussing what they have fundamentally caused, not them individually, but them being a part of a collective of people who have put Black people in particular, but all non-white people collectively under a condition of consistently having to beg them for all of our resources, all of our economics, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, can you hold that thought? Let me say hello to Tyrone. I definitely want to come back to your point because I have a reorientation that you might want to consider on that point. Tyrone, what's up, man?
What's going on, Stanley? Man, Linwood, everybody in the chat.
Love y'all.
I tell you what I'm doing, Tyrone. I'm going full geek here. I've been holding on to this video for days. Because you know, kind of getting into the political philosophy of what MAGA is. Essentially, what Yarvin is doing is trying to put an intellectual underpinning to MAGA, which is really just simple oligarchs using the common man to get to a position of power. So you know I won't make everyone suffer through this much longer. There is a pop the balloon at the end of this, but I think that Linwood brings up an interesting point. And the thing is, in my opinion, these two guys, the guy in the blue sweater here is the reporter for the New York Times. Yarvin is the person of interest. And I don't know how familiar you are with Curtis Yarvin. He was kind of fringe, and now that MAGA's ascendant again, he is kind of getting, his 15 minutes of fame. He's a straight out monarchist. He's basically wanting, if if the Supreme Court in MAGA wants a unitary executive, this guy wants, if he had his way, it would be some form of monarchy, or as he's calling it, a CEO. But I think monarchist is a better description of him. The one thing you need to note is when these two are sitting down talking, black people aren't even in the building. Okay, they are very willing to just basically assume that black people will go along as well as any other minorities. They are very white centric. They are very, if you want to use the term, white supremacists. Okay, they are talking Western culture here. They're not talking, street level politics. They're wanting to talk high level stuff. So that's my statement. As far as orientation, if you're expecting anything that, say a Neely Fuller acolyte could use in this conversation, you're not going to get it.
Well, Stanley, this country or whatever you want to call it that we live in, this system that we live under, has always been in favor of the white man.
Yeah, it
And
was
second of
designed by
all,
white men. Who else would it be in
Yes.
favor of?
And you talk about the founding
second
fathers.
of
Yeah,
all,
it was mainly written by white men.
Linwood, I have a question for you, Linwood.
Shoot.
What is your solution, since you like to always talk about the problems and what's going on? I want to know what is one of your solutions to what is going on with black people.
Well, black people are insane in the membrane because we have been functionally retarded. We have been put into a retarded position of thinking, speaking, and acting.
I don't want to hear that. I want to hear one of Linwood's solutions to the problem. I done heard enough of you talk about the problems. I want to know
Hey,
a solution.
Tyrone.
Okay.
One favor to ask though, once Linwood has given his solution, I'd like to hear yours.
All right, my solution is to replace white supremacy with justice. That means in a nutshell.
Okay, can we stop right there? Are you going to define what you think justice is?
Yes, justice
Good.
means in two parts: guaranteeing that no person is mistreated, and guaranteeing that the person who needs help the most gets the most constructive help. Now, for that to occur, one or two things have to happen. We have to force the white population into a choice. You're either going to stop your practice of mistreating people based on color, or you have to kill us all.
Okay, well let's stop right there. With what, if that were achievable and or even desirable, and I'm going to argue it's not desirable, just to show my hand. How are you going to force these people to do it? And I remind you that most black people won't agree with you.
Because most black people, Stanley, the most effective number of black people do not want change. They just want exchange.
Okay, well, if they want change, it wouldn't be a violent, change achieved through violence.
Either way, either you kill us or you stop the practice. White supremacy,
Okay, well,
racism
what I'm
will have to come
arguing
to an end.
actually is that even if the killing us part doesn't happen, the only way you're going to get what you want is through violence, not just threats of violence. You're actually going to have to do violence. And my point in bringing up, who's for it and who's against it, is you will probably find that 80% of black people aren't going to want to do what you want to do, mainly because it's not practical. Okay, it's not. I don't even think it's being lazy. It's just not practical. Why would you want, if you're doing okay under the present system, why do you want to, do violence to overthrow a system that you can't overthrow? We don't have the numbers. And even if we did have the numbers, I'm not sure that it's that desirable. I would also argue that justice happens most of the time. And justice, by the way, is a two-way street. Um, it may not, you will probably have words for someone who would make this next statement I'm going to make. But if you don't put yourself in harm's way, your chances of not getting harmed are higher. Oh, I'm sorry, your chances of not getting harmed are higher. Now there's two of you. What are you doing? Changing phones?
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, that's all right.
I just brought it as a solution because here's the thing. We don't want to keep talking about this 15, 20, 35 years down the line. We don't want to keep talking about it. Hell, I'm tired of talking about it. Either something has to be done or it's time to put up or shut up. It's either they're going to do this or we're going to force their hand. Because the one thing that the smartest, most powerful white people hate the most is that their economy is disturbed. They can't feed their offspring. And so either
Let me
or.
ask you a quick question.
Go ahead.
I basically, well, I guess maybe I'm belaboring the point, not giving Tyrone a chance to respond, but I do want to tell you right now that I think that you're probably making a mountain out of a molehill. Most black people get justice. Most black people, and a lot of it has to do with luck, but a lot of it also has to do with putting in the work ahead of time. I'm going to argue that there are no massive injustices that are happening currently to black people.
Yeah, what up, nigga?
So, Tyrone, why don't you go ahead and respond?
Well, first and foremost, I agree with what you say, Stanley. It starts in the home with the parents. And I don't think that we would ever accomplish anything again unless we start in the home.
Oh, absolutely.
You got to start in the home before you try to extend to the so-called community or neighborhood or whatever you want to call it.
Stanley's always said that it starts in the home. Since
It
day
does.
one.
It does. It does because you can raise your children wherever you want to raise them at or wherever you want to live at. It's what you instill in them. But at the same time, we as black people, we don't have a community anymore. We don't even have a neighborhood.
What do you mean?
It's more of a survival unit.
Well, you know what? I actually disagree with all of you on that. The reason I disagree is that why should we have a community? And let me develop this point right quick. And I'm not even saying I'm right. It's just what I'm thinking. We have gotten to a point let's just look at the foundational Black Americans, okay? Basically, Black Americans with roots that go back to the Civil War and before. They're not Caribbeans. I mean, you know who I'm talking about. I would say pretty much after the Great Migration, especially, Black people started losing their homogeneity. Okay, we had
What was that,
we
Stanley?
had a common kind of origin story in America, but as we started, going north and out west and all that stuff, the regions, the cultures, the subcultures basically changed a more homogeneous black culture. Now, the majority of black people still live in the South, but I would say even in the South, um, a black person in Atlanta, their culture will have a lot of commonality. But I would almost say you go right from Atlanta over to the Sea Island, St. Helena Island in South Carolina. You got two different Black Americans. And I know this because my mother's side of the family's from St. Helena, and I'm outside of Atlanta now. Went to school in the area. So just within 100, well, let's just say 200 miles, you have almost two different black cultures. So I don't what I'm saying is that when we talk about community, it's not like what we would describe as community even back in the 60s. Black people are a lot more individualistic now and can be. It's kind of, where we've evolved to be. What do you say to that, Tyrone and Linwood?
I say, in my opinion, that we were better off as a people before integration.
In what way? In what way?
In what
Being
way?
subjected to
You saying
being
what way,
humiliated,
Linwood?
being subjected to being killed. In what way
No,
were black
whoa,
people better off?
whoa. Before integration, if you want to talk about history or whatever you want to talk about, I'm not just talking about Tulsa. We had places in North Carolina, we had places in Atlanta, we had places in Chicago, we had places. It just wasn't one Black Wall Street. It was a whole bunch of Black Wall Streets, but they only talk about Tulsa. And the whole
Okay, well,
thing,
let me
the whole thing
interrupt you
about
right
it is,
quick, kind of orient you. There were more than one, successful community, other than Greenwood, but by and large, even those were rare. Okay,
but what I'm
your
saying
rank
is,
and
Stanley,
file, hold on one sec. Your rank and file black person in the South was nowhere near uh, a Black Wall Street or any sort of success like that. We were way more rural and isolated, especially in places like Alabama, where there were a lot of sharecropping. You weren't within striking distance of a Greenwood.
but still, when you sharecrop, Stanley, you had more of a sense of pride about yourself as a person, as a people.
I don't agree with that. You were constantly owing, the owner of the plantation or the farm. You were always in debt to them.
We in debt now, Stanley.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not in debt.
Yes, you are.
So
You have
I
a
don't
credit card.
know. I
Do you
don't
have a
know
credit
that
card?
that's so much true.
Do you
But
have
let
a
me
credit
let me
card?
let me remind you of the type of debt that I'm talking about.
Stanley, debt is
Okay,
debt.
hold
You don't
on.
have to remind me of
Let
anything.
me
Debt is
give
debt.
you a
Are you in debt
historical
right
point.
now?
Let me give you a historical point here. The debt that
Historical,
you,
whatever, it's still
okay,
debt.
I need you to listen to what I'm going to say because it's very important to your point.
And I
Okay,
need you to listen too.
the
And I'm gonna
type
need
of
you to
debt
listen too. I'm gonna
Okay,
need you to
the
listen too,
type of
Stanley.
debt that you're talking about tied you to that landowner. It tied you to the farm. Okay,
The debt now that you
you
have
have
ties you
the
to
type
the
of debt.
landowner, which is the
Hold on,
government.
Tyrone. You must
Brother,
hear
let, let,
this.
let, let's hear each other out.
You
Let's hear each other
must
out.
hear this. I'm not going to give you the choice. Okay,
What do you mean you're not
this.
gonna give me a
I need
choice?
you
What
to
are you talking about?
understand
The debt you have
the
now is
type of
tied.
debt. Okay, the type of debt that you're talking about is not analogous to the type of debt that a sharecropper would have back in the early 20th century. Essentially, the debt you had as a sharecropper back then, you couldn't travel. Okay, you couldn't say, hey, I'm going somewhere to find a better job or anything like that. You were tied to that landowner, you were tied to that land. Okay, debt today, like, hey, oh, hey, I've got a large charge card bill and I can't pay it. That's not gonna tie you to a job and prevent you from getting a better paying job. So the debts you're talking about, they're not analogous.
Stanley, I want you to listen tonight. It does not matter, Stanley. Debt is debt. If you owe
No, I
somebody,
don't
that is
agree
what
with
is
you there.
called debt,
Okay, well
regardless.
we're not gonna agree on that point.
You don't have to agree, but that's what debt is. You owe somebody.
Okay,
The
well, what I'm
the
gonna say,
sharecropping system primarily was another form of slavery.
you're comparing that type of comparison basically is gonna shit on
It's
your own
debt,
argument.
Stanley. It's debt. You still owe somebody.
Okay, well, if you want to be that unnuanced, I'll
I
let you
mean,
be.
well, let me say this, please, guys. Sharecropping was another form of slavery. It was another form of debt. So
That
Linwood,
and
black people
that and
never
Linwood.
that and
had
Stop with
that
the
and
sharecropping
black
peonage.
people
bullshit.
never were
We don't
able
want to
The
hear about
to have
sharecropping.
peonage
Hear
was
about
a
financial
problem, but
prosperity
it's
authoritarianism.
kind of a
of
separate problem.
that
You work
Constitution of the
on
United
your
States.
fucking job. You
I
work
mean,
on
let's
your
look at.
fucking job
Let's
as a
go up.
slave now.
I mean,
You
let's
work
be
on
Okay,
your
honest, guys.
job
Tyrone,
as a
you need to
slave
Guys,
stop
now.
over
I'm
talking.
almost done reading a book called "The Black Tax" by Andrew Carl, which talked about 150 years of exploitation of black people when it comes to property taxes. And when Stanley talked about South Carolina, there's a little island on the South Carolina coast that used to be for black people, but real estate developers came in, took the
Oh yeah,
land from
that's
black people.
Defusky Island.
Yes, took that land from black people and developed that land and taxed them out, priced them out of their own land. And there were countless and
Oh, and
countless and countless
it's still
organizations,
happening.
and countless organizations tried to save their land, but they didn't have the money nor the resources to keep the land in their own
Right, but
families.
let me stop you right there because it's really getting away from Tyrone's point. The point about being better off um, um, during Jim Crow. I want to stay there for a minute because
Well,
I
Stanley,
honestly think,
that's more of the romanticizing that black
well, yeah,
conservatives do.
but I want to talk about it, just to get Tyrone's point because I don't agree that we were better off. I think being tied to your landowner, sometimes by written contract, like if you decided that, hey, I want to go to somewhere else because that landowner is going to give me more money. It's a better deal. And you picked up and left in the middle of the night. The original landowner could send the sheriff after you and drag you back to that piece of land and force you to work it. Okay, I just don't see how that's a better deal. Now, not everyone was in that situation. I understand that. I'm not saying it was even that widespread, but I don't know how you can justify saying that, you know, that pre 1964 was better than it is now. I I really don't believe that at all.
So Stanley, did black people not have their own hotels, their own hospitals, their own grocery stores, their own restaurants, their own water fountains, their own whatever?
Well, two
What I'm
things.
trying to say,
I
what I'm
have
trying to
two
say,
answers to that. You asked me the question, let me answer it. The answer is yes, they did have them. We still have them. That we still have our own grocery stores and that sort of thing. And
where,
the other,
where,
hold on,
where?
the other
Name me a
part.
black grocery store.
Okay, let me finish, please.
Name me a black grocery
The
store.
other part of that answer, Tyrone, is that what choice did we have but to have our own?
Exactly. So when
Okay, well,
who
freedom,
decided? Who
not
decided?
having a choice, not
Can I
having
ask
a
you a question,
choice.
Stanley?
Okay,
So
not having a choice is not better.
not having a choice. We had a choice. The
No,
choice
I don't
was
think we did.
either we
God
get
damn
our
it,
own,
Tyrone,
either we get our own, or we
you're not
keep dealing
giving
with them.
yourself time enough to absorb what I'm saying. I'm
Man, I'm
saying
absorbing everything you're
we had
saying.
all those things, but we did not have a choice.
What do
We
you mean
had
we didn't have
to
a choice?
we
We
had
did have a
to
choice.
have our own grocery store because we couldn't shop in a white grocery store. We didn't have a
Exactly.
choice.
Exactly.
Okay, well, how is that better?
That's just like the Mexicans have their
Okay,
grocery
please
stores.
answer my question.
Hold
How
on,
is
Stanley. Let me say
how
this, Stanley.
is that?
Hold on.
I
You just
need
got
you
through
to
talking. Let me
answer my
talk.
question.
Stanley, let
How
me
is
talk.
that
I'm about to
better?
answer your question.
How is
I'm about
not
to answer your
having
question.
choices better?
Stanley, the Mexicans have their grocery stores. The
Okay,
Asians have their
The
grocery
Mexicans were
stores.
in
Tyrone,
the worst condition
you're
than the
Hold
not
on, Stanley.
holding a
Let me
minority.
finish, man. Why
Tyrone.
you won't let me
You are
finish?
not you are not doing well in your argument. What do
You won't
Mexicans
let me
have to
finish.
do?
You talking
What
about not
do
doing well in the
Mexicans
argument?
have
How
to
can I
do
do
with
well in the argument if you
you know
won't let
what?
me
I
finish?
hate having these sorts of discussions
Let
because
let
they
me say
just
this.
get
Can I
sloppy.
please say this? Can I please say
What
this?
do
Linwood.
Here's the
Mexicans
thing.
He's
what
not
do
gonna let us
Mexicans
say anything, Linwood. He's
Well,
not
wait a
gonna let
minute.
us say
okay,
Wait a
anything.
minute. Hold on, because
dude,
I want to put
okay,
some
it's
context
gonna
into
be
this.
orderly or it just won't be.
It's not
Okay,
orderly, Stanley. You're not
my
being
question
orderly.
to you is why are you bringing up Mexicans?
Man, because they have grocery stores, Stanley.
Did they have grocery stores back
Asians
during the
have
time
grocery
period
stores.
we're talking about?
They have their own little
Okay,
pockets of
Tyrone,
community.
you know what?
Man,
I'm gonna
can I
have to
say what I have to
disengage
say,
here.
Stanley? Can
Tyrone,
I please
you
say what I have to
no
say? And
no
you
no
can
no.
refute.
Tyrone, I'm gonna do
You
you
can
one
refute
better.
me after I say what I say, Stanley.
Tyrone, Tyrone,
Can I
I'm gonna
say
do
what I
you
have to
one
say,
better.
Stanley? Can I
Tyrone, I'm gonna
say
do you
what I
one
have to
better.
say, Stanley?
Tyrone, I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to let you finish what you're saying, and I'm just going to not even bother pushing back because your argument is not cogent. So you go ahead and finish your argument, and then we will just move on because I can't get you to make a cogent argument. Mexicans have nothing to do with the Jim Crow South.
You don't want to listen to anybody else,
Okay,
and that's
I need you
bullshit.
to just go ahead and finish.
No.
I need you
I need you.
I need you to go ahead and finish. You say I won't let you finish. Now I'm asking you to finish so we can move on into something more productive because I can't seem to convince you that your argument isn't doing what you think it's doing.
Take this like that.
Yes, I
No,
can.
you're not gonna
You
do
go
it.
ahead
You're
and
not gonna
finish,
do it.
Tyrone. Go ahead and
No.
finish.
Are you gonna let me finish?
I'm not only going to let you finish,
Are you gonna let me finish?
I'm not going to even respond when you're done.
I know because you think that you're above me, and you don't
No,
think that
I
what I'm
think I have
saying
a
is
better
relevant.
argument.
You
I
don't
think
think what
I
I'm
have.
saying is relevant, so
Go
I'm
ahead
not
and
even gonna
finish,
say what I
Tyrone.
was gonna say.
Go ahead
So
and
carry
finish,
on,
Tyrone.
Stanley. You got it.
Please
I don't
finish,
even want to say
Tyrone.
what I was gonna say. You
Go ahead
got
and
it.
finish.
No, you go ahead. You got it.
Um,
I
I
digress.
don't think
I'm going
I
on
don't
mute.
think I don't think Mexicans have anything to do with this conversation.
I mean, well, I do want to put some context into this, what the gentleman is saying. Mexican, those so-called people classified as Mexicans, they were pretty much invisible. They were dealing with their own fight in California and on the West Coast, being exploited,
And
not being
therefore
paid
are
decent
not
pay.
even relevant to this conversation.
They're not relevant to the conversation, but they are, however,
Okay, I don't care about it.
what I
Okay?
want to
If
say,
they're
what I
not
want to say
relevant,
is,
how are they advancing a point?
well, Stanley, let me get there. Because the gentleman talks about they had their own stores, they had their own that is so cliche, and it's an easy thing to go to. Most of those people who own their own stores, they couldn't even afford to hire the people in the communities. Just like Tulsa, Oklahoma. You couldn't, if you can't afford to hire somebody, you're a sole proprietor, which means you're not really a business. You're a one-person business. That's not bettering the people. Black people and other non-white people, particularly black people in that region of the United States, can't even get a bank loan to open up their businesses, to even prosper. They were given half as much. They was given a quarter as much for less of everything. This is why the Brown v. Board education was all about. It wasn't about us going to school with white people. It was the fact that with every dollar, for every $5 in the southern part of the United States, schools that were occupied by white people got $5 for every pupil. A school occupied by non-white people, in this case black people, $1 or $1.25 per every pupil. When you saw the schools occupied by non-white students, the schools looked raggedy and looked jinky. Half the time they couldn't even go to school because there was not enough room for capacity. I mean, I live in Virginia, and I'm not even far from Prince Edward County, Virginia, where Barbara Johns had the walkout.
Okay, can I stop you right there
Go right
because
ahead.
I'm lost. I'm trying to figure out what this has to do with Tyrone's point.
It doesn't, because
Okay, well then if it
Stanley is
doesn't,
the
why are we even
romanticized.
talking
What I want to
about
say,
it?
man, I want to say, Stanley, is what Tyrone does, and like many other black conservatives, they romanticize Jim Crow as it was just some great thing and black people had prosperity. But the reality is they go to cherry picking. Oh, we had a black store, we had black schools. We were forced into that. We were forced into having mediocre things to serve our people because we couldn't get support from the state. The state was anti-black and anti-other things. So we were forced into these positions, not because we wanted to. We were forced into it.
Man, you sound ignorant, man. You know what that you
I'm not
know what
sounding-
that
I'm not
you know
sounding-
you
I'm
know
not
you know
sounding
how you
ignorant.
sound.
We
You
would not have
sound like
HBCUs.
black
We would not
people
have
don't have
HBCUs.
the capabilities or the capacity or the know-how to rent anything. And I don't like when people do that shit about black people.
Tyrone, I understand that.
Black people invented a lot of shit. Black people invented a lot of things. And for you to sit there and say, that bullshit that you're saying, man, that's some bullshit,
I'm gonna be honest
Linwood.
with you, Tyrone. I'm not gonna sit here and disagree with you.
That's some
I'm not gonna disagree with you.
that's some real goddamn Uncle Tom shit.
Well, sir, the Uncle Tomism is romanticizing Jim Crow.
Not Uncle Tom. I take that back. Uncle Tom was good. I'm gonna take
What
that
I'm
back.
saying is, it's hard to hear that at times when you have set a mindset that everything is all peaches and cream under segregation. Segregation did not benefit black people; it benefited white people.
Segregation.
Because they're the ones who had all the resources.
Segregation should have never happened. Segregation should have never happened. Because if you look at it, we the only people running around right now, black people running around talking about, oh, we want to be inclusive, when every other ethnicity and nationality has their own communities and neighborhoods with their own stores, their own everything in it.
Well, let me explain that. The only reason why they have
we are the only people. We the only people. We the only people that look to spend our money with everybody else but our own.
Let me interject one thing here. There are plenty of places in the South. Like if there are places in the South that have their own grocery stores and that sort of thing. Places like St. Helena Island. There are places in South Georgia. It's not unheard of, is my point. And the other thing is there are plenty of places in America where where there are mixed communities and it's not all Chinese and Chinese businesses and that sort of thing. I think there are plenty of exceptions to what you're saying, so I wouldn't depend on that to make a solid point.
Stanley, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
When was the last time you seen a Mexican or Asian or whatever other ethnicity buy soul food in the hood, as opposed to
Well,
our
let
people
me let
suffering,
me help
as
you out
opposed to
here.
our
I'm not the
people.
best. I'm not the best person to ask because I've never even lived in the hood. I wasn't born there.
You
I
don't have to
don't.
live in the hood.
You know
You don't have
more.
to live in the hood
I
to see
know.
what happens,
I
Stanley.
couldn't tell you because I haven't been to the hood to buy soul food.
You don't have to live in the hood to see what happens,
I
Stanley.
haven't been to the hood lately to witness anybody
You don't
buying
have to
soul
live in
food.
the hood to witness that.
So
Do
that,
you order Chinese
what I'm
food?
saying, I guess
Do
what I'm
you order
saying is I
Chinese
can't
food?
answer the
Do
question
you order Chinese food?
rarely.
Well,
Do you
Tyrone,
order
Rarely.
Mexican food? Do you order
Tyrone,
Mexican food? Do
Pretty
you
rarely.
order Mexican?
Okay,
Hold on,
can I
little one.
Stanley
Little
doesn't
God
one.
strike
damn it?
me as
Let me answer the question.
Do you order
Rarely.
Mexican?
Tyrone, I'm not the best person to ask. I live in a small Georgia town. So,
Stanley, you can't live in no more of a smaller Georgia town than what I live in. I'm
I
in
bet
Georgia too.
Stanley
what
doesn't eat
I'm
that
You
saying,
much
can't live in
Chinese
no more
don't
food.
of a
interrupt.
smaller town than I live
12
in.
man, hold on one sec. I'm saying you asked me when's the last time I saw a Mexican or an Asian buying soul food? It's been, you know what? There's one soul food restaurant in
Never,
town. There's
never,
one soul
never.
food restaurant
You
in
never
town,
seen that. You
and the
never
most
seen
of
it.
the people,
You
most of the
never seen it.
people, okay, most of the people in that soul food restaurant, when I go, are white and black working class. We don't have that many Asians in the town. You will see a Mexican every now and again.
Never seen it, yes or no?
An incident of what?
Have you ever seen it, yes or no?
Yeah.
Have you?
Not, I don't know that I would recall an Asian in a soul food restaurant, but yeah, Mexicans, yeah. White, black, yeah.
let
Hey,
me also.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like where I'm at, so I'm in the Carolinas, and where I'm at, you see all kinds of people doing. Like you'll see Asians with with their stores. You'll see black people with their stores serving all kinds of food. Um, I don't live too far from. I don't know if you know about the Geechee Gully people. They got their own
Gullah,
little thing
Gullah.
going.
Yeah, I know the Gullah
Yeah,
people because my mother's family's from St. Helena.
you got all types of food trucks from all different groups. So I get like I don't know. I understand what like my reality is a little bit different, but
I
I
think
do see it in other places.
just to finish up, Tyrone, I don't disagree with you saying about communities having, their own businesses and stuff like that. But it is not ubiquitous, and I don't think it is that pervasive. Like I said, I'm in a town where there's maybe one or two Asian restaurants in the whole town, and you might find anybody there. Hell, there'll be Mexican cooks in the Chinese restaurant.
Well, Stanley, I understand where Tyrone is coming from a little bit because you don't see no
I want to put some perspective
oxtails
on
and
Okay,
this conversation.
12 man,
cornbread
I
and
appreciate you don't
stuff
need to
like
go
that.
you don't need to go farther. I understand that you understand what Tyrone is saying. That's good. I don't agree to the extent that you do, obviously. I'm not saying he's wrong, but I'm not saying he's that right either. What you're doing, you're not making the point to the extent you think you are, Tyrone.
I'm not trying to make a point, Stanley. I'm just saying that we had our own. There's not a point to be made. The whole thing is
I don't
every
know
every
if your
every
point,
other. Why can't I
it
finish
sounds like
talking,
your point
Stanley?
is we had our own.
Why can't I finish
But we
talking,
didn't
Stanley?
have we didn't have a choice but to have our own because no one else was going to let us use theirs or even visit.
So what's so wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it. I'm just saying how it was. If what I'm saying, I think the advantage we have in 2025 that we didn't have in 1935, right or wrong, good or bad, we have more choices.
So Stanley, can I ask you this? I just want to know this right here. If somebody does not want you in their restaurant and say that you have to come to the back door to get your food or whatever, or you can't stay in their hotels when you're on the road traveling, or you can't do this or you can't do that, can I ask you this? If we had our own this and own that, what was the problem of us as a people patronizing our own people and what we
Okay,
had?
well, the problem with your argument is that, say I was in the middle of New Mexico in 1934, I'd be sleeping in my car because there weren't a lot
Yeah,
of black
yeah,
people out there.
they had
Okay,
what you
let me
call the
finish,
green book.
Tyrone.
They had what
Let
you
me
call the
finish,
green book.
Tyrone.
Come on,
All I'm
Stanley.
saying is we might have had our own, but we didn't have our own everywhere. You could wind up
We
in a
did, but we
place,
had our own.
you could wind up in a place where we didn't have our own and none of us were there.
Okay, we could have stretched out and put places there too, Stanley. Like
Okay,
every
well,
other
let me ask
ethnicity,
you a
like
question.
every other ethnicity has done,
Okay,
Stanley.
well, then if you're
Why can't
advocating,
we? My
if
question
you're
is, my question to
advocating,
you,
if
my
you're
question to you is this,
advocating,
Stanley. Why
okay,
can't black
Tyrone,
people do for themselves?
Tyrone, you're not very good when you lose a point. You just want to go on forever. What I'm saying is that if you're in a place where we weren't there and we didn't have our own, you are going to suffer having to sleep in the car. There are times when we didn't have our own because none of us were there to have our own. How do you deal with that? That doesn't happen today.
Stanley, white people sleep in their cars in New
Well,
Mexico
man,
too.
your point is irrelevant and not very much appreciated.
Stanley.
Let me
Yes,
let me
sir.
let me bring this to the table here, because I've heard a lot of great things here. Let me explain this. The people who are classified as non-black, non-white, the reason why and I'm gonna get back to this point. The reason why they have their businesses is
Nigga, have
because
you
the
had
white
your wake
people,
up call yet?
because the
Have
white
you had your
people.
nigga wake up call?
Let me
Let
hold
him,
on. Wait
let
a
him
minute. I let
finish,
you talk. I
Tyrone.
let you
Have
talk.
you
I
had
let you
your
talk.
nigga? Have
Tyrone,
I
you
let
had
let you
him
your
talk.
nigga
finish.
wake up
I let you
call?
talk.
Hey,
I let you talk.
Tyrone, let the
I
man
let you
finish.
talk.
Hey,
I
he's
let you talk.
definitely Solid Snake
Nobody won't let
2.0.
you motherfucking finish. What the fuck you mean? Let him finish.
Wait a minute.
You
Hold
wouldn't
on. Let
even
me
let
explain
me
Well,
it.
fucking
goddamn,
finish.
Tyrone, what did the man do
When
to you?
when black people were going into
How
those
the fuck
banks
you
to
gonna
ask
let
for business
Linwood
loans,
finish and you wouldn't let me fucking finish,
You know
Stanley?
what? I'm
What the
affording him the
fuck?
same opportunity I
I'm
gave
a
you.
fucking man like he is. I
wait,
want the
well,
Okay,
same fucking respect
Tyrone,
he
the
gets.
man was
I
talking
want to
and
be able
you
I want to be able to finish too,
Tyrone,
Stanley.
he was talking and you
I was
interrupted him.
talking
Let him
too,
finish.
Stanley. I was fucking talking too.
I understand, brother.
What the
I understand.
fuck?
I'm not treating
Damn.
you discourteously, but those same black people who went to those banks trying to get a loan to open up their business, they couldn't. But somebody that came to this country that didn't even have a lick of credit could get a business loan, and that was done on purpose. And even one person that I listened to said it out loud. Her parents, who came from Vietnam, had no credit, had no nothing that we have here in the States. They were allowed to get a business loan to start their convenience store, but they were not allowed to have the business in the district and where the bank was. They were steered to having their businesses where black people were located. You see what I'm saying?
When was this?
It was the redlining of their
Whoa, 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 whoa. When? Okay, so this isn't a recent event.
no, this is
I'm
like what
out,
was going on
y'all.
around
Take care,
this
Stanley. Peace
this
out,
is what
Jesus.
was
bro.
going on. This is what happened during the civil rights movement to take the focus off of the civil rights movement by propping up other non-whites. When Richard Nixon back then was talking about we need to talk about business and black businesses, that was to neutralize the political black movement by ingratiating us with so-called black capitalism, which
Gotcha. Okay, well
Dr. Jared Bell
let's not
calls.
get too far afield from the
Now,
original point.
I want to go back to the original
Tyrone's
point. I do
Tyrone's
want.
point was that these days Black people don't have their own like ecosystems like Asians might or Mexicans might.
They
I'm
don't have an
saying that
ecosystem either. They're under permission to get those ecosystems. The very moment that they step out of line, they will lose that ecosystem. Their
okay,
ecosystem's
well,
primarily to
well,
basically beat up on. It's a cost. It's a divide and conquer tactic.
okay, well, I don't know that I agree with that. And my response to Tyrone is that that might be true, but in a place like where I live, where it's a fairly mixed community, there are places where Tyrone is absolutely right, but there are plenty of exceptions where it's more mixed, and it doesn't matter who owns the grocery store as long as the prices are cheap. And my overall point is that 2025 today, February what 6th, 2025 is better than February, 6th, 1925 in the South. We had our own stuff, which wasn't as good as the white stuff, by the way, because we didn't have a choice but to have our stuff. It was either have our own stuff or have nothing. So I'm done with that rant. Any response?
So Stanley,
Yes,
you
sir.
trying to tell me? Are you trying to tell me that you would rather shop, cohabitate, or whatever you want to call it, with somebody else other than your own people?
If the prices are cheaper, yes, because my own people are gonna have to have good deals. It may not be worth it to spend $10 more, on an item, just to support my people.
So we spend hundreds of dollars more with them because we're looking at the
Actually, you're
materialistic
spending
and the
less.
name of
You're
and the
spending less
name of
with white
something.
people because they own industries. You're talking a small black business who's not even trading on the New York Stock Exchange, where they
Man,
have to pay a lot more
damn the
money.
stock exchange, man. Are you on the
They have
stock exchange,
wait, hold on,
Linwood?
wait a minute. Excuse me, hold on.
Are you on the
They have
stock
to pay.
exchange?
They have to pay a lot more for their goods and
Linwood, are
services.
you on the stock exchange?
That's just an example. I'm not on the New York
Are
Stock
you
Exchange.
on the stock
What I'm
exchange,
saying, what
Linwood?
I'm saying is,
Are
what
you
I'm
on the
saying,
stock exchange?
Tyrone. What
If
I'm
you're not on
saying
the stock
is,
exchange,
Tyrone.
get
What
the
I'm
fuck
saying,
up talking
Tyrone.
about the stock exchange.
What
What
I'm
I'm talking
talking
about
about,
is
Tyrone.
local business. That's our
And
fucking
local
problem
businesses
as
and
black
local
people.
businesses have
We don't think locally. We think
98%.
nationally. And we
But
got to get out of that.
98%,
We got
yes,
to
sir.
get out of that thought process.
98% of small
Wait,
businesses fail
say
their
that
first
again,
year.
Tyrone. We need to think what?
We got to get off of the national thinking and onto local thinking. Local
Well, we are a
politics,
global economy.
local politics is more important than national politics.
Yes, it
I agree with
Especially
that.
in your city, if you want something to change.
I agree with that.
But as I was saying earlier, when you're talking about a black business, and I've had experience with some black businesses too, where the stuff is much more expensive to get than it is if I went to Walmart.
So how much is Michael Kors? How much is Michael Kors? How much is Gucci? They're not going down on their prices. So why do you look for a discount from black people? And why do black people? And why do black people when
Wait,
black
who's
people
talking about
have
a discount?
fucked up service? When black people have fucked up service from another black person, they talk mad shit about it. But you done
Well,
had fucked up
I'm not.
service from
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm
McDonald's,
not talking crap about the
KFC,
business.
Waffle
I
House,
am saying,
but you still
however, that black
continuously go back
businesses.
there. You still
I am
continuously go
saying
back
that
there.
black businesses are at a
So why don't
disadvantage
you
at
treat?
trying to retain customers. They are at a disadvantage when they talk about
Well, let
customers
me give
because
you a good example, Tyrone. Now, when I say I'm not talking like pennies cheaper or $1 cheaper, I'm talking like, making it worth my while to, not buy local. Let me give you a good local example. There's a soul food restaurant that's opened in town, and my buddy and I, maybe once or twice a month, we'll go out to breakfast, and usually it's the Waffle House. Well, this new place opened up, and it's probably a little more expensive than the Waffle House, but the food is tremendous. And I haven't been to the Waffle House in 6 months because I always go back to this black lady. It's black owned. Her food is excellent. It's a little bit more expensive than a Waffle House would be, but you know what? I'm going there. The food is just that much more, and it's not that much more expensive than a Waffle House. So,
Hell, Papa
it all
Do's and Ruth
depends
Chris.
on the difference in price.
Papa
Now if
Do's
she
and
was
Ruth Chris
charging
got
twice
different
as
prices.
much,
We go
if she
there.
was charging
We,
twice as much as Waffle House, I would go to Waffle House. But she's not. It's reasonable.
I get you, Stanley. What I'm saying is we got to start patronizing our own people, and when they mess up, we got to tell them. We got to leave whatever responses, remarks, or whatever. But we
Hmm.
just can't stop messing with them because we continuously go back to these other businesses and patronize them, even though they messed our order up or it wasn't right this time or that time. We continuously go back.
Well, let me give you another good example. I had a water heater go out last, damn, it's probably a year ago now. And I had, how you just get, I had like three different plumbers, three different estimates. And it just so happened that the black plumber, who I will always go back to, I don't give a fuck whether he's more expensive or not. This dude knew what he was doing. His price happened to be cheaper this time. The white plumber, and I'm being real crude here, but the plumber who was working for a company, he wasn't an independent plumber. The black plumber actually was an independent. Um, but anyway, his price was cheaper, but what he did was so fast and so good, so efficient that at this stage of the game, I really don't care if he was charging $200 more. I'm not going to even shop around. I trust this guy implicitly. So this is I think you have to do it case by case. I'm not going to set a hard and fast rule that, oh, the black business always gets my business. But once that black business proves that, oh shit, this dude is way superior, I'm not gonna shop around from now on. When I need plumbing, I'm going to this guy. I'm not gonna even wonder if his price is fair or more expensive. I want this guy in my house, doing his magic. Period.
Oh,
Don't care about
I
price.
can go with that, Stanley. But what I hate to hear is when black people or whoever says, "Oh, the Mexicans this, the Mexicans that." Hey, man, it's hardworking black men out here. It's hardworking white men. It's hardworking all other kinds of men, ethnicities of
Right.
men out here. You know what I mean? Maybe
Right.
you ran across somebody black that didn't live up to their reputation or your expectations, but don't say that they work harder than us because I've been working all my motherfucking life and I don't think
Wait,
I'm
who
a
said that?
Mexican. Hey, Stanley, I'm a Mexican. I'm a black Mexican. I don't think no Mexican can outwork me or do the same work I do, quality, the whole nine. That's what
Right.
it's about. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Well, I
I
would
hate to
never
hear
say
black people
something like
say,
that.
"Oh, I got the Mexicans to do it because of this or that." It's good black people out here that work.
But let me tell you one more thing about this plumber, and one of the reasons that I wouldn't even bother calling anybody else. The other thing that I loved is he had his young nephew as his apprentice. So this is an older black plumber training the younger black plumber who happens to be his relative to take his place at some point or start his own business, etc. I loved seeing that. So this is the kind of dude I want to do business with. And again, I wouldn't even, you know, I don't know that I would bother shopping around. I don't need plumbers that often. So this guy was doing everything right, making us proud. If I want to make that sort of argument. Um, However, what I'm saying is that um, it's not always possible to, to shop, our own grocery stores, et cetera, et cetera. We had no choice 100 years ago but to shop our own, whether the price was high or whether the price wasn't, because we weren't given a choice. Today is better because we actually do have choices and we can freely make them. I think I don't buy the argument that life was better during Jim Crow.
Well, that's my opinion. I just feel like I
Well,
don't
no,
think
I
that water.
respect your opinion. Don't get me wrong. I
I don't think
respect
that
your opinion.
water. I don't think that water was any color. The ice was any color. None of that. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck about a white water fountain or a black water fountain. As long as that motherfucker work and some water come out of there and I can
Well,
quench my thirst it doesn't motherfucking matter.
Well, that's the difference. Going around to the back of a restaurant, that would hurt my pride a bit.
Well, we had our own restaurant where you could have went in the front door and ordered you some food. That's all I'm saying. And when we go to their restaurant, we gotta add salt, pepper, all kind of seasonings. when our motherfucking restaurants already had the seasoning. That's all the fuck I'm saying. I mean, I don't give a fuck where nobody spend their money at, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is we had our own everything like everybody else had
Right.
their
But
own
what I
everything.
want to
That's
say,
it.
is yes, in the South we were lucky. There were other parts of the country where black people were not so lucky to have.
It wasn't nowhere. It wasn't
And
nowhere in the U.S.
arguably,
It wasn't nowhere in the U.S.
arguably,
where
Jim
black
There
people
Crow.
was a
where
there was
black
a
people didn't have
publication
their
called the
own
Green.
city.
There was a publication called the Green Book,
Yes,
and
Exactly.
we
where
we know
Where black
about it.
people
the
could
Green
stay.
Book
Where black people could
had to
stay.
tell you where to
Hotels,
go.
restaurants they could eat at, the whole nine when they travel. I understand that, Lynn Will. But what I'm saying is I still say that we as a people were better off segregated than integrated. And I say, fuck Martin Luther King and his dream. That was his dream. That wasn't my motherfucking
Well,
dream.
Martin Luther King was not really that dream was not Dr. King's. That
It
dream
wasn't
was
my dream. It
proposed on
wasn't.
him
That
by
would be your.
these
That would be
Well,
your
you know
reference.
what? I
That
don't
would
know.
be your
I don't know
reference
that it
dream.
serves the purpose to talk about yourself. You weren't living during that time, and if
But
you'll
still,
recall,
I don't agree. I don't
Martin
agree
Luther
with another
King,
man saying. I
Martin
don't agree with
Luther
another
King
man
was
telling
not
us
that
how we should
popular back.
live. Fuck him. Fuck
Martin
King.
Luther King
Fuck
was
Martin Luther
not that
King.
popular. Was not that
Fuck
popular
Martin
during
Luther
his
King.
own.
Fuck
Okay,
Martin
God
Luther
damn it!
King.
I don't know why you have to talk.
Fuck that pimp. Fuck that pimp. He was fucking
Okay,
white
how
bitches. He was
about
fucking white
let me make a
bitches.
point?
The whole nine.
We
They
we
all was
don't take
tripping.
well,
what you
They
think of
well,
all
Martin
was
Luther
tripping.
King
this
now.
this is the
I
Tyrone show
want
right
to
now.
point
I'm
out
assuming.
that Martin Luther King was not that
Martin Luther
popular.
King was tripping.
Martin Luther King was not that popular during his own time. So I don't know what purpose it serves for you to go fuck this, fuck that in 2025. It's more performance. You're given more heat than light.
And then at the end of the
I
day, he
would say
said,
this in
I think I
2025.
led my people into a burning
I don't
house.
think.
That
I
nigga,
don't
that
think.
nigga led
I
that nigga set us back.
I want to say something coherent here. I don't think things have changed in 2025 at all. I think what you have is much more
Man,
refined.
King set
Because
us back. Do
if
you
you
think
look at the
King set us
South,
back, Linwood?
because
Linwood.
if you look at the
Linwood.
South today,
Linwood.
if you look at the South today, black people are in a political plantation system.
Ain't no political plantation.
We make up 56 to 60% of the
do you
population
understand about
regionally.
Dred Scott? Has the Dred Scott case ever been overturned?
Well, I don't think so.
Has the Dred Scott case ever been overturned? And if it hasn't, that's all you need to know.
Actually, hold on one second. The Dred Scott case was basically overturned by the.
It wasn't overturned, Stanley. It was
Okay,
never overturned,
listen to
Stanley.
what I'm gonna say, sir.
It was never
Before you
overturned,
interrupt.
Stanley. It was
Okay,
never
dude,
overturned,
you
Stanley.
need to let me finish.
No.
The Dred Scott case was basically overturned by the 14th Amendment.
Citizen. You got that?
The Dred Scott case was basically overturned by the 13th and 14th Amendments. The part about black people not being citizens, that went away with the 14th Amendment. That was the upshot of the Dred Scott case. Roger Taney said black people have no rights, that the white man need respect, or something like that. 14th Amendment overturned. You need to know this, Tyrone.
I'm not black, Stanley.
But when I'll just say this, even in the South today, I don't think much has changed, because today black people are in a political plantation system in the Deep South, where not a single black person is elected statewide in any of the
Where
southern
is this?
states.
Wait, say
In
that
the
again?
South. In the South.
No, that's not true. There's states. You mean like state
I'm talking about
senators?
statewide. With the exception of Virginia, that's
Okay,
the only state.
whoa. You mean like in the executive branch?
I'm talking attorney general. I'm talking state comptroller. I'm talking anything that's statewide that has nothing to do with the legislative branch.
Well, North Carolina had a lieutenant governor.
Oh, that guy, Mr.
Well,
Mini
he's
Soldier.
black, isn't he?
That's a question.
And I think it's rather
he
odd.
said he want to own some slaves.
Hold on, because you're wrong. Okay, now the thing is there's Tim Scott in South Carolina. There was Mark Robinson, Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina. There is Winifred. Is it what's Winsome? I can't remember her last name. She's the Lieutenant Governor of Virginia.
Winsome Sears, that's here.
Yeah,
That's here in
and
Virginia.
Doug Williams, not Doug Williams, Doug
Wilder was governor.
Yeah, so I mean, now the problem is that the statewide officials in the South currently are all Republicans. There are probably more that I can't recall, but there are at least 3 that I can name off the top of my head.
But I'm talking as far as the South overall, as far as when you go deeper in the South, like Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, there's not a single black person elected statewide.
So what? Are you saying?
I'll tell you what.
Well, hold on. Are you saying it's impossible? It couldn't happen?
No, because I mean, even in Alabama, for instance, 77% of white people vote Republican, and black people's voting population
so
is
my
not
point
even
is,
enough
I
to
think it could
overcompensate that.
happen. It would just have to be a black Republican.
And we all know that a black Republican is more dangerous than a white conservative. Way more dangerous.
You know what? I'm going to kind of disagree with you there. I'm going to actually say that black progressives are just as dangerous as black Republicans.
Black progressives ain't got no power here. Black progressives are nothing like
not in the South. Not in the South, but you made a general point, and I'm basically saying I disagree. I think that your white liberal point is well taken. I don't disagree with it. I just think that black progressives are more dangerous.
How so? They don't bow down to the white power
Jamal
structure.
Bowman. Look at Jamal Bowman making a fool of himself, pulling fire alarms. I tend not to like extremists, and I think that black progressives are extremists. I think that MAGA tends to be extremist. I tend not to, I tend to be a moderation in all things guy. I don't think that the black
I
progressives
think
like
black
Corey,
progressives are
what
not
was
trying to be
Corey's
milk
last name? The
toasted.
one from the one.
Corey Bush.
Yeah, I don't
Corey
think they
Bush.
were effective. I don't think they were effective legislators. Bush, Bowman, Nina Turner. I don't think they're very effective legislators. Ayanna Presley seems to be okay.
I just say like this, a black Republican has never been a friend of black people,
Oh, well,
and they've
Byron
always been
Donald,
safe for white
Carlos
conservatives.
Byron Donald, excuse me one minute. He, Linwood meant statewide. Um, Byron Donald's is district. He's not like a
He's
statewide,
not
like a
like a
senator.
state. He's not an attorney general. He's not a senator of statewide. He's not a state comptroller. None of that stuff. That's what
Carlos,
I'm.
if you want to hit the link, it's pinned to the top. Feel free to come up. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Linwood.
And Mark Robinson just kind of told us that he wouldn't mind lynching a black person at all. And
Well, yeah, but your point was statewide. He's statewide.
he
His
was statewide,
politics are
but
kind of a different topic.
I think the reason why he was elected statewide because white folks were comfortable, like they are in the Republican Party, with a
Okay,
Negro
well,
knowing
so
their
you
place.
want to move
With a
on from
Negro
your
knowing their
point. Well,
place.
hold on. You want to move on from your point about there no statewide? I mean, we can talk about Mark Robinson's politics if you want.
I mean, I'm glad the bastard's gone. Excuse my language. I'm glad he's gone. Um, because, like I said, who's gonna kill me the most? A white conservative cracker or a wannabe? Hell, he'll do the job for free. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I,
don't know. Maybe I'm
hell,
somewhat older than you are. Believe me, I almost want to let me let me make the comparison that the white conservative and the white liberal are kind of like the South and the North, Jim Crow in the South and the North.
yes,
In
I
the
agree with that.
South, Jim Crow was bad, but you pretty much knew who was for you or against you. I would argue that the Jim Crow, the cultural Jim Crow in the North, was actually more pernicious. And I think Richard Wright, for instance, Richard Wright and Ralph Ellison specifically talk about that in their various novels. You get where I'm going with that? Bigger
I
Thomas
do.
and the narrator of Invisible Man. Bigger Thomas winds up, basically
Yep.
dying because of white liberals. So my bottom line is, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think the white conservative is any less dangerous than the white liberal. Um, they're just dangerous in different ways.
Stanley,
Yes, sir.
the white man is the white man when it comes to politics. Stanley.
Okay.
Donald Trump ain't gonna do shit like you say, and if Kamala had been elected, she wasn't gonna do shit.
I
As
don't
far as
know.
it's concerned,
What? I'm having, oddly
as
enough,
far as it's concerned with
I
black
don't.
people, as far as it's concerned with so-called black people, neither one of them was gonna do shit.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, I'm going to repeat what I've been saying. Black people need to come together as the Mexicans do, the Latinos do, the Asians do, the whites do. We don't have no unity. And then we plan
Okay,
on
and
making it, and if we
let me
plan on making
repeat
it
my
through.
response to that.
Stanley, can I finish saying what I'm about to say?
How long are you
If
going to
we
go
plan
on?
on if we plan on
You
making it
said
through
you're
what
saying it. You're saying
if
it
we plan on
again.
making
You
it through
don't
what's
have to say it as long.
about to happen, Stanley,
We
as
get your
black
point.
people, we need to unite. Period.
Okay,
And I'm
and
done.
I basically disagree with you. I think you're overstating the unity in those commercials. I'm
Well,
sorry, in those.
I'll unite with my
Okay,
family. I'll
let
unite
me
with my
finish,
family
please.
because hey, everybody else doing
I
it.
think you're being slightly hyperbolic. In some places you're right, in other places there's not that unity. I also want to say that the die is cast. Okay, black people, for whatever reason, some of it is intentional, some of it is white people driving wedges within the black community. But the bottom line is that I'm not sure where we've ever been that united post 1964. I think we're doing okay. I also think that the point that you and John and all that shit, all those people want to talk about the unity in the Jewish commercial, I think y'all are just overstating it, and it's an unnuanced argument.
Stanley, you know what? You're very confusing.
Emma?
Yeah. Because on one hand, you say, I'm sick of John and B. Ray talking about black people all the time. You act like you pro-black or whatever. But still at the same time right now, you on something different right now. So I'm trying to figure
I'm
out.
saying, you know what? I'm into reality. The reality
I'm
is
in
John and
reality
B.
too.
Brave.
And I'm trying to
The
figure out what the fuck
reality,
you on.
the reality is John and B. Brave are anti-black and can't have their points. And this point, because John also says that blacks need to be more unified, like the Jewish community and the Asian community, et cetera,
We
et
do.
cetera.
We do.
And
We do.
I don't think, I think y'all are overstating their unity.
We're not overstating when you can see that
I think you are.
when you can see that when you can see the productivity from those people when they are united as opposed to us.
Okay, I don't think, I think you're overstating their productivity. White people aren't productive.
Stanley, I'm not just talking about white
White
people.
people
I'm
are
talking about
resting.
Asians.
White
I'm talking about
people in
Indians.
America, white people in America are resting on the laurels of their founding fathers. Okay, we don't have any Thomas Jeffersons or George Washingtons. White people are coasting. That's why Asians are outperforming them, and the United States is not number one in things like healthcare and education. White people are drifting. They're coasting.
I don't give a fuck about white people. I only people I give a fuck about is black people, so-called black people. And I feel like we can be more than what we are. We can be more morally right than what we are. We can be a whole lot better than what we show the world. That's all I'm saying, Stanley.
Okay, you're not following my point. Okay, I think when you talk about the unity of the white community in particular, you're overstating it.
Nah, I'm not because I understand what they are, Stanley. They've pillaged. They have pillaged this earth. They have pillaged different countries, different continents.
Okay,
They are the
okay.
murderers. They're
All
the
I
most
have to
murderers,
say,
most
you
rapists,
did not
most
fucking
most
understand my
whatever.
point. Okay, can you keep up, please? What I'm saying is that currently there is no excellence in the white community. Vivek Ramaswamy
What?
literally
There's
said
never been
that,
excellence. There's never been
okay,
excellence.
Vivek
There has never.
Ramaswamy literally said that Americans venerate mediocrity. I think he was talking specifically about white Americans. Okay, we do not have any white people that are the caliber of the founding generation. In Wolf, I will stand by my statement. The unity is not that consistent. There are places, there are pockets where that argument holds water about the unity. There are just as many pockets where it falls apart.
I don't give a fuck. But I do know that white people are responsible for the system, whether they
Okay,
be,
their ancestors are responsible for the system.
but they benefit from the
Of
system.
course they do. I'm not
Okay,
arguing that.
and
Okay,
all other
listen
people
to
really
what I'm
don't.
doing. Listen
All
to
other
what
people
I'm
really
doing.
don't.
Maybe I'm not being clear, Tyrone. I'm literally saying that white people are coasting on the system that their ancestors built. We don't have any Thomas Jeffersons currently.
Fuck Thomas Jefferson.
Okay, you're not getting my point. Okay,
I'm getting your point, but I'm
you
saying
want to
fuck Thomas
concentrate
Jefferson.
on the words, but you're not
Stanley,
concentrating on
Stanley.
the point.
At the end of the day,
Tyrone,
Stanley,
Tyrone, don't. I need you to make. I need
Stanley.
to make
At the
sure.
end of the
I
day,
need to
Thomas
make
Jefferson
sure.
don't give a fuck about black
Okay,
people.
I need
Thomas
you
Jefferson
to
didn't
make.
give a fuck.
I need to make sure you're getting my point and responding to my point. Okay, my point is not Thomas Jefferson was great. My point is that we don't have anybody currently in the white community of that character. The white people are resting on the laurels that their ancestors achieved. They're not they're not doing anything that is so great these days. The evidence is that America is not number one or number two in any area that counts when compared to other countries. I need you to deal with that point.
No, no. The white man is the most treacherous people to be on this earth. All they do is kill, steal, rape, and I don't give a fuck what Be Brave say. White people are the worst motherfuckers. And him saying that, oh, black people want to live around white people. No, 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 no. White people want to be black people. But they don't want to put up with the hell that we fucking go through. Period.
White people want to be black people. Is that
Exactly.
right? Give me one
Exactly.
example of that.
One example, Stanley. Their children buy hip hop music more than black people do. Their
So,
children, you are 60 years old. You know white people who didn't like black people, and their daughters and granddaughters have children by black men now, and they have mixed children,
okay,
grandchildren.
but what's your point? They shouldn't?
My point is their racism is almost fucking over with because they do not breed or produce anymore.
Wow, there's a lot going on in those words.
And that's the truth.
No, I don't think it's particularly true. I
Oh, it's true. It's true. It's true.
I don't think it's like anywhere near a universal truth.
Oh,
I think
it's universal.
I think there are some white people who want to be black. I think there's some black people who want to be white. So I think that's a wash.
Do you want to be white?
No, I like who I am.
So you like who you are?
Yep.
Then I don't want to be white. But if you ask a bunch of white people, guess what they're gonna say? They want to be black.
Well, I haven't met them white people. Are they in the chat?
I don't know.
Can
I
they
don't know
come
the
up to
fuck.
the
I don't
panel?
know the fuck. I don't know the fuck you be hanging out there, but the younger
Well, I
ones,
don't
they
really
want to be
hang out at
black.
all these days, other than
They want
online.
to be black. They want to be black. They want to be hip. They want to have swag, the whole nine.
Yeah,
And
well,
like I
they've
said,
always. I mean, that's always been though. I
no,
mean,
that's not always been.
go back to the Harlem Renaissance.
That has not always been, Stanley.
Uh, I don't
Mm-mm,
know.
mm-mm,
Uh,
not like it is now. Not like it is now.
social local Jimmy. Can
Really,
let
I
me
don't give a
digress
fuck.
right
I don't
quick.
give a fuck. I'm gonna be
Let
me.
me
I'm gonna be me.
let me address somebody in the chat. Let me see can I find his chat. Social local Jimmy. Jimmy. Apparently, Vivek is the evidence you hang your hat on seems ridiculous. You made another comment somewhere down here. I happen to have Vivek's chat right here, where he literally says, "Let me enlarge it for you." So there can be no mistake. Right here, second paragraph, Jimmy. It says, "Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long." I think, now I'm putting words in Vivek's post, but I believe American culture is synonymous with white people. He is literally saying that American culture venerates mediocrity, and I agree with that statement.
Stanley.
That dovetails into my point that white people in America today are not producing Thomas Jeffersons or George Washingtons or anybody of that caliber. They are resting on the achievements of the founding generation and subsequent the Lincolns of the world. We're not producing Abraham Lincolns. We're not educating them. White people are lost. Asians are outperforming them. And any implication that white and excellent are synonymous these days are greatly over exaggerated. And Jimmy, please click the link. I definitely want to hear your thoughts. You don't have to be confined to the chat. Now, what I'm saying is controversial. I realize this, but I think I'm on the right track here. We're not producing Thomas Jeffersons. You go out and you look at comparisons with other countries, things like education, number of engineers produced, medical, life expectancies, infant mortality. America is not number one or two or three in any category. If we want to do those sorts of comparisons, we are not high up in the rankings on any of these categories that mean much of anything.
Stanley,
Yes.
why do you say we are not when the statistics only apply to white people and white women?
I don't agree that the statistics only apply.
So
Come on, Tom.
who benefited?
Tom's here to
Who
put a foot up
benefited?
my ass.
Stanley, who
Yeah.
benefited? Who benefited more from DEI hiring?
I don't think anyone. I think DEI hiring is
White women.
DEI.
White
Okay, no,
women.
no, no, no.
White
You
women.
asked me the question. Let me
White
answer it.
women. You don't want to say
You
it.
asked me the question. Let me answer it, please. I think the DEI hiring is a canard. I think it's bullshit. I think it's just rhetoric.
Who benefited from DEI hiring?
I think we all benefited.
No. Who benefited from
I
DEI
just answered
hiring
your
more?
question. I
Who
think we
benefited?
all
Come
benefited.
on, Stanley. Come on, Stanley, man. Stop the bullshit, man.
Hey, you're going to ask me a disingenuous question. I'm going to give
It's not
you a
disingenuous, man.
disingenuous
It's
answer.
actual fact. The facts are out there. The facts are
Okay,
out there.
then produce the facts because I'm
The
disagreeing
facts
with
are
you. I
white
think
women
number one,
benefited. White
I think
women
number
benefited
one,
more from DEI.
I think number one,
Like white
I
women
think
benefited more
number,
from affirmative
dude,
action.
dude,
White women
you're
benefited
just
more from
flapping your
affirmative
gums.
action.
You're not making a point.
I'm making a point that you're not listening.
I don't think
White
you
women
are.
benefited more
I
from
think I
DEI and
think
affirmative action.
DEI hiring is a canard. I think that everyone benefited from DEI until
No,
they're
everyone
not
didn't
benefiting
benefit.
from
Everyone
DEI.
didn't
And
benefit.
let me give you a good
Go
example.
look it up, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I'm not looking up shit. I
Motherfucker,
know
go
I'm
look it
right.
up. I
I
don't want to hear
don't
that
need
shit
to
you
look it
talking,
up.
man.
You need to look it up.
No, you look it up. I know who benefited
I
more.
don't need to look it up.
Yes, you do. Because you don't know who benefited.
I'm not making an argument based on statistics.
It's not an argument, Stanley. It's actual facts.
I don't think it's fact.
So you're trying to tell me that what they put out is not facts and it's a bunch of
Yes,
bullshit.
I think what they put out
Okay.
because
All right,
I
you
haven't
got it.
seen,
I'm
I
done
have
talking.
not seen, I have not
I'm done
seen
talking, Stanley. You
facts
got it.
about DEI put
You
out.
said what they put
I
out. You said what they put out
literally
is bullshit.
have not seen facts put out on DEI because I don't think it's possible. The DEI argument is basically a hoax.
It benefited white women
I
more than
don't
black
think
people.
it
Black
either
people was
benefited
last.
everybody
Black
or
people
it
was
benefited
last.
nobody.
Black people was
You're
last on the
wrong
list.
about that.
Can you look it up? Do you feel like
No,
looking it up?
I'm not going to waste my time looking it up.
Because you don't want to be wrong.
There
That's
is
Stanley.
nothing to
Once
look
again,
up.
Stanley don't want to be wrong.
Okay, Tyro,
Stanley knows everything. Stanley
Tyro,
right.
I know you're struggling here. I feel your pain, but
I ain't got no pain, Stanley. I go
the
to work every day.
statistics,
I work for
the
my motherfucking self.
statistics,
I don't give a
the st-
fuck about a DEI. I can care less about a DEI. But what
well,
I'm
you're
trying to tell
talking about
you
it
is
a whole lot.
DEI benefited white women more than it
Okay, and
benefited anybody else.
think,
Black people was last in line. And you can
I
look it up
think,
if you want to
I
or you
think,
don't.
I
That's
think
on
you're
you.
full of shit. I think
And you full of shit
I
because you
think
don't
there
want
are
to
no
fucking look it up, man.
statistics. I think
Look
there are
it
no
up, man.
statistics. I
Man,
think there are
fucking look it up,
no,
Stanley.
I
Look
think
it up.
that there are no statistics that
Come on,
really
Stanley, man.
matter.
Look that shit up, man. There's plenty of statistics, man. Look that shit up, man. Stop the
I'm not
bullshit,
looking
Stanley.
it up. The statistics are meaningless.
Man, the statistics are meaningless.
Yep.
So what you say is true, but statistics are wrong.
No, if you would let me finish what I'm trying to say, DEI hiring is not a problem. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter who benefits most. What I'm saying is hiring people is not, these people don't get hired and go directly out in the field. And what I'm thinking of specifically is air traffic control, since it was in the news.
Man, I
Okay,
ain't talking about no
okay,
motherfucking
goddammit.
plane, man. Fuck all that,
Apparently
man.
you're not going to
I'm
let
talking
me
about
finish
motherfucking.
my point.
I'm talking about
Let me know
DE
when you're
hiring
done
and who
so I
it
can
benefit.
finish my
And
point.
you talking about a fucking plane. Fuck a plane. Fuck a plane. I'm talking about who it benefits the most, first and
Okay,
foremost.
and I'm saying you talking about the benefit is basically a bullshit point.
How is it a bullshit point when it benefits white women first and
I
foremost,
don't.
just like
Who
affirmative action?
Okay,
Just like
who
affirmative
cares?
action, Stanley.
Who cares who it benefits?
Who
It's gonna
cares?
benefit.
Okay,
It's gonna
I don't care.
benefit.
I don't
God
care.
damn it! No, this is
I'm just
still
making an
frustrating,
argument.
Tyrone.
I'm just making an argument.
Tyrone, this is very
Evidently,
frustrating.
somebody cares
I
because they
tried
keep
to
bringing it
finish
up.
the point, and you asked
Man,
me a
Stanley, you ain't
question,
trying
and
to
I
do shit
can't
but
even
be
finish the
Stanley.
answer.
Stanley, you just trying to be right. You don't want
No,
nobody else
I'm
to
trying
say
to
nothing.
answer your question. You're
No,
not
you're not.
liking.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not trying to answer
Okay,
my question.
Tyrone, you're not liking the answer, therefore you feel you need to interrupt. Maybe if you let me answer, maybe you might agree with me. And Wolf, I'm not wrong. I'm basically saying that the
And
DEI
I don't give a fuck
hired.
what you
Okay,
basically saying.
motherfucker, I guess I have to just do it again. The DEI hiring is basically just a canard. It's something that sounds really good politically, but it really means nothing. Air traffic control, you might hire a bunch of people who want to be air traffic controllers. The training washes the people who are unqualified out. So hiring them is not the same thing as putting them in the control tower. The training is the middle step that washes the unworthy out. So don't talk to me about DEI hiring. It doesn't directly affect who's in the control towers. You must understand this to form a cogent argument. And if you don't, it's just bullshit and smoke. It's right wing smoke, and I'm simply not going to sit here and waste my time fussing about it. Do better with your argument.
You talking about Stanley? Because you talking some
I literally
bullshit.
just I literally
Nobody
just
got to listen to
explained
you,
my
Stanley.
point.
Who fucking listen to you? Who made you king?
Hey, well,
You
don't
prophet?
listen to
Are
me.
you the
Look,
prophet? Are you the
you don't,
Pharaoh?
if you
Are you the
don't listen,
Pharaoh, motherfucker?
hey, Tyrone, do you think I'm going to lose sleep?
Man, fuck all that shit you talking, man.
Tyrone, if you don't listen to me, I'm not going to lose sleep.
I don't have to listen to you, Stanley. You
Then
won't listen
don't.
to me.
I
So why the
don't
fuck should I
don't
listen to
listen to
you?
you.
Why the fuck should I listen to you when you won't listen to me?
Okay,
Who the
I
fuck are
listen
you?
to you.
Who the fuck are you, man?
Hey,
Who the fuck are you?
if I turn on Fox News, I'm listening to
Man,
Tyrone.
I can care less about Fox News. Nobody else can bring up Fox News. Why the fuck
If I
can you bring
turn
up Fox
on
News
if
and
I
nobody
turn
else
on
can?
if I
I'm bringing up
turn
shit
on
off the news.
any
I
right
bring shit up
wing
off the news and you don't want to hear it. But you bring
if
shit off
I
of
turn
Fox
on
News. It's the
any
truth.
right wing
Stanley,
news
man,
source,
fuck that
I'm
shit
gonna
you on,
hear
man.
Tyrone
Hey,
talking.
Stanley, have a drink. Have a shot. Have a shot. Have a shot. That's what the fuck I'm about to say.
Unfortunately,
A
I don't have any
motherfucking shot,
alcohol in the house.
nigga. Nigga. You ain't talking about nothing.
Oh,
Nigga.
now you gotta start calling
You
me
ain't
the
talking
N
about
word.
nothing, nigga.
I hurt you that much. You got to start using the N
Of
word.
course you hurt me. I'm so fucking hurt. If you think I'm hurt about motherfucking YouTube, you got your life fucked up, bro. I could care less. I come on here to have fun. This is entertainment to me. But if you won't let nobody else talk, then it's not even worth coming up here on the panel with you, Stanley. Period. Everybody else has an opinion just like you have an opinion. You can't tell everybody else they're wrong and you're right.
Yeah, actually, I can and often
Bullshit.
do.
Damn.
I can and I often do.
That don't mean you're right,
That's
Stanley.
the whole premise of the show.
The whole premise of the show is Stanley's not always right.
Tom, to your point about meritocracy, um, I mean, that we pretend that we even care about meritocracy is kind of disappointing. I think
Oh, I need you to break that
only
down.
people,
I need you to break that down in layman's term for me. Meritocracy. Can you break that down in layman's term? Because I'm
well,
not that astute. I'm not
basically,
that astute to that right now.
well,
Can you break that
basically,
down?
basically for every job, there's a pool of applicants who compete for the job, and the best man wins, best woman, best whatever, best person wins. And
I
I
agree. I
think,
agree with that. I
and
agree with
I
that.
think, and Tom's point is that asking for race and all that, sexual orientation, all that stuff, basically negates um, meritocracy. I'm not sure that I agree with that fully, but to the extent that those sorts of questions on an application are used for diversity, equity, inclusion, I still maintain that hiring doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be put into the operation. Air traffic controllers, you can hire all kinds of people, but when you put them through training, the ones who can't compete meritocratically are going to wash out. My point is that
So what about the ones? What about the ones they
DEI
say they just
hiring
have to hire?
DEI hiring for air traffic controller means nothing. It just means the pool to pick from is diverse. Those people still have to be trained, and if they don't pass the training, they don't get the air traffic controller
I
job.
don't give a fuck.
And
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a
if
fuck.
you can't figure that out,
I paint, and I don't give a
the
fuck about
reason
DEI.
the reason your argument and others' argument fail is they are not understanding that there's a whole process after the hiring that they're not thinking about.
I don't care, Stanley.
Well, I mean, I'm not
As
asking you to
long
care.
as long as the most qualified person is there, I don't give a fuck.
Right. And
I don't give a fuck.
Wolf, to a
If
certain
the most
extent,
qualified person, if the most qualified person is a goddamn transformer, then so be it.
well, you know what? You are an enlightened person. Please pass this on to other Trump voters.
I didn't vote, and I don't vote, and I will not vote because people
Gotcha.
don't understand what the fuck they voting for. And at the end
Gotcha.
of the day, like I said, local politics is more important than national politics.
And I agree with that.
So
Wolf,
if you don't
um,
if you expect some change, you need to get interested in your local politics. If you don't
Wolf,
get interested in your local politics, there won't be a change. Period.
I haven't had to hire anybody, but again, the hiring process doesn't guarantee you get put out in an operational job. So hiring a bunch of hiring a bunch of people, you hire a bunch of people. It's who winds up surviving the training, if training is appropriate, that really matters. Who you hire,
So Taylor,
it's a thing.
why even bring those people in then if that's the case?
Well, I mean, who knows? You might find a diamond in the rough.
Diamond in the rough. Why do I have to look for a motherfucking diamond in the rough instead of a person who may
Um,
have went to school,
Jimmy,
and have way more intellect, way more experience, way more know-how, but I have to give you the job because you're a this or you're a that, not
I think
necessarily
that
because
happens. I think the scenario you just stated happens, but I don't think it happens consistently.
it doesn't matter if it happens consistently, Stanley. It happens. And the
Okay,
most
Wolf,
qualified
I'm
person,
sorry.
the most qualified
Tyrone,
person didn't get the job.
Tyrone,
The most
Tyrone,
qualified person didn't get the job, Stanley.
Tyrone.
The most
All I have
qualified
to say,
person
all I
didn't get
have to
the
say
job. The
is
most
that
qualified person didn't get the job. The
If
most
you remove,
qualified person
God
didn't
damn
get
it,
the job,
do you
Stanley.
ever take a breath?
Do you take a breath?
Yes, I do. Tyrone, you pretending that if we remove DEI, meritocracy is going to flow and flourish. it's America has never had a meritocracy or a true meritocracy. Pretending that DEI is interrupting a meritocracy is basically bullshit hypocrisy.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay. If you had a business, Stanley, you had a business and you employed 50 people, what would be wrong with you as a person, as a black man hiring 50 black people?
Do they all have to be black?
I'm just saying, what would be
Okay, well,
wrong?
hold on. What happened to DEI? I don't want to. I
No,
might not
what
want
would
to
be
hire
wrong?
just
Listen,
black.
and the
I
reason
might
I say
not want
that,
to hire
okay, the reason
just
I
black
say that,
people.
the reason I say that, Stanley, is because it is. Nobody should be subjugated to you got to hire somebody because of this or because of that. If somebody want to hire
Okay,
their
I'm
own
just. You
tribe,
know what?
if
I'm
somebody want to
basically
hire
gonna
their own
stop you
tribe,
right
then
here.
I'm cool with
You're
that. You
making.
can't
You're
get mad about
presenting.
that.
What you're saying is just. It doesn't even make sense.
You can't
Okay,
get mad about that, Stanley,
number
because somebody want
one,
to hire their own
just
people.
God damn it, Tyrone.
If I want to hire all
Okay,
white people, I should have the
Tyrone.
right to do
You
that,
know,
Stanley.
this is why I don't like debating people who can't
It's
debate.
not a debate, man.
You literally
It's
don't
not
even
a debate,
understand
man.
your own points. It is
If
frustrating.
white people had a business, why
Tyrone,
can't they hire
you
all white
can't.
people? Why can't
All
they
right, well,
hire
you
all white
go ahead and
people?
rant,
What's
and I'll
wrong
go
with them
talk to
hiring all
someone
white
else.
people? What's wrong
Well,
with them hiring
well,
all white
I
people?
have actually lived in the real world.
Stanley, you
Your
haven't lived
point.
in the real world. You're a military person. You indoctrinated.
I've
And I'm gonna
done
say
other
it like
things,
this:
but
What
I've
is
done other
wrong?
things.
What is wrong with them hiring
I've
all white
done
people?
other things than the military.
Stanley, Stanley,
Yeah.
you're indoctrinated. You
Okay.
are
No,
you
I'm no more
are
indoctrinated than you are.
you
Okay.
user.
uh,
Do what
Can
we
you
say,
give me
do,
one
nigga.
second to address somebody in the chat?
Fuck that motherfucker in the chat. We talking.
Wolf, I've lived in the real world. You need to get a grip. There's nothing
No,
that I've
you haven't
said
lived
that
in the
doesn't
real world
exist in the
because
real world.
you try to
Okay,
treat
now,
people as if you're
Tyrone,
still in the military. You try to
Tyrone,
treat people as if you're still in the
Tyrone,
military.
back to your foolishness.
You're a civilian now,
Okay,
Stanley.
it
We don't have to
depends. It
listen to you, Stanley.
depends.
We
It
don't have to listen
depends
to
on
you.
the
We
type
don't have to
of
go along
business.
with what
Okay, you want to talk about military experience, and that's not really the topic. Your point about hiring 50 blacks for the business, let's talk about what a business actually is. Um, there's certain businesses where you might not want all blacks. Can you tell me the type of business you want to talk about? What type of business? What type of
you are
business?
indoctrinated, bro. You follow
No, I'm afraid not. If I'm
a
in doubt, I, I just
standard of rules, military. We don't do that out
okay,
here, bro.
dude.
And you try to
I
treat
didn't
people, and you
retire.
try to treat people.
Okay, I didn't retire from the military. I was only in for 5 years. So your point about indoctrination, I've been a civilian way longer than I was ever in the military. Try again.
Not work like that, Stanley. And what you have to do, you have to wait your
No,
turn.
I
Like
don't
I have to
have to
wait
do
my fucking
anything.
turn. And if you don't want to wait your fucking turn for you to talk,
No,
this is
I'm the
not the
moderator.
fucking Navy.
Every
This is
turn
not
is
the
my
fucking
turn.
Navy, bro.
Okay, what you're failing to understand, sir, is that this is not a democracy. Please understand where you are, what the conditions are, and adapt to them accordingly.
Stanley, we don't have to go by that. That's what you fail to realize.
Uh,
We don't have to
I,
go by y'all's
I
rules.
think I'm good.
If you want to continue to go by those rules at 60 or 50 or 40.
Okay, well, hiring people in the corporate world, I understand that you're struggling to make some point, I wish you'd just make the point. What does me having experience hiring in the corporate world have to do with anything that I'm saying? Hiring, DEI hiring, has nothing to do in the example I gave with who winds up in the control tower. There is a middle process called training. You can hire every type of person you could think of. They have to get through the training. That is the selection process. You need to understand where I'm going with this. It works in the real world. Wolf.
Hey, fuck motherfucking Stanley. Fuck you, Stanley, and fuck the military and how you want us to motherfucking act. I'm a motherfucking civilian, and I'm gonna act the fucking way I want to motherfucking act. Period.
And I need you to understand that if you act the
No,
way
no,
you
you
want
don't
to
need me
act,
to understand
hey,
a god.
hey, what you're not understanding is you're free to act any way you want to act, and I'm free to react. You don't act in a vacuum, sir.
I can care less about that bullshit you want. Change it up. New script, new day. Yesterday ass nigga.
Wolf,
You a
Wolf,
yesterday ass nigga. You a yesterday ass nigga trying to apply your philosophy to today's concepts, and it does not motherfucking work. You need
some
to
things,
fucking
some
listen.
things
You need
never
to
go out of,
fucking listen to the you.
some things never go out of style, son. So you sitting there drunkenly raging about me and my past, you're really not having the effect that you think you are. And Wolf, I know what DEI hiring is. I'm literally telling you that it's not every job, not every company. I understand that. There are companies where you where you hire people and you put them you put them directly to work. But the example I used was the air traffic control process. How you hire them, how you put them in the towers. There's a middle process. I'm just using one example. I'm sure there are exceptions to the rule. I'm not saying this applies to every company or every organization. I realize there are exceptions.
I'm not shutting the fuck up at the end of the
All
day.
right, well, you know what? All I'm asking you to do is take a breath
Well.
every now and now and again.
All I'm asking you is to listen to young people. That's what I'm asking you to do.
You know
Period.
what? You
It
you
seems
make
like
the
you don't want to
mistake.
do that.
Okay, dude, you make the mistake of doing nothing but listening to young people. 18-year-olds don't run the world. You need to understand that. There is such a thing as experience. There is such a thing as, life university. So I get what you're saying. I do listen to young people. I happen to have raised one, but I don't hang my hat on their every word.
Everybody on this motherfucking internet is not your fucking child. And you got to start
You
treating
know
people like
what?
they're your fucking child.
If
Your
that's the
son is
case,
at Georgia Tech. Your son is at
Tyrone,
Georgia Tech. That's what
Tyrone,
you
if
have
you're not
control
my
over. And you
child,
don't
you
even have
stop
control
acting
over
like
him anymore. Because he fucking. He fucking. And that pussy got more control than you got right now. So that shit that you talking is bullshit. It ain't nothing.
Jimmy,
It ain't nothing you can do
Jimmy,
against that pussy. That
Jimmy,
pussy that ain't
your
there. That dick sucking. That
Jimmy, your point makes no sense. Um, Usually in a training process, if the training process is just where, such that you only pick one person, that's one thing. But usually these training processes, you're picking from a pool of people. You might want 10 people, so you pick the 10 best. And what you and a lot of people don't seem to understand is that there is more than just book knowledge. Okay, just because you make a perfect score on a test doesn't mean that you're the best.
Fucking and an ACT score does not mean a goddamn thing to him. Nothing.
I literally just said that.
Nothing. That
I
cream,
literally just said that.
that pussy got him. When she ride on that dick, you can't do that. Ain't nothing you can do to stop him. Get that pussy, little Stanley. Stanley Earl.
Oh, wait, hold it. When did this turn into OnlyFans?
That's your son nickname, Stanley Earl. They call Jesus, but she say, it ain't no Jesus. This Stanley Earl, baby. Stanley Earl. And he doing what
he
doing what he do.
What you drinking? You must be drinking and smoking what John Galt
Drinking, smoking, doing whatever it takes to get fucked up. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. Well, I kind of envy you.
Don't envy me. Get on, get on what you get on. Drink,
Well,
smoke.
look at me. I have to sit here and be all sober and shit.
You ain't got to be sober, and you been drunk on this
Yeah,
motherfucker.
well, it's too late now. The stores are closed.
Ain't too late. And Solid Snake talking all that motherfucking shit. Tell Solid Snake to bring his motherfucking ass up here. Get on the panel, Solid Snake, with that motherfucking bullshit. Let me handle Solid Snake tonight. Let me handle him tonight, Stanley.
Let you what?
Let me handle Solid Snake tonight.
I think you're in the right state to do it.
Oh yeah. I'm drinking gin and ruby red, and I'm smoking blunts, and I'm worshiping John tonight. As long as the liquor keep flowing, the liquor keep flowing, and the weed keep blowing. Come on up, Solid Snake. Bring your motherfucking ass up. Talking about this is crazy. Get your motherfucking ass on the panel right motherfucking now. Solid motherfucking Snake. J-Dub, Phoenix Fish, DiCaprio, but we want Solid Snake on the panel right now. Give me another bill.
All right.
Solid Snake scared to come up?
I don't know. Maybe he's at work.
That motherfucker ain't at work. He in the chat. Okay, Stanley. Now let me ask you another question. Did you ever used to listen to Neely Fuller?
Not much. I'm aware of who he is, and I've read a little bit by him. But I'm not really into that Francis Cress Welsing. I'm not into that world. I think it's anachronistic, to be honest. And I'm not a great, I'm not a deep believer in some of the psychology that Francis Cress Welsing talks about. I think her genetics, now she was talking genetics back in the 70s. We understand a whole lot more about the human genome, and we understand more than we did in the 70s anyway. So I think a lot of her, a lot of what she says was good for the 70s. It's not, so I think we know better now. But she's an elder. She's an ancestor. She's due her respect. But I'm not sitting around basing my day-to-day, philosophical outlook on Welsing or Fuller.
You see what you did, Stanley? Do you see what you did, Stanley? You changed the conversation all the way from
hold on one sec. Solid Snake is over talking you.
Yabba dabba do. How y'all doing, everybody in the chat? How y'all doing, everybody on the panel, man? Hey, everybody that's in the chat, man, if y'all haven't already and it's your first time to the channel tonight, please make sure you hit that like button, man. Let's get this channel popping tonight, man. There's 12 people in the audience. Please share. Go to somebody else's podcast and troll the fuck out that bitch. Cause Silent Snake in the motherfucking house tonight, man. What it do, people? How we doing today in this world, man? Let's get this thing going. We finna play that pop balloon every night like we always do with Stanley, and I'm just gonna talk shit. But I was trying to retire a little bit, you know, get a little break. Cause you know, I do my daily bread every day, you know what I'm saying? And I've been a little tired. But you know what? I appreciate everybody for coming over here to the John Galt channel. And if you ain't done so already, please support the channel. Please cash out Stanley motherfucking ass something. Cause it take a lot of goddamn psychological goddamn work to keep this bullshit going every night. I don't know how he do it. That's just me. But maybe Stanley, man, I don't know what the hell going on with you. Shout out to Tyrone Sly, who don't join the panel tonight. Don't did a damn good job, Stanley. Thank you for being the asshole you are, because you know what? You create the reality we live in. You just don't know it. You playing it.
Yeah. I need to do a better job on that.
Nah, don't do a good job, Stanley. Stanley, you can do any more better job. If you do any more better of a job, Stanley, man, the motherfucking angel will earn his
Yes,
wings.
Tyrone.
I want to know something else, Stanley.
What's that?
Okay, you have a problem. I'm not gonna say a problem. I'm gonna say that you contradict or you say something other than what B. Bray says. And I want to know this, Stanley. I want to know, when you say you talk against anti-Black, what is it that Be Brave is saying that really pisses you off?
Well, his point about there are 3% of the Black demographic in America that are committing crimes, but there's 70% of Black Americans who basically make excuses for them. That's not true. I don't even think it's remotely true. He also seems to think, and he's not the only one who thinks this, that 70% are responsible for telling the 3% to stop that. Like, you know, basically, he's thinking blacks are their brother's keepers. And I think that, you know, there are plenty of blacks who, A, don't live in the hood where all the crime is happening. And a lot of people who say grew up in the hood who wind up moving away. There's nothing, um, I, there's nothing requiring them to quote give back. Okay, I've literally never lived in the hood. I don't know that I can contribute something to a neighborhood that I don't even know anything about. So that 70% making excuses for the other 3%, I think that's a ridiculous statement.
So Stanley, if B. Bray says 70%, what percentage do you think it is?
I don't think it's any percent. I think his argument is not even worth considering.
Wow.
I think he's on his own planet with that.
Oh, wow. Really, Stanley?
Yes. I don't think that I don't think it's black people's job to go into the hood and police it. I think it's the police's job to do that.
Okay, Stanley, hold that thought. Stanley, we dealing with an economical upheaval in America. Wait a minute, Stanley. Wait a minute.
Solid Snake. I'm not
Okay,
even gonna.
Stanley, let me.
Solid Snake. You need to understand that I'm in no mood to be all fucking Parliament funkadelic tonight. Okay, I'm not talking economics. Don't bring economics up until we're talking about economics. I do not think it is a black person's job to be his or her brother's keeper. Period. And if you cannot address that point specifically, then we can move on. I do not have that kind of patience.
And what is your point of having this
Stanley,
channel and
you do
having
not
black people meet up on your
understand
channel? Stanley, if you're not trying to hear the solution of the black community, what I'm
You
talking
don't
about
have
is an
it.
economic
Okay,
upheaval.
you don't have the solution, so why pretend you do? And I didn't invite you up on this panel. Tyrone did.
Baby ass motherfucker. You a
I
government
didn't
baby,
invite
man.
you.
You a government baby, Stanley. That's what you have
I did
converted
not
to.
invite you up
You are
here.
not a civilian. You cannot think like a civilian. That's
Dude, you don't seem to get my point. I don't have this kind of patience. Your ass will stay in the back. I did not invite you up here.
Why you put Snake in the back, man?
Because I don't have the patience. I answered his question and he wants to go all Parliament funkadelic.
I'm just saying, let him go Parliament
No,
funkadelic, man.
no, no,
Come
no, no,
on,
no.
son.
He needs to understand the parameters.
The parameters? You ain't gave me
That's
no
right,
motherfucking
goddammit,
parameters.
the parameters.
What parameters you gave me?
Stick to the point.
Okay, Snake sticking to the point. Let Snake back up.
Well, I hope he can do that.
Let Snake back up and let Snake say what he got to say.
I promise you, bro, this is fascism at its worst, bro.
Oh,
I have never
it
seen an
can be
African
worse.
American get up here and protest that he pro-black, but every motherfucking time I look around, he putting the most pro-black motherfucker he know in the back. He
Okay.
sound like an
Listen,
ass stopping ass wannabe ass
listen
nigga.
to what I'm saying.
Oh, ass stopping ass looking like ass motherfucker.
Dude, I'm not gonna be fighting.
No, Stanley, you don't know.
Snake said you like Al Sharpton,
Dude, you need to
Are you
calm
like
your
Al
ass.
Sharpton?
You need to calm your ass down. I'm not drunk. I'm not gonna keep
Are
up.
you like Al Sharpton?
I'm not gonna babysit two drunk motherfuckers.
I'm not motherfucking drunk. I'm asking you, are you like Al Sharpton?
Look, all I'm saying is that I am not my brother's keeper, and for be brave to assert that black people are responsible for policing the hood. People who don't live there are responsible for what happens in the hood.
Black people.
It's as fucking racist as all get out. I can't imagine anything being more racist.
You can't sit there and say it's racist when
Yes,
you
I
literally
can. I
just
just
put
did.
me in the back because you didn't want to hear it. Because you don't want to hear the truth, Stanley. You don't leave your house, Stanley.
Okay, all I have to
The
say
same
is,
children I deal with.
God damn it. Dispense with telling me what I do during the day and get to the goddamn point.
So Stanley, Solid Snake wanting black people to police the black neighborhood, is that wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Get that a bitch.
Okay, now the people, hold on, the people who live there, sure, but the people who don't, no. Why would I be responsible
So
for
why the
what's
fuck would I
happening?
immigrate more people to my...
What's happening? Why would I be responsible for what's happening in a neighborhood I didn't grow up in, never been to, don't know anything about? Why would it be my responsibility or my concern? Can you explain that, Tyrone?
I'm talking about if you grew up in the neighborhood.
Okay,
and what I'm saying is,
that's a better argument. That's a better argument.
Let me finish,
Okay,
Stanley.
no,
Let me finish before you speak. Let me
That's
finish.
a better.
I feel like
That's a
Stanley.
better.
Stanley, let me finish, Stanley.
Pyro.
Stanley, let me finish, please.
Pyro, no. Let me finish, and then you
Stanley,
finish.
please let me finish.
It's a better argument. That's not what Be Brave is saying. Be Brave is saying people who don't even live there are responsible for what happens, the crime and stuff in the hood. Okay, stop taking up for Be Brave. He does it fine himself.
I want to know your opinion.
Don't go
Do
off
you
on
think that
why? Because Be Brave telling the most truth.
I'm trying to put out an opinion.
Man, solid state, fuck Be Brave. Be Brave ain't telling no motherfucking truth. Be Brave talking about black people and it's white people that have done way worse than black people. I don't want to hear that shit Be Brave be on. I'm talking about what the fuck we got going on. That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, Jimmy, the people who need to take responsibility are the people who live in the hood. That should be
Exactly,
easy.
Stanley.
That
And what
should
I'm
be
saying is,
easy
what
enough
I'm
to
saying is this,
understand.
Stanley.
What
What I'm
Be
saying,
Brave
what I'm
is
saying is
saying,
this, Stanley.
what Be Brave is saying is that all black people are responsible
Man,
for what happens in the hood.
fuck Be Brave.
And
Fuck
that's
Be
my
Brave.
point. And that's my point. That's my point. Each and every motherfucker that Stanley want to sit up here and act like is none accountable for the children in these communities that don't have
They
fathers
are.
at home because they.
Okay,
Solid
the
Snake, you sound
people in the
stupid.
community are responsible for their community to a certain extent. Okay, they
Solid
are
Snake
not
sound
policemen.
stupid. Boy.
So I mean, within a certain within a certain to a certain extent, they are responsible for what happens in their neighborhood. Okay, but that's where it stops. If you move away from the neighborhood, if you want to go back and contribute and give back, fine. If you don't want to do that, yeah, you might be open to criticism, but if you don't want to give back once you move out, oh well.
Okay, Stanley. Stop putting me in the back when I'm trying to go on a rant. Because
No,
you know
I'll
what
put
you're
you in the
doing now.
back
You
when I
leveraging
think
your argument
don't go
with your fucking illiterate.
Bieber, Solid Snake. I don't want you to rant. If you can't figure that part out, I just need you to be succinct and address the point. No rants are needed. I'm not in the mood for it.
Okay, you're not in the mood to hear a black man have an opinion, but every goddamn time that drunk ass
Hey,
white motherfucker get up here
okay,
and interrupt
all I
every
have to
goddamn body
say,
conversation, you don't never
all I
throw him
have
in the
to
back.
say,
Hell, I
all I
see you
have,
got cut off.
all I have to say is I want you to express your opinion, but briefly. Don't rant.
You have a bigotry of low expectation of black
And
people. Admit it.
you
Admit
are
it.
meeting,
Admit it, Stanley.
you are meeting my expectations.
No, Stanley, you the reason all the racist whites come over here because they love to see a black man hold another nigga down. That's why you put me in the back, because it make you look superior, don't you? You enjoy that shit, don't you?
I put
But I'm
you
going
in
to
the
keep on
back.
doing it so you can keep on
I
being
put
reminded
you.
when your ass die and
Put
go to hell.
you. I put you in the back
That's
because
what you do, Stanley, because you.
I put you in the back because you don't have breaks. How about take a goddamn breath every between sentences?
Why the fuck should I have to?
How you don't pass out, I don't know.
Because my passion a hell of a lot stronger than yours.
Okay, that brain is not getting a lot of oxygen.
No, it don't matter, Stanley. Your action prove your worth.
Okay, do you want to concentrate on my
You got me
actions or
on the
do you want to
battlefield, but then at the
concentrate on the
same time,
subject?
you can't shut me the fuck up.
Yeah, actually I can.
How long have you had Stanley versus World? How many arguments have you won that I
Okay,
haven't just said, you know what, fuck you, Stanley?
In my mind, I've
You
won
can't
all of them.
win an argument, Stanley, because you're too isolated.
Solid Snake.
You ain't strong enough.
Solid Snake. Let's get away from criticizing me and go back to the subject.
Well, you the host of the show. It's Stanley versus the world.
Be brave is wrong. Black people are not responsible for neighborhoods they don't live in.
Black people encourage and endorse a goddamn entertainment industry that basically endorse deviant behavior. Degenerate and deviant behavior. What white corporation do you know will endorse deviant behavior? What?
I think that's a stretch. You're trying to connect dots that aren't easily connected. That's my response.
All I gotta tell you, Stanley, I don't give a damn about your state, your response, because you had me in the back. And you wanted to put me in the back so you can shut my mouth so you can make your goddamn response.
You know what?
Wait till I finish, then make your response so I can hear it.
Okay,
Stop interrupting me.
Bottom line, black people are not responsible.
Bottom line is you want to be an alpha male.
Black people are
That's
not
the bottom
responsible.
goddamn line. And you just a beta bitch. With a show.
Well, you know what?
You didn't earn it. You didn't earn it.
That's why I have to put you in the back, because I'm a beta bitch and can't get a word in edgewise. You heard my response. You can go on and on and on about what Stanley's doing wrong, or you can get to the goddamn point and sound like you're not crazy.
Here's my point, Stanley. People pay for what they want to hear. And you on training wheels.
Motherfucker, I'm not starving. I'll be okay.
Yeah, once the government kick your ass off, I can't wait to Doge kick your ass off.
Yeah, okay.
Or send your ass back to woke and reestablish your beliefs.
Once again, the topic. We were talking about be brave.
What about be brave? What about be brave? You got Mexicans in Los Angeles holding up Mexican flags.
What do Mexicans
people protesting because they know they got economic power. But we burn down our community because we.
Fuck that. You can just stay in the back. I'll go ahead and start watching Pop the Balloon. You can't seem to hold a thought in your head for longer than a few seconds, and I've already told you I'm not in the goddamn mood for the rants. Tough guy, what's up?
What's up, my nigga?
Oh, nothing much. Just slowly developing a headache.
Oh, you had a headache?
You know what? I'm getting one. These motherfuckers want to talk about shit, and then when I start talking
Stanley,
about
you
this
just
shit,
want to talk.
When they want to bring up a point, and when I fucking kick their ass with their own point, they want to whine and tell me how bad I am.
Oh,
you
damn.
motherfuckers want to worship these white supremacists like they actually have a point, and then you get mad when I call them fucking racists. Solid Snake, your anti-blackness is clownish.
Well, guys, I'm sorry that you guys are fighting, but
I'm
yeah,
not
what's
fighting.
up?
Hey, they're doing the fighting. I'm just calling the shots.
Oh, okay. Shot caller, baller, wanna be a baller, shot caller. Caller, get laid tonight. Switch your bro ties and a fair design. Hit the highway. Making money
But let me
to
go back and
fly
get back.
away.
Let me get on back to Stanley. Stanley always want to throw me in the back. But Stanley, you call me anti-black with my rhetoric, Stanley. But you prove anti-black through your actions and your wannabe control of the African American community, which you just admitted that you run away from. How?
Well, you know what? I don't run away
I think
from
I'd be
shit.
a hell of an urban landlord over you, Stanley. Because you know what, Stanley? I know what kind of crowd you attract. You the type of nigga that attract a crowd of individuals that I wouldn't trust around my children because you feel unprotected. Me, on the other hand, I
Motherfucker,
get a
do you
crowd of
think
men that
you're
can be held
acting like,
accountable.
okay,
Stanley, me and
this
you are.
mother,
This nigga
this
crazy,
mother,
boy. This
this
nigga crazy,
motherfucker,
boy.
this motherfucker's acting like his opinion and what the fuck? Where did children come into this?
That nigga Solid Snake crazy, bud.
Solid Snake, I know that you get mollycoddled by CT and you keep they tell you how great a point you're making and you're on target. Motherfucker, you sound like a goddamn drunken
Damn.
clown. Okay, I'm not CT.
Damn.
You motherfucking need to understand this.
Oh.
We.
Well, Solid Snake.
No, I understand. I got to be on the motherfucking panel with your sorry motherfucking racist ass.
I'm not
Hate your
holding
own
you. I'm not
goddamn
holding
people
you
and then want to try to throw shade on me. Fuck you, nigga. I deal with my people every day. You sit in your motherfucking house making enchiladas and pizzas and shit.
Motherfucker,
What
you
is
know what?
wrong with y'all?
No. He is totally right. Motherfucker, I don't feel like hanging out with y'all.
Ooh, y'all
If I
niggas is
wanted
funny
to
tonight.
hang out, I would hang out. Obviously, I don't. And you know what the sweet part is? Motherfucker, I can afford to do it.
Ooh. He said he paid the cost to be
When
the
you
boss.
come visit me, Stanley,
Like
you
that
better bring me a
motherfucker,
whole
do
bunch
you
of
think,
motherfucking
of
cookies.
course,
I
of
might need
course,
36.
of course, see, tough guy, this is what these motherfuckers don't understand. They talk about black excellence. They talk about, well, why can't black, motherfucker, I did it. You are looking at someone who worked quite hard. Motherfucker, I don't have to go out. I can order my food. I can order my groceries. I don't fucking have to go out. And you're gonna fuss because I don't go out and hang out in the hood? Well, motherfucker, why should I? I got a goddamn house. You're gonna bitch and moan because I have a house and I like staying in it? What kind of bullshit is that? That's the dumbest fucking bullshit I've heard in quite some time. I motherfucking labor to buy a house and I can't enjoy it?
That bitch ass nigga, Stanley.
Get a goddamn grip, Solid Snake. The
Okay, you bought your house, Stanley.
you
You
goddamn
decided
right
to
I
live in it,
did.
Stanley, but you too damn.
I am not gonna listen to the likes of you fucking tell me what to do with my
Y'all
life
niggas
and my
crazy.
house. You dumb son of a bitch. You fucking talk about
I'm
black
trying to get back
excellence
on
and
topic.
can't deal with it when you encounter it.
I'm trying to get back on topic.
Stanley, you too scared to walk around your own damn neighborhood, nigga, because you scared that you gonna run into an
My
Andrew Zimmerman
neighborhood.
and your black ass ain't gonna.
Okay, dude, I'm out and about in my
What
neighborhood all the time. I live 10 minutes
this
from a
nigga name with
fucking
the tiger?
I live
What
10
his
minutes
name?
from a fucking fishing pond. That's my
Hey,
neighborhood.
yo,
Why Solid
hey,
Snake sound like he Martin Luther King, like he about to give
I
a,
what
want
a,
to
the
know
a
why
hell?
the
ultimate
fuck
What
this
speech.
this
nigga
nigga
gotta
Guys,
name?
continue to keep
we
putting
have
me
a
in the
What
new
back of
his
the
name?
goddamn bus.
we
That's
have a
what I'm
new
trying.
we have a new panelist.
I
Welcome,
want
Wolf.
to know that nigga name with the tiger. What this nigga name?
We got a new panelist.
The pimp.
Well,
What the
he
pimp
was just
name?
he was just here.
I want to know the pimp name.
What pimp?
This nigga with the green tiger. What this nigga name?
Oh, that's tough guy.
Tough guy. Tough guy. I know you hear me talking to you, tough guy.
Hey,
Hello,
Wolf.
guys.
Welcome aboard.
How's everybody doing?
Spit some of that
Pretty
pimp
good.
shit, my man. Spit some of that pimp shit, tough guy.
We got a party going on up here, Wolf.
I want to hear some of that pimp shit.
He wants to hear what?
Some of that pimp shit by tough guy.
Who is the tough guy? Are you saying 12th guy?
No. It's tough guy. It's a different
Tough
character.
guy. And who the fuck is
Oh
this
wow,
talking,
Stanley!
sir?
Why you ain't put him in the back? You know exactly who the fuck he is. Why you ain't put him in the back?
Hey, solid snake.
Stanley is only entertainment unless I forget what's going on.
I didn't put him in the back because he's not acting like you.
Tough guy and this other motherfucker who talking. What's this motherfucker name?
I'm the motherfucker. I don't know who that I know who that motherfucker is. Tyrone, you better find out. Stanley racist in the son of a bitch. I'm telling you, a racist ass nigga.
Man, delete.
Wanna ID your motherfucking black man.
This country ass and Louisiana ass nigga. Delete that nigga, Stanley.
You wanna take my spot, nigga, but you ain't me.
Hey,
you too goddamn. You already been bushwhacked.
Guys, this is Wolf from Tom Gully's universe. He's on the panel for the first time.
Tom Gully.
Tom Gully.
I have a nice question for you guys. Why are you calling each other niggers? That ain't
Because
a good
you're
word.
a nigger. Because you're
That
a
ain't
nigger.
a good word, and I am not a nigger.
Because you're a nigger. That's why we call
Cause
you
we family, nigga. Cause we family, nigga. That's why we call each other nigga. Cause we family. That's why we call each other nigga. Nigga, you ain't family. Let me fuck your wife, and we'll be family. Let me fuck your mama, and we'll be family. Let me put some black DNA in your bloodline, and we'll be family, nigga. But up until that fucking day, nigga, shut the fuck up.
Hey, dumbass.
No, dumbass.
For the first.
No, dumbass.
Where I come from,
No,
if somebody told
dumbass.
me that, they'd be
No,
going
you know what happened? You know what
I
happened?
include
The
you,
white people don't
loser.
kick your ass out their community, and
You
now you
are
trying
a
to find some old
loser.
dumbass, coon boon ass
You are
nigga
a
to try to
loser.
catch on to so you can bring your ignorant ass in here and run this shit. Shut the fuck up before I fuck your mama.
Well, you can go
and
right
put some
ahead. She's
DNA,
been
put some
dead for
legacy
10 years.
on your fucking name, you sorry
Go
son of
right
a
ahead.
bitch.
She's been dead for
Shut
10
the
years.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm country as you. I walk my ass to your house and shoot your motherfucking ass.
Be a necromancer.
Fuck you, you dumb racist son of a bitch.
You're the perfect example of why people treat us the
I'm
way
you
they
the
do.
perfect example of why the fuck your people can't recreate no more. Because they don't want no more of that stupid ass, dumb ass, inbred ass DNA. Because you been fucking your mama for damn near 20 years. Y'all motherfucker made it a culture. Y'all motherfucker made it breeding a culture. You sorry son of a bitch. You're celebrated in church.
Snake.
Stop lying. Why you ain't never tried to run up on the Mormons like that? But you got your ass on the crank channel. You gave a fuck about your race. You a motherfucker from having sex with their child. Why you ain't doing that shit? Why you ain't doing that shit? But you want to link on to the Jews like they want to be held on to your retarded inbred ass. Shut the fuck up.
You have no IQ. You only know how to
Nigga, you don't know me. Nigga, you don't know me. You country ass redneck, inbred son of a bitch. You don't know me.
Snake,
I bet I give your mama a $10 crack rock and I can have a train ran on it with 5 niggas. Shut the fuck
go
up.
right ahead. She's
Shut
been
the
dead
fuck up.
for 10 years, you moron.
Calm down, Snake. Calm down. God damn, nigga.
This is a baptism by fire.
That bullshit and make it trend, you dumb son of a bitch. You racist piece of shit. That's why your motherfucking ass can't breathe unless it's with your sister. Cause ain't no normal inbred motherfucker gonna produce with your stupid ass. Cause you don't know what the fuck going on.
I don't have a sister, and my mother's been dead for 10 years. So if you want
And
to
I
have sex
give a
with her, go
fuck.
right ahead.
It shows you ain't had a daddy, nigga. Cause a nigga punch your ass straight in your motherfucking mouth. You sorry piece of shit.
Stupid, Stanley. Where did you get this
Shut the fuck up. You don't know me, nigga.
He
You don't know me. And if you did know me, nigga, you'll regret it.
All you can do is swear, use bad words, and use language that used to.
And because your inbred ass can't understand a goddamn thing of American English or ingenuity. So shut the fuck up.
That's my face, you piece of garbage.
Go try to run your granddaddy goddamn gin. That's what the fuck you need to do. And have some black people so you know how to read that shit. You dumb motherfucker.
I can't understand the words you're saying.
Yeah,
You crazy as a
motherfucker.
motherfucker.
Speak colloquial English.
Yeah, you can't fuck with me, nigga. Shut the fuck up, you cracker ass bitch, inbred asshole. Shut the fuck up. Go suck your mama pussy and make yourself feel good. Cause you don't suck from the titty, nigga. You don't suck from the titty, nigga. You suck from that day. And you probably licked her ass too, cause she made you to, cause the dog got too tired. You dumb son of a bitch.
Solid Snake. Are we done with DEI now?
That's horrible.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. This is a DEI reproductive ass individual. Stanley, I want you to see your people, Stanley. Stanley, this is your audience, Stanley. This is your audience. This is your inbred ass audience.
Solid Snake. I turned that volume down for a minute. Solid Snake. Solid Snake.
So, Stan, this whole
you
thing
need
about
to calm
DEI,
down a bit there, Solid Snake.
First you
Yeah, that nigga's going off.
What Solid Snake doesn't understand is Wolf isn't white, he's black. We could start with that.
I think you should just cut him off.
You know what, Forza? It's hard to tell Solid Snake anything at this point.
I drink racist blood.
So, Wolf, you came up to ask me a question.
Crazy.
Yeah, so this whole thing about DEI, it isn't fake. It's not a joke.
Well, I didn't say it was fake or a joke.
Stuff. Even in dealing with the aero industry, you have pilots, you have all these people getting jobs. They've lowered the guidelines to be able to hire them. That's a fact. That isn't just go for.
Hold on, before you get
that just doesn't go for the air
galloping.
Air traffic
I've already addressed that. The hiring process is not the training process.
They've lowered the standards in the training process. That's a fact.
You need to provide
anybody
details.
In the industry?
Hold on one second. You need to provide details. I asked somebody specifically about the air traffic control training, and there's a lawsuit or something out there, but it's not been determined, at least that I know of, that the training has been lowered. I literally have heard no one address training. All they ever talk about in the news is the hiring part.
Well, I think you're seeing in LA what's been addressed about the training.
And I think LA is the worst possible example. It's not a training issue.
Well, it's kind of the example in all the blue states.
I think it's a pretend argument that hiring a bunch of lesbians. I don't buy the premise.
You will find that in every blue
state.
I
will literally tell you I don't buy the premise. I think that DEI being the reason, for instance, the water wasn't flowing, it wasn't a DEI issue. It was an infrastructure issue.
Who's running the infrastructure?
Okay, the system. If you actually took the time to listen to the news,
which I do,
the system was not designed for multiple big fires. The system was overwhelmed by the size and the number of big fires.
So, Stanley,
it was not a DEI issue.
Let me correct you. First of all, if you did the research,
you would be wrong.
And looked into the,
if you're going to
the
correct me,
all of the
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna believe you just because Wolf said it. I literally read a New York Times article
Oh,
to
the
this
New York
effect.
Times. There's your problem right
Okay, no,
there.
no, no, no.
First of all,
All of a sudden, when I cite a
let me
source,
finish what I'm
no,
saying, Stanley.
I'm not going to do that, Wolf.
Let
You're
me
going to let
finish what
me
I'm
finish.
saying.
Wolf,
First of all,
you're going to
if you
let me
check the
finish.
volume of
Wolf,
water in all the
Wolf,
reservoirs, they were
Wolf,
all lower
you
than they're
are
supposed to
running.
be.
You're running away
That's
from your
why they
own
ran
statement.
out of water.
Okay, Wolf. I
I
cite
live in
a source.
California. Do you?
Okay, I cite a source, and you say the source isn't right.
You can
What I
Google
need
it.
you to
You
do,
can Google it.
what
All
I
you have to
need
do is
you to do, Wolf,
look at the volume of
is
water in all the reservoirs.
please
It's way
provide
down. They
a
had one
counter
reservoir down for
source.
maintenance
I
that
think
hadn't
it's
been done and
reasonable
wasn't
to
scheduled to be
ask
done.
you. I cite a source. You say my source is wrong. Please
It
provide a
is.
count. Please provide a counter source. Wolf says it is not a source.
Google it.
Motherfucker, I'm not Googling shit.
Then I don't have to
I
either.
will not Google.
I don't have to believe your
I can
source. You
go,
don't live here.
I can
You
go
haven't lived
and
through
find
all
my
this. You
source.
haven't lived through the fires
I
here. I
will,
do it
you
all
know
the
what?
time,
I
every
don't
year,
care about any of
since
that.
1985.
I don't
You
care
are
about
incorrect.
any of that, Wolf. It's all irrelevant to my point. What I'm going to say, oh, let's see if he reconnects. I cite a source. You say my source isn't credible. I need you to provide a source. I'm not going to go out and do your research for you. Period. And you got a lot of people rooting for you there, Wolf. All right, well, Wolf
What the
will
hell?
be back or he won't.
Well,
Where'd
I'm not
Solid
saying
Snake go? He
anything.
went.
I wanted Stanley to
Solid
Oh,
do
there
it.
Snake's
he
still there.
quiet
Stanley
He's
now.
put
turned
me in the
down his
back.
volume.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you did. You dirty. Ooh, you
Yeah,
dirty.
well, you know what? The guest,
Stanley,
the
why you
new.
so dirty, man? You know what, dude?
You do be extra loud though, my nigga. I ain't gonna hold you,
My
but
bad. I
it's
ain't
all
gonna lie. I
good.
got that 12th man affliction. I always pull the mic up to my face and shit, and I get drunk, man.
Wolf, Wolf, if you can hear me,
Cause
for
I
some
don't
You
think
know,
reason,
everybody
I ain't
can
mad
hear
at
me. I
you,
don't know
OG.
why. I got so much noise in my head when these motherfuckers get to talking, y'all. And I be trying to make
Jimmy,
sure the audience.
Jimmy, I don't like being corrected when the correction is wrong. What people don't understand is if you're gonna correct me, fucking be correct with your correction.
Yeah, I can be correct with my correction, son. But
You know, all you do is
at the
yell.
same time, you gotta have the knowledge and experience and learn. See, because my correction might not be your correction.
Okay, that makes sense.
You gotta face what you're looking at.
Okay, I don't need a whole lot of
Don't
platitudes.
say you got an argument
Okay,
for a
I
motherfucker
don't
and
know
then you want to
why
put
do
them in
you
the back.
why do you guys think sitting
I
here
want to know why
talking?
you ain't put that white racist.
Okay,
You so
god damn,
pro-black.
dude,
Why you ain't put that white racist in the back?
he's not white.
I think I served more time in the back chat than his white racist ass.
Motherfucker, I
But I'm
literally
thinking you
just
probably
said,
so.
do y'all see this? I literally say the man's not white, and he just keeps going on without addressing what I said. The man is not white, Solid Snake. If you would shut the fuck up long enough to hear what I say, maybe you wouldn't sound like a fool.
Y'all niggas crazy.
So what you saying
Hey,
is,
well, what I'm saying is he's
then
not
I call that man a white man, and I did all that shit because
God.
y'all kindred spirits.
You know
Y'all
what?
kindred
It's
spirits. That's
about
what
time.
happened.
It's about time
Not
to
only
end
am I
this
not white,
motherfucker.
but my great grandfather was a slave that was released.
Hey, guess what? My great grandfather was a slave that owned many more slaves.
Then what are you talking about? At least
Don't you
mine
still pay
wasn't a
taxes?
slave owner.
Don't you still pay taxes? Don't you still pay taxes?
Well, don't look for linear arguments from Solid Snake. He
Well,
doesn't
don't
make
worry
them.
about it. If you're looking for a chain link, I'm not that one.
Yeah, so most of my family is in Detroit on the
Well,
south side.
most of your family evaded the
So
southern
let's
border
not be
then,
talking
right?
about who's white
But
and
we
who's
still
not.
got black people down here below the Mason-Dixon line because
And
up
by the
north
way, my
they didn't
grandfather's
even have slavery like
father
that up north.
my grandfather's father ran the
They ran
Underground
from
Railroad through
slavery. They was
Indiana.
free
So don't
slaves,
talk to
right?
me about being black.
So they were free slaves, right? So how many of your kinfolk probably had slaves on plantations back down in the country where they didn't leave?
No, mine didn't
How did
have
you
slaves.
live up north with no income?
My grandparents were not slaves. My great grandfather was, and no, he did not own slaves. He was a slave.
Okay, so what? He paid all his employees a fair wage.
He what?
Did he pay all his employees a fair wage?
When he had
Can you
employees,
backtrack
he
that
did.
accounting information for me immediately? Since you hollering about I'm a black.
Oh, Lord.
Because it's all about reparations, right or wrong.
How do
Reparations?
Slavery
reparations come
was the
into
worst
this?
thing that ever happened to black men. I don't believe that.
You know what?
Reparations for what?
I really have a problem with you just throwing kitchen sinks into this. What
No,
the,
Stanley.
we weren't even talking
The kitchen sink
when
for
do
me is the
reparations come into this?
Stanley. If you continually put me in the back chat, if you
Okay,
continually
here's
muting me, if you continually moving me from the panel, and you're not letting me vocalize my statement, you don't sound no better than the motherfucking white man for the panel.
okay. What you don't understand is that there needs to be structure in your communication. Okay, just because you fucking vomit points everywhere doesn't make
Stanley,
them valid.
language not
Doesn't
needed.
doesn't make them worth hearing. Just because you can flap your gums doesn't mean you should be flapping your gums. Please just make an argument, make it brief, and make it cogent. That's all I'm asking.
You're a black racist bitch.
So
Okay, well, you know
my
what? I'm a black
grandfather's father
racist
ran the
bitch. Now,
Underground Railroad
can
through
you make a
Greencastle,
cogent
Indiana.
argument?
So
I
yeah, I
just
think
did it.
I'm probably black.
I don't think you did.
You're a black racist bitch, Stanley.
You know what? Stop whining and just make your point.
Black racist bitch crying all day, can't
Okay.
stand the truth.
Okay.
Black racist
Solid
bitch,
Snake.
military.
Solid Snake. Then you are getting your ass put in the back by a black racist bitch. What does that make you?
That's what you is, Stanley. That don't get no better than that,
So
dog.
what does that make? What does that make you?
Let me speak my argument. Let me
It
be
makes
wrong.
you it makes you a victim of a black racist bitch. Now, how do you feel?
Not really, because I still got the audience support. So fuck you, ho.
He's talking all this stuff about black people, but his family owned slaves. Are you kidding me?
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you a little secret, motherfucker. A lot of black people own slaves.
No, actually,
I hate
that
to
would
tell
not
you,
be
No,
but I've
true.
never had
Stanley.
sex with
Actually, you need to
somebody's
stop
mother.
reading those fucking
Instead,
books and look at the fucking
what you
reality.
need to do is
Shut the fuck up.
You need to pull your head out of Jared Taylor's ass and actually read a book.
So how many college educated blacks you know didn't think, oh, that nigga that don't sound intelligent. We probably need to put him in the fucking back. Because it
not
get
really
real
sounding.
complicated when you start
It's
talking
not.
about who the fuck held somebody back. Because you
How
being
you
a damn
sound.
main motherfucking object of my
You
opinion
know,
when I say black people held black people
all
back.
I have to say
Purposely.
is you are hiding
Because
behind
they
that.
love to
It's
be
not how
slaves.
you sound,
And they ain't
son.
gonna give up after that
It's
golden
not
egg
how you
called
sound,
slavery and
son.
depression. Because that's
It's
all you
uh,
represent right now, Stanley. Shut the fuck up and let a black man.
it's not how you sound, Solid Snake. It's what you're saying that's the problem.
It's a problem for your bitch ass.
Is there anybody
It's a
else in this
problem for your bitch ass.
Are you done?
I can't believe you sit up here and act like you can
This
be somebody's
motherfucker will go
daddy.
on for days
Shut
if
the
you let
fuck up. You would never go. Man, shut up. Stop lying.
Well, you're
Well,
certainly
y'all
You
niggas is
ain't
crazy,
that
boy. Y'all
guy,
had
bro.
me
You
cracking
just
up,
like
man.
Barack Obama.
he will
You
just
just look
keep
the
going.
fucking part.
He will just keep going.
90% of black people that live today couldn't deal with a real black man as a father figure. Shut the fuck up.
And you're a father figure?
I'd be willing to
We
guess
we
that my
know
dad
we
was
know what kind of father figure you
blacker
are,
than
but I
he
want to
was.
hear you
Yeah,
say it,
go
Father
ahead and
Snake.
tell him, Stanley. Go ahead and tell him I hit my son in the head with a hammer. Go ahead and tell him, Stan.
It's better. Well,
Go
you just
ahead.
told him.
Go for the insult, Stanley. Go
Hey,
for the insult, Stanley.
hey,
Stanley.
I didn't.
Stanley.
Snake, you
I didn't
stupid.
even have to say it. You said it
Hit
for
his
me.
son in the
Thank
head
you,
with a
Solid
hammer.
Snake.
Boy, what a great father.
That
You
nigga
fucking
jumped in
right,
the
because he ain't gonna
motherfucker.
be utilized as a weapon for no damn stupid ass ignorant nigga, and he damn sure ain't gonna go in their way.
Oh my god.
You're not making the
About him
point
in
you
this
think you're
world, I
making.
take his motherfucking ass out. He gonna do what the fuck I say.
Oh my God.
Again,
Shut
where
the
I
fuck
come
up.
from, using the word nigger got you put in emergency. I
Hey,
don't
you
care
know what?
what color you
You
are.
know what? You know what? You talking like you talk and sounding like you sound, and I bet you ain't got damn near 50 employees under your belt. So
You
shut the
bet I
fuck up.
what?
I
I was in
bet you ain't
charge of
got 50 employees
I
under
was in
your
charge of
motherfucking concern.
330
I
people.
bet you ain't got one business
I was
that
in
you
charge of
concerned with, nigga. I
333
bet you ain't
people.
concerned with nan one of those people when they go home to their family and make sure they
Oh
provide
Lord.
for their family. I bet you $20 you ain't got it. Now, if you got it, nigga, I'll send you $20. And if you ain't got
Okay.
it, shut the fuck up.
Solid Snake. You got anything else?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, how about let somebody else talk now?
You could have did that 2 hours ago, Stanley.
I
Instead
could
of
have.
putting me in the back chat when I rant.
I could have.
Because you know I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, okay, can I do it now?
It's too late, Stanley. My passion gone.
Good. Well, that means you'll be quiet. Wolf, do you got any responses? Oh, his connection failed again. Tough guy, what about you? You haven't said anything in a while.
Nigga, I just came up here and y'all niggas was arguing and this nigga
You
Solid
know
Snake
what?
had me
Actually, I
dying
didn't
laughing
think
for
I was
30 minutes.
arguing. It's really just Solid Snake arguing with himself.
Yeah, I was just laughing at his ass for 30 minutes, nigga. Y'all
Yeah,
niggas crazy.
man. It's funny.
But yeah, man, what y'all talking about though? What's going on?
I was talking once Tyrone came up. We've been mostly talking DEI, which I think,
Oh, the DI hiring, yeah.
yeah, I
It's
think
happening. A
it's
lot of
pretty
people are losing
much
their
a
jobs.
canard, and these guys are just full of talking points without actually substantive arguments.
Well, I mean, I am hearing about people losing their jobs. I'm not working corporate no more, so
Well,
it is what it is.
and my argument is basically that DEI hiring is a thing. If you want to find a problem with it, that's fine. But it is not. There is a training process in certain jobs, and if you don't make it through the training process, you don't keep your job. And no one seems to be willing to address that very real point. They just want to go DEI bad, and then that's the whole
Well,
argument.
the whole thing is a lot of these companies are doing mismanagement and they're not training people properly. So when a person
That could
goes
very
into the
well
job,
be, but
and then they
that
also are
happened
taking
before.
on many
That
more
all that was
responsibilities in their
happening.
job title.
That was happening before DEI, the improper training.
Yeah, and also putting way too many responsibilities or giving someone way too many job duties and calling it a certain thing. You know, they'll try to, if somebody can get something free out you, they will. And a lot of companies don't give a fuck because you're replaceable.
Oh my goodness, my phone died. Bottom line is that DEI is just a convenient thing, and I'm sure there are problems with it. I don't doubt that there are problems with it. It's not like a overall blanket problem that you can just blame.
Okay, Stanley, wait
You
a
can
minute.
plug
No,
and play.
Stanley, no, you ain't gonna go with this political talking point. What
Motherfucker,
is
I'll go where I
DEI?
want to
What
go.
is DEI?
Diversity. What is it? Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Inclusion.
Okay, now what did you just say it wasn't?
It's not a blanket answer to every problem.
Okay, but say what it is again.
Motherfucker, I'm not repeating myself. Make your
Well,
point.
that's what you're doing, and you want me to
Here
do
y'all
it.
go.
Make your point.
If you saying DEI is not a blanket of diversity, equity, inclusion.
No, I said it's not a blanket
Of
problem.
diversity, equity, inclusion,
Okay,
and then you went on.
you know what? If I'm gonna fucking repeat myself, how about you actually hear what I say? Okay, I said it is not a blanket problem. Every single situation can't be blamed on DEI. That's what I said.
I agree with that.
Asshole.
Damn lie. Goddamn lie. Everything can be blamed on diversity, equity, inclusion when you take away merit and accountability.
You're full of
That's
shit.
true. That's
You
true.
are full of shit.
it is
Stanley,
not
you just
true.
yabbling.
Man,
You
both of y'all
just
got good
yabba
points.
doing all damn
both of
night.
y'all,
That's all you
both of y'all
doing,
got good
Stanley.
points.
Stop.
No.
Both of y'all saying good shit though.
The 2 points are disconnected. Okay, what he said does not address my point. Every single hiring problem is not DEI. Motherfucker, you're acting like
No, but he's
merit
saying
ever
that
existed.
it can be blamed on that though. That's what
No,
he's saying.
it cannot be, not credibly.
Well, I mean, if somebody fire you, it ain't like they. I mean, you know, what consequences do they have for firing you? There's no
You can
consequences.
blame God for everything too, but it's not gonna be a credible argument.
I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you, Stanley,
I hear
for
what you
just
both are
bringing me
saying.
into the show when you get through with your little diarrhea of the mouth.
Yes, and it's gonna keep
with your little diarrhea of the mouth, because that's exactly what it is.
It's gonna keep happening if you can't basically have a
I just want to know, if was you born and bred by a single mother?
No.
Because you obviously ain't had no daddy in your house. Because you can't respect the words of a man.
You know what? Let me finish your point for you.
Sound like a welfare recipient.
Not only did I have a daddy, he was about 10 times better than you.
I just don't want a welfare recipient with nuts. Can we agree with that? I don't want nobody that receive welfare with nuts.
I know.
How you like that, Stanley? How you like that? I don't want no welfare recipient. I don't want no motherfucker receiving.
You want to get on here all drunk up and make crazy points and make people laugh. But motherfucker, some of us know that all you're doing is just sounding crazy. You're not making any sense. And I'm not shy telling you, you sound like a fucking idiot. That's what you actually don't like. I'm calling an idiot an idiot.
Hey, Stanley, your viewpoint, hey, Stanley, your viewpoints don't make me laugh. It literally make me want to go out and get an untraced gun and shoot you in the fucking face so I make sure you don't vote no more. Because you fucking delusional, nigga.
I'm not delusional
My
that you make
goodness.
no sense.
You steadily putting me in the back, Stanley, so you can make your points. How do you think that make me feel as an American citizen that grew up under
I
freedom of
cannot
speech?
make them when
You
you're on.
not even constituting the vibe. You violate me as an American citizen, Stanley.
I can't make my point with you on the panel because you keep fucking yapping.
No, Stanley, you don't think that long enough. You just yabbling. You just yabbling and dabbling. Yabba dabba do ass nigga. You ain't got no point because you ain't got no life. That the government ain't fed you.
Solid Snake, DEI is not a blanket problem. You
It
can't.
is. It
You
is. It's
can't
a blanket
blame.
solution for a blanket
You
problem
cannot blame.
that protect blanketed ass niggas.
You cannot blame everything on DEI no more than you can blame everything on God.
I tell you what, if DEI didn't exist and we didn't have USA with all that money laundering going on, I bet you we would have had a whole bunch of college educated ass niggas to patrol these damn jobs we gonna have being lost in the next 5 years.
You probably think that
So
made sense.
please, Stanley, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You didn't
You
even know that there was a racial
probably-
identity
you
on a job
probably
application.
think dude, I think you ought to start coming up here and making these points when you aren't 3 sheets to the wind. Okay? You are drunk enough to think you're making headway, and you really are not. You need to consider that, Solid Snake. You want to come up here and be all serious, drunk as a motherfucker, and you expect me to take you seriously? I'm not going to do that. Sober up, bitch.
You know what the problem is, Stanley?
No, the problem
I
is
would want
you're drunk as shit, and I don't seem to be able to get that point across to you. You are not making the sense you think you are.
I can make the sense I think I am. And I tell you what, if I was a sober-minded Carlos, a sober-minded Solid Snake, if I was a sober-minded ass individual, Stanley,
But you're
I
not.
couldn't take you serious.
You're not.
The only reason I'm up here is because I'm drunk to argue with you.
Solid Snake.
Because that don't make no sense. Nothing you saying makes sense unless I'm drunk.
I think what we should do.
Because you sitting on your ass collecting government benefits, trying to cash shade on people that actually got to get out here and work and support their families, and you supporting policies that actually get in the way. Literally.
This is the problem. You want to take what I'm doing and actually incorporate it into some political argument, and it just doesn't work. Motherfucker, I earned my shit. You need to understand that you telling me about me sitting on my ass collecting government benefits or whatever you think I'm doing, it has nothing to do with DEI. You need to fucking sober up.
You're a damn liar, Stanley. If you ain't collecting government benefits, you pimping. And you pimping retarded hoes. That's the only thing I can think of.
I can't help it if you can't deal with a successful black man. I know it blows your mind because you're so anti-black that you don't think black people can be successful. But we are. We're out here. Motherfucker, deal with it.
Stanley, you sound good, but player, you ain't passing the mustard. I'm sorry, Stanley. You can keep using me in the back chat all you want, but you sound like a whole motherfucking fake ass nigga. And you sit up here, you talk that shit, but then when I say some real shit, instead of you agreeing with it or coming with a legible.
How anti-black can you be in one sentence?
You throw me in the back check to make your damn point.
And I'm going to do it again. You sound crazy. I don't know why you can't deal with successful black men. You're acting like they don't exist. Dude, I'm literally sitting here talking to you. I exist. You either deal with it or just fucking go take a nap.
Oh, no, Stanley, you the reason a
Who is
nigga
eating
never learn.
ice?
Hey,
Is somebody
Stanley.
eating
Hey,
ice or something?
I don't know
Stanley.
Typing?
what is that sound.
The only thing you represent is the next black election and the next Barack Obama. That's all you
Well,
represent,
hey,
brother.
you know what though? The funny thing is, if that's what I
A nigga
represent,
that sound
Y'all don't
good
hear
and
that
don't
shit?
do shit.
if that, ooh, if that
Y-
is what I'm representing,
y'all don't hear that shit?
then so be it.
You don't hear that shit?
A
That's
nigga
Kim.
that sound good and don't do shit.
That's Kim. Kim making that noise.
Kim, what are you eating something? Anyway, all I
I
have to
bet you
say,
ain't mute him. You ain't
all I
put him in
have
the
to
back chat.
say,
Hey,
all I
man,
have
I'ma
to
holler at y'all,
say,
man.
all I
I'ma
have
holler
to
at you.
say,
Stanley being a racist tonight. I'm
no,
good. He want to be involved in all this white and
I'm being a
Hey Kim,
stupidest.
go on mute.
I'm being a stupidest. Okay, I don't know what's up with him.
Stupidest.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Clue.
A stupidest.
I was muted and it's still
I
going
never
on.
heard
So it's
that
not
term
me.
before. Stupidest. Is that what you are?
Oh, okay. I got you, Portia.
Ooh, Porsche's coming. Oh, I love me some Porsche. Woo, love
So
me
what's
some
going on,
Porsche.
Clue?
I'm just chilling, man. Hey, what's going on, Stanley? What's going on, tough guy? Kim,
Yeah.
what's up? Yo, Stanley.
What? Hey, Clue.
Stanley,
Meet.
what?
Hold on one sec, Clue. Meet Wolf. He's new to the panel. He's Tom Gully's colleague, and Solid Snake just treated him
Hey,
like.
go on mute. Whoever's eating ice, man.
It's not me. It's not coming from me. I was muted and the noise is still there. So it's interference from somebody.
Well, it stopped.
No, it didn't.
It's you, Kim.
It's not
Kim,
me.
it's
It was
you.
going on when I was muted.
I'm looking at your bubble, nigga. It's you. Your bubble's going. It's you.
There's something you're doing in the background, Wolf.
That nigga
It
smoking crack.
sounds like crunching. So Clue, I've lost my train of thought. Portia told me not to have the pop the balloon up until I'm actually going to watch it.
Oh,
So,
I came up to talk about the to talk about the pop the balloon.
oh really?
Yeah. I saw it on the
Oh,
screen there.
well, Wolf, I'm just give me 1 second. We'll watch it. Wolf, I'm looking for that New York Times article. I put it in the Slack because I want you to address it because it literally talked about the way the hydrant system was designed. It wasn't designed to deal with several big neighborhood fires. And I may have to go out to Google to find it.
Okay, so Stanley, I see all the stuff that goes on in LA, and they were showing.
Are you in LA?
I'm in San Diego. I'm 130
What part?
miles away.
What part of San Diego you in, nigga?
First of all, I'm not a nigga. And secondly, I'm an
You a
I didn't
nigga
hear
FBO
to,
in
you.
North
you
County.
you a nigga tonight. So
No, I'm
embrace it.
not. You know who used
Yes,
that?
you
Hey, where
are.
you at in San
Yes, you
You know
Diego,
are.
who uses
motherfucker?
that N-word? Klansman. Unless you're a Klansman, you need to quit using it to refer to other black people.
Oh, are you in Santee?
No,
Where
I'm in
you
North
at?
County.
Fallbrook and Bonzel?
Yeah, I'm in North County.
You in Fallbrook or Bonzel?
Neither one.
I'm in San Marcos, nigga. Where you at?
I'm in Escondido.
Oh, nigga, you
And
right
I'm
around
not
the
a
corner.
nigga.
Don't
So
make
you
me come find you, nigga.
Where
I'm
is it?
right
so
off of
so so
78,
so so
You
motherfucker.
so
okay to use
so
that word?
so you a
That's what I'd like to know.
you a nigga
When did it
and whatever.
become okay for black people to use a word that only Klansmen used?
Nigga,
Hey, Wolf,
Nigga,
hey,
Escondido is
Wolf,
please.
right is the
Nigga,
next
hey, Wolf,
city
please.
over, motherfucker.
let me
You
answer
better
that.
watch
Nigga,
your mouth.
please.
Let
Is
me
this nigga
answer that.
judging us? Is
Yo,
this
Hey,
watch
nigga
your
right
get
here?
away from me,
Kim
nigga.
Warfield. Nigga, are you judging
hey,
us?
let me
Nigga?
answer
Yes.
the
Huh,
question for
nigga?
Wolf.
I
Huh,
have never
nigga?
used
Are
that
you?
word. I don't use it to
Nigga,
refer to
you
other
like
people
15
of
minutes
my
away.
race.
Nigga,
Don't make me come find
please.
you.
Okay, hold on. These guys wanna haze you. Wolf, these are your fellow black conservatives. So I'm going to bring them back up and I'm going to let y'all talk conservative to each other. Maybe you can figure out why they feel comfortable using the word.
Well,
I'm a
I'm not.
liberal.
First
I'm
of
a
all,
liberal.
I'm not conservative.
I'm a liberal. I don't like using the word, but your fellow conservatives do.
I'm not a
What,
conservative.
what part
Okay,
of
well,
I'm in
Escondido
the
you
middle.
at? You off of
your
Center City?
fellow
Where
right
you
of
at,
center
motherfucker?
people.
You on Center City? Where you at?
Me?
Yeah.
Where are you at?
I told you I'm in San Marcos, under the P,
Okay. Well,
on the
where is
mountain,
San
motherfucker.
Marcos?
Now what?
Where is
Now
San
what?
Marcos?
Yeah, where the P is at, nigga, on the mountain, nigga.
Well, you
Kim,
must not be talking to me because I'm not a nigga.
I'm talking to your bitch
Kim,
ass.
Kim. Can I talk to Kim for a minute?
Yeah,
Can you
you're a
hear me,
fellow
Kim?
right of center
You ain't
person.
in Escondido, motherfucker. You don't want no problems.
Kim, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't believe in race at all. I say nigger and nigger to make fun of y'all. That's why I say it. Because I don't believe in race at all. I don't believe in race. There's no such thing as black, no such thing
Ooh,
as
Reed,
white.
look at this.
Those
Look
two
at this
things do
right
not
of
exist
center
in my
speaker.
world. Do you hear what I'm saying, Kim? Do you hear what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, but I don't use that word and never
I
have.
understand
My
that. I
dad didn't
understand
put up
that,
with it,
but
and I don't put up with it.
I understand that, but I don't believe in race, period. See, that's why they hate me, because I don't believe in race, period.
How
I
Well,
think
come?
I've
it's
There's
never
the
lived.
human
I've
race, you
never
it's a
fucking
lived that.
idiot.
cartoon show to me.
Human
I've never
race.
lived that way.
There is
I don't
race.
believe in black or white. I think it's all fake. That's what I believe.
Well, I believe there are races, but I don't believe that should be
Why do you believe there are races? Races
of
don't
importance.
exist.
I don't believe that's a point of importance. I never have.
Black and
Race
white
does
is
not
only an
exist.
American thing.
That's true, but race
Yeah,
does
black
not
and white is
exist, Kim.
American.
Race does not exist. It's fake. It's made up. It's made up to divide people. That's it. This is the only purpose
Well, I
to
hate to tell
divide.
you this,
That's it.
that it's in. I hate to tell you this, but it's in the Bible, and I believe that over you.
No, so black and white are in the Bible. Name the verse. Name the
It
verse,
says all
please.
races,
That's the
tribes,
verse.
all that.
So what's the verse where race is
So
mentioned?
it is in the Bible, but it
So
doesn't matter.
what verse of the
It doesn't matter.
what verse of the
Like it doesn't
Bible
matter that Jesus
is
is
race
blood.
mentioned? That's what I want to know because I'm gonna look it up right now. I got my Bible right here. What verse in the Bible is race mentioned? Let's go. Romans. What are we talking about? We're talking about John, Second
No, you talk
John,
about there's different
the book
names.
of Habakkuk. Are we
No,
talking
but
about Israel? What are we talking
no,
about?
but if you think about the Romans or the Jews or that's kind of how it was back in
No,
the
no,
day
no, no, no.
before
I
everybody
want
made.
Kim to tell me where black and white is in the Bible because that's what he said. Where's black and white in the Bible? The black race and the white race. Where's that in the Bible? I want to hear the verse and the book, please. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Well, first it says races. So
You're
what
not even
black
in
races
Okay,
Escondido,
okay.
is?
motherfucker.
What
You a liar.
verse? What book and what verse?
Hold on, I'm pulling up the Bible on my other phone.
Okay, I'll wait.
What part of Escondido you
Hey,
at, bitch?
hey, Wolf. I put the article in the chat, the New York Times article. I was talking about for you and Tom.
I still want to hear the book and the verse where black race and white race are talked about.
He's looking it up.
Okay, I'll wait.
I said races.
Okay, where's that in the Bible? What verse and what book?
So they're talking about all the different people that are on the earth.
Okay, what verse and what book?
And I don't care about what color you are. But
Okay, what verse? What verse and what book? I repeat myself. What verse and what book is this mentioned?
Is that all different types of people does not necessarily imply race. Race is uniquely Western, in American in particular.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
if
Thank
the
you,
Bible
Stanley.
doesn't use the word color or race, you don't have an argument that races are mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, yes.
Different types of people don't imply necessarily races of people.
So, Ken Warfield, what you got? What you got, bro? What you got? You got nothing? What you got?
Come on now, he's new. Be gentle, Clue.
I mean, I just said that race is fake. And he's going to tell me that race is in the Bible. I want him to prove it so I can change my view that race is fake. And if he's unable to do that, then okay. He's unable to do that.
He'll be back. He's had an unstable connection.
How convenient. Okay, pop the balloon. Okay, this shit right here. Stanley loved this show, by the way. He loves this show.
I don't know that. I don't.
This
know
is his
that
shit. Stanley loves the Pop the Balloon show.
Oh, hold on. He's back. He's there. He is.
Yeah,
You're back, Wolf.
So you got the verse in the book?
Number 1 in Revelations 10, it talks about prophesying to all peoples, nations, tongues, and kings. That includes everybody. So
okay,
obviously,
but that doesn't imply race.
Obviously,
exactly, Stanley. Exactly.
Different peoples and nations and tongues.
But what does race come into this?
It doesn't for me.
Okay, then you have no argument.
I wasn't making an argument.
Yes, you were. Your argument was that race was mentioned in the Bible, and where is it in the Bible?
Well,
where?
Prophecies for peoples and nations.
Okay, peoples and nations is not race.
You don't differentiate
peoples and nations are not race, sir.
How do you differentiate peoples and nations?
It's not race. Race is something that the United States came up with.
Well,
something that they pulled out of their asses.
If you say countries, just you differentiate by nationality. You can differentiate by languages. There are all kinds of ways to differentiate besides skin color. Right. So what I'm saying is that skin color is not implied unless you insert the implication in there. You don't have to do that.
And what has all that got to do with using the N-word?
What, nigger?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
sorry,
you're just triggering them, Wolf.
I'm just making sure I don't want him to think I was talking about another N-word. That's what I was doing.
My point is that the only people that I ever knew that used that word were Klansmen.
Okay. Well, shout out to the Klansmen. Shout out to the Klan. Shout out to the Ku Klux Klan. Shout out to everybody. Bow down to the Ku Klux Klan.
Wolf, these are your
I've
fellow.
never used it. No one in my family has ever used that word. I don't use it. None of us have ever used it.
Okay, but nigger still exists. Am I correct, or am I wrong, or am I off base, or what?
Well,
do niggers exist?
Have anything to do with your skin color?
Because you don't use the word doesn't necessarily mean that niggers do not exist.
It used to
Right?
mean dirty, filthy person, but then things
But
started
dirty,
changing
filthy
in the
people
second.
do exist, do they not?
Hey,
I
Wolf,
don't
do you have a
refer to
dog
anybody as
eating or
that.
something? Do you have a pet eating in the background?
He has a fucked up microphone.
I'm on my iPhone 10.
Like I said, fucked up microphone.
When my mic is muted, the static is still there. So it's not me, and quit saying it's me. It's one of you
It
guys.
is. It
It's
is.
actually you. We're
It is
looking at your
actually not
bubble.
me.
Hey, Wolf. If you look at the screen, there's a sound indicator, so we can tell who's generating sound.
And it's you, sir.
My mic was muted.
Well, it is now, but
We don't
back
have
then it wasn't.
It was then, and I'll mute it again, and the static will still be there.
Well, as a fellow cantankerous old man, I understand your pain, but I can tell you right now, it is indeed you.
Stanley ain't shit, y'all.
Well, no, I am cantankerous.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Pop
Pop
anyway,
the balloon.
Tyrone, you're back. We can go ahead and do this pop the balloon.
Yeah, this will be fun. This will be fun.
All right.
Yeah, I had a phone
Y'all don't
call.
like
Yeah, I'm
HR?
back.
Oh wait, this is at the beginning.
Y'all don't like HR? Y'all must have worked at Amazon.
Holy God, that woman
Okay,
has
pop
a
the
body.
balloon or find love.
Wow.
Whoa, hold up. What, Stanley? What did you say, Stanley?
You know what? Everybody loves the host of this show. This is the first time I've seen her wear tight jeans.
Stanley's falling in love, y'all.
That woman is awesome.
Stanley's falling in love, y'all.
No, I'm not falling in love. You know
Yes,
what?
your standards are way lower than mine because I think she's
I
fat.
knew she was good looking. And she was, shapely and all that stuff. I just had no idea how much. At least I didn't go Shazam.
Okay, let's go.
Y'all don't like HR? Y'all must have worked at Amazon.
Okay, pop the balloon or find love.
She's been on here before. Let me stop right here. This look that women insist on wearing.
Okay, what's wrong with her?
This long, but I hate this style.
You don't like the boots?
I don't
Man, we
like.
still got that popping noise, man.
I don't
Stop the
like
fucking popping noise. What's up with the fucking popping
That's
noise?
Kim. That's Kim. Kim,
Fucking
mute up,
that
nigga.
bitch ass
Shit,
nigga.
Mute up, nigger. Mute up, nigger.
Hey, I just muted him.
Thank you.
Damn, that shit is annoying.
Yeah, I gotta scream to get some respect around here.
This
Sorry.
look with the jeans tucked into the boots like that. I hate that look.
I hate it too, Stanley. I'm with you on that. I agree with you on that.
South. You
It's
see it
ugly.
a lot in Georgia.
It's ugly. It's ugly.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah. She's been on here before too.
Pop a balloon, pop a balloon. Pop a balloon. Pop a balloon. Trying to look Asian.
Hippie chick.
Okay, she's okay.
How you doing? My name is
She's a
Brandon.
hood
I'm
bitch,
looking for
but
gun
she's
that's
okay.
fun, outgoing, but also driven.
Reversal.
Knows
His
what
name's
she wants in life.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love, Love Mountain Edition. I'm your host, Deshae Shelton. And with me, I have a nice lineup of single ladies. Hi, ladies. Y'all ready? Okay. Let's bring out our next single gentleman.
Don't come in here looking like a
Hello?
street nigger.
Good.
Oh, here we
Okay,
go.
let's start by telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
Another goddamn
I'm
mop
Brandon.
head.
I'm 30, and I'm a personal trainer,
If
and I'm
Pooh
a
had
poet.
hair.
Trainer, personal trainer, and poet.
Oh, they don't like personal trainers, nigga.
Okay. You do have
They don't like that
find out why
shit.
they pop. Okay. Can you
Because
start
he
with your
know he
name,
be
your
getting
age, and your
pussy.
occupation?
Okay.
They
My
know
name
he
is
be
Gray.
getting
I'm
pussy.
27. I'm a grad student and bartender. You said personal trainer, and I just had bad experiences. Personal trainers,
If she
they
lost
tend
the
to be
wig
kind of
and
like
the tattoo,
hoes.
she'd be okay.
I get that a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Besides that, is he your type?
No, but like, maybe if I got to know him, but no. Sorry.
No.
Is she your type?
Nah.
One.
Just not what I normally go for, a woman.
Okay. Hi. Can you give us your name, your age,
Not
and your
what I
occupation?
go
I'm
for.
Chanel. I'm 25, and I work for Chase Online Support, and I bartend. I popped my balloon because the same reasons I've had my experience with personal trainers.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
yeah. No.
Okay.
Well, a
And
personal
is
trainer
he-
says you should lose fucking
No.
weight, and you got
What makes you
offended.
not?
Just
Was
from
that the
experience.
deal?
Is she your type?
I
Shit.
think
Nah, not really. Same reasons though. So.
Okay.
But
Alrighty.
Why all the
Can you
smoke
give us
for
your
the
name, your
personal
age, and your
trainers?
occupation?
Hi, yeah, I'm Kristen. I'm 38 and I'm a broker. I popped my balloon because I'm a little bit older, than you, and also I'm just not a huge fan of the double nose piercings. It's just a little distracting for me, and I already have
Hey,
some
Stanley, I
problems
kind
paying
of
attention
like
to
her
things. I
though.
don't know where to look.
I don't like the hair, but I like her. Stanley, I don't like the hair, but I think she's cool though. I think she's cool. That's all I'm saying, Stanley. I think
Well,
she's
no,
cool.
hey, I don't have a problem with her.
The hair ain't cool, but she's cool.
Hey, I don't have a problem with her. She's 38.
She looks fun and shit, you know.
Right.
Yeah, she's straight, Stanley. She's straight.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. She's still not age appropriate for me.
Okay.
Right,
That's
but
because you're
that'd be
99
a
years
good
old,
younger
nigga.
woman for you, though, Stanley. If you had a
Well,
younger woman, she'd be proper, though.
If she insisted, I
If you
would.
had a younger woman like that, that'd be perfect speed for you right there.
If she insisted.
I mean, look at that smile. I mean, she takes care of herself.
She's gorgeous.
It's a double one, either do the POC or nothing, but yeah, it's a little different, but
She might get
you
you your
seem a nice guy.
mojo back, man. Get your juices
Is he your
flowing. That
type
blood
other than
might get your
Yeah,
blood rushing.
I like the long hair, I'm a fan of men with long hair, I like the dread, so he's a cute guy.
Okay. Is she your type?
Yeah, she is.
What makes her your type?
I just like the body build of her. She looks like
She has a good body build. She does.
She does look like
Okay.
She does look like she's in shape.
I like
She
I
does.
like the one in
Can
the
you give us
green
your
got
name, your
body.
I'm just
On the end?
The green
You
dress
talking about
got
on the
body.
end there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
This girl that he's talking to
Yeah.
is
I don't know what her
African.
face look like though. Oh, she don't look bad. The one in
She's
the green
Af-
right there. She look mad though.
She's African. She's Ugandan.
I had a Ugandan chick. It was kind of fun, but
Yeah, she looked.
she's fun.
She
She
was
was
Can I do
fun.
one too?
And why
she
did
look
you
like
pop
she
your
can
balloon?
get it though.
His
I like
age.
her.
I'm 24.
I like her in the green dress
Other
right
than
there.
that, is he your type?
He's
That
handsome.
tattoos.
Okay. Is she your type?
Not really the type I'll go for, but she seems like she's nice.
Okay. What is the type you go for?
The type I'll go for is more energetic.
More pretty.
All right. Hi.
Hi.
Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Jennifer. I am a dental healthcare management or manager. And what else? I'm 37.
Okay. And why did you pop your
She's
balloon?
out of shape.
I don't love
She's
their
out of shape.
locks.
Her teeth is
think
nice,
I like
which
a
is,
little
you
a
know.
more cleaner look. I don't really care about your age. I
Her
mean, younger
stomach.
is not my preference, but that's about it.
Personal trainer and my stomach don't
Okay.
mix.
So besides the locks, if he didn't have the locks, do you think he would be your type?
I think he cleaned up nicely. Yeah. I wouldn't say my type though, but yeah, he cleaned up nicely.
Okay.
She
Is
like
your type?
McDonald's still, nigga. She
Not
be going
really,
to
but she
Mickey
seems like she's
D's.
very fun to get to know.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. He
Fun
also
to get
said
to
like
know.
her
She
build
seemed
was
like she
nice,
still
so
go
I
to
was like, I
McDonald's.
don't think I look anything like her. So maybe.
Okay. Fair enough.
I bet you she just had a McChicken.
Okay.
Shut up, tough guy. Shut up.
Let's go find out why she popped. Hi, can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Hi, I'm Green.
Raya. Damn, that was a good one. She kind of buffed though.
Podcast.
She's been on it. These are a bunch of repeats.
So you seen her before, Stanley?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now she is kind of odd. She's kind of quirky.
Yeah, she is. But her body is banging though.
And why did you pop your pillow?
Yeah, she's all right.
She look a little strong though in the arms. I don't like when girls are too strong in the arms.
Well, you know what? She just
I kind of like the cuts in the arm. If the arm is cut up, that's kind of pretty to me. It is.
You like that?
A little bit. I not
like
too
it when
much.
their legs is like that, not the arm.
The legs, yes. The legs,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, the
She
legs
looks
when the
like-
legs
she
and the
looks
thighs
like
is
she-
like that, nigga.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
she looks like she'll put hands on you.
Maybe we like that, Stanley.
But that just
Maybe
come with a
we
body
like
like that. Is the arms.
Maybe we like hands being put on us. We might like that.
Well, I can't get into it.
You know, I'm straight on the bitch choking me, nigga. And she look like she get a good grip on your ass, nigga.
I'm so
If
sorry.
she get mad enough,
I hate
nigga,
when
she
men's
got
locks
arms,
are
nigga.
longer than mine.
You'll
I
damn
don't
near
like
die
it. It's
fucking
just-
around with that bitch.
Just a mean thing.
Did you hear what she said? She doesn't like it when a man's hair is longer than hers.
Oh, go back, Stanley. Go back.
Damn, she just dissed
I want to hear
herself.
this. Yeah.
How you gonna dish your own
Why she
self
fucked?
like that? That's fucked up.
Hi,
So
can you
your
give
hair
us your
don't
name,
grow
your age,
or
and your
what?
occupation?
Hi, I'm Raya. I'm 26. I'm a co-host of Dirty Minds podcast. I'm a teacher. I'm a CEO.
Okay, and why did you pop your pillow?
I love locks actually, but I hate when the locks are. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hate when men's locks are longer than mine. I don't.
Oh,
like
fuck
it.
you. Oh, fuck you.
And then
Oh,
it's like,
fuck you. Really?
For sure.
Okay, other than the long locks and the double nose piercing, is he your type?
I mean, you seem cool.
Okay, is she your type?
I would want to fuck her, man.
Stanley, hold up. Pause a little bit, Stanley. Pause a little bit. Hold up for a second.
She look like she fuck like she work out. I know you can fuck that bitch for about 3 hours.
Hold up for a minute.
That'd be a nice workout, nigga.
So her deal breaker was his locks were longer than hers.
Yeah,
that was her. That was her deal
she dissed
breaker.
herself. Yeah, she kind of clowned her own self. That was
This
weird.
is what I'm talking about.
That was
Superficial shit. Superficial shit.
No, it's not superficial. She was insecure about her own damn hair.
So she is not interested in knowing anything about this man other than his locks being longer than hers. That was the cutoff point.
That is pretty superficial, but I guess in a show like this, you're trying to get your perfect match.
But how will you know your perfect match? How will you know your perfect match if where you stop is the length of your locks?
No, hey,
that's weird.
I'm not fighting you on this. I agree.
But that's
with
why I said it sounds like she insecure. It's not so much.
Trying to rationalize her very silly choice.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
But she's 26 though too. In 10 years, when she's 36, she ain't gonna be talking about no.
When she's 36, ain't gonna be no man around.
Yeah, that could be.
It's gonna be too late. It's going to be too late. Then.
Well, there's simps out there. It's always never too late.
That is true. That is unfortunately
never too late for a woman.
What you said is true.
She got a vagina.
What
As long
you
as
said
she got a
is true.
vagina, there's some nigga out there that's gonna want to fuck. Even these fat bitches. That's why sometimes these fat bitches and normal bitches nowadays be acting like they all that because they got the internet. Now they got a whole bunch of niggas trying to fuck them, so they acting like they somebody when they really fat or ugly, and it's just like,
hey,
bitch,
tough
you
guy,
fat,
tough
you
guy.
ugly. You
Let me
lucky
ask you a
that I
question,
even
tough
said
guy.
something to your ass. I was just trying to get my dick wet tonight anyway. Like,
Let me ask you a question, tough guy. Tough guy. Let me ask you a question. When's the last time you fucked a fat bitch?
I like fat
I told the panel man I used to have this this fat bitch Jennifer. Actually, it was their birthday the other day.
Was she from Tennessee?
Did you give her
Jennifer was man. She used to take me everywhere. Every time I was hungry, she would take me to get food. I always had weed. I always had.
Was she from Tennessee?
I always had Jordans. Nigga, she paid what she weighed.
Was she from Tennessee though?
No, this was out here, man.
Hey,
Let's
hey,
just say
yo.
she was 350
I'm not
easy.
embarrassed by a fat bitch. That bitch want to
Oh
buy
man,
me
she was
some.
350
That
easy.
bitch
She was
want
a
to feed me.
linebacker,
I'm
big back
doing it, my
bitch.
nigga. I'm doing it. I'm
Hey,
doing
you
it.
know what the
Fuck it.
funny thing about it is? She used to have a motherfucking a green Mustang 2-door, and her big ass
Hey,
used to drive it.
hey,
Hey,
tough
tough
guy.
tough guy.
Tough guy. Do you
Tough
have to
guy?
fuck them? Do you have to fuck fat bitches? Do you have to put them on top of a pillow?
On
I
top
was
of a
going to ask you,
pillow? No,
tough guy. How do you
I
fuck a
just did
fat
it
bitch?
missionary.
How do you fuck a fat bitch? How do
Missionary.
you,
You can't fuck no fat bitch.
explain to the
Missionary, man.
audience?
That ain't right.
Explain to the audience how you fuck a fat bitch. How do you do that? How do you do
Well,
that
you
safely?
got to put two
Safely.
pillows. You got to
They
put two
still
pillows so she can lay across
got a
the two
vagina,
pillows.
nigga. I mean,
I mean,
They
but
got a
where's
hole.
the
you
vagina? I
put your
mean,
dick
can
in
you
the hole,
find it?
man.
Can you find it?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay,
Fat
okay. I'm
bitches
just
get
asking.
pregnant,
I'm just
nigga. What the
asking the tough
fuck? What wrong with
questions.
this nigga? Goddamn thug guy. What wrong with this nigga?
I don't know, man.
Like
Niggas
he
be
ain't
acting
never
like they ain't
fucked a
never
fat.
fucked an
Like he
ugly
ain't
bitch
never
or a
fucked a
fat bitch
fat
before.
woman
I don't get
I
before.
it.
fucked the ugly
Like, nigga,
bitch,
you
but I
definitely
never
fucked
fucked
an
a
ugly
fat bitch
bitch, and
Man,
you
before.
you
And
ain't
I'm
definitely
never
fucked
asking
fucked
a
a
you,
bitch
fat
how
that
do
was
you
bitch
do
overweight.
that
before,
shit?
Yeah,
man.
please
How do
don't
you
tell
fuck
me
a
you
How
fat
you
haven't,
fuck
bitch?
a
nigga.
Like
fat
where,
bitch, man?
where do you
You
put the
got
hole?
ultimate dick
Where's the
control if you
hole?
haven't, nigga,
Like,
and that's great.
is the hole over
Most
here, or
men
is it over
have fucked
there,
an
or is
ugly
it up,
bitch
or is
or
it
a
down,
fat
or
bitch for
what?
sure.
I'm just asking tough questions. That's all. Sorry, Stanley. Go ahead.
I was just going to make the comment that I did it once and I was like seasick. So
Yep,
You fucked a fat bitch, Stanley?
it was
we
it's
all
like
have.
being on a it's kind of like being on a waterbed. So I never did it. I never did it again.
Yeah, man, we all
Oh,
done it, man. See, tell the truth, shame the devil, nigga.
I can't even speak, Stanley.
Okay.
I love fat chicks. They
Hey,
make
some
me
niggas
feel
really do
Okay.
special.
like
You
fat
have to
bitches, though. I
pop
ain't gonna hold
balloons
you.
and
They make me
the
That's
feel
like their
special, so
fetish.
I love them. I
They like
love
big
fat
bitches.
Okay,
chicks
let's
because they
find a
make me
question.
feel special.
They like big
Okay.
bitches and they
Name
cannot
your age
lie.
and your occupation.
My name is Tanise. I'm 34 and I'm a filmmaker. I'm an actress, director, and writer. I
Bullshit.
popped my balloon because I didn't want to waste your time. I don't think that anything's wrong with you. I just don't feel a
Hey,
spark.
can you
I
pause
don't
it right
think
here?
you have
I
a
want to say
piercing in
something.
me, and I didn't
Pause.
want to
Pause it right quick.
blur the lines or confuse anything.
Pause it right quick. Okay, she said filmmaker and actress. Nobody who's a filmmaker says they're an actress, and nobody who's an actress says they're a filmmaker. So I call bullshit. I
Well,
don't
maybe
think this
she does
bitch is
her own
neither.
films.
This bitch is neither.
Man, you'd be surprised. A
Neither.
lot of people do a lot of different things. It's not just.
No,
I
no,
mean,
no,
there's
no, 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 no.
producing. There's a
We
lot of
talk about
different
Hollywood
admin work.
here.
I mean, you never know what people
Nobody
do
who's a
on film.
filmmaker
Have you ever
says they're
seen?
an
Have you
actress.
ever seen the credits
No,
on a movie?
sir.
There's a lot of names there, sir.
There are a lot of names there, but you never seen
There's
star
plenty of
actor. You never
producers
seen
and
the
filmmakers
star.
in LA, man.
You've never seen the
It's
star. Also, the
it's
filmmaker.
far and man.
Sir, tough
It's
guy.
saturated. There's so many people, dog.
You've never seen the star that is also the filmmaker. That never happens.
There are a lot of
They're either
people
the
that do
star
the work.
or the filmmaker.
You sound stupid.
When you say you're
You're
both,
trying to
that
talk.
means you're just
Every time
somebody
I try to talk, you
who
try to
went
talk louder.
to
You
film
sound
school.
stupid.
This is a chick that went to film school. I'm
But
telling
you're
you,
not
this is a
listening,
chick.
so I don't know.
This
I
is
don't
a
know what
chick
else
that
to
went to
tell you,
film
bro.
school. Trust me on this. I
No,
know.
I
I
can't
know. I
trust
know
you
the
because I
type.
know the business, nigga.
You know Hollywood?
Yes, nigga.
Yeah. Well, okay. Then you know that
You're
this
not
chick is full of
listening.
shit. You know
No,
that
I
this
know
chick is
that
full
there
of
are
shit.
plenty of people. You don't listen. There are plenty of people that do this. That doesn't mean that they're at the top of their game of it, nigga. Like not everybody is
Ah,
a A-list star.
I understand that, but they
Okay,
don't
so
do
she could
both.
be she
Nobody
could
does
do that
both.
and she could be doing well at it and making money at it. And you don't know what type
But
of shit she's involved
nobody
with.
does both. They do one or
Man,
the
you
other.
don't know what nobody's doing, nigga. You ain't there with her.
I've done the business.
You ain't there with her shooting in the gym, nigga.
I think she's full of shit.
I mean,
I
you
think
know.
I think I think she's just a Starbucks barista, in my opinion. That's what I think. But go ahead.
I mean,
and play
most
the,
actresses are.
Go ahead and play the
Most
clip.
actresses.
Maybe she
Most
revealed that
actresses
she is a
do
Starbucks
wait
barista.
tables,
The
nigga.
thing don't want to stop you from your mate, So I thought I'd just,
Okay. Yeah, she's my type. She's in that spectrum that I like with the build and everything. So.
Okay. Alrighty. So you have one unpopular, and you can ask her a question.
Do you like adventurous activities like water parks, amusement parks, traveling?
Give us
ziplining?
your name, your age, and your occupation.
Okay, my name is Saint Lee. I am 30 and I am a content creator influencer, but I also work for Enterprise Headquarters full time. Yeah. And you asked if I was adventurous. I do like doing things. I am spontaneous. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a
Oh, they're
little
a good
fearful
fit.
of heights,
Don't pop
but
your balloon,
depending
girl.
on the
Keep it.
vibe, I like to try different.
I think they're a good fit.
Oh, I thought you said pause it.
No, I said I think they're a good fit.
No, he was just
I
talking
think she
shit.
just
I do
needs
like
to
to
keep her
travel,
balloon
so,
unpopped.
yeah.
Okay. And do you have a question for him?
Do you have any kids?
Yes, I have one.
One. Okay. How old?
She's one.
One. Okay. Okay.
She didn't like that. She don't like that
Well,
young. She don't
so
want
you
to
said
take care of a
you're a
young
trainer, so-
young
And
baby.
how long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for about 11 years now.
Oh, okay. So, okay, cool. But you said you also do poetry.
I'm a poet.
You're
yeah.
a poet. And how long have you been a poet?
I've been doing poetry for about 2 years now. Performing it for 2 years. I've been
Performing
writing it
it
for
2
way
years.
longer than that.
Okay, cool. But are you interested in the arts aside from that?
Yes. Interested in all the arts, artsy.
Hold up for a
cool.
second,
And where are you from?
Stanley.
I'm from here, from Houston, Texas.
Stanley, hold
okay.
up.
Where are you from?
I'm
No,
from
nigga, let it play.
No, Stanley, hold up for a second. I want to say
No,
something.
nigga,
about
we
this.
don't want to hear you talk.
Yeah.
Stanley, hold up.
No,
Pause
nigga,
for a
shut the
second.
fuck up.
Do y'all have any other questions for each other?
As of right now, I don't have anything else.
Okay. Can you come up with me? Okay. So how do you guys feel?
Yeah, it's a match.
feel good.
Yeah, I knew
I
that.
feel good. I'm very
She seemed down to earth.
optimistic. So
Stanley,
I'm gonna get
can I
this one
comment
for the
for
most
just a
part.
minute?
No, nigga, wait.
Okay, I want to say this.
You got a big
Yeah.
ass mouth, nigga. Shut the
Yeah,
fuck
okay.
up sometimes.
Tough guy, hold on for a second. He is shorter than the host. That's gonna
gives
have
a
some
fuck?
bearing. Okay, hold up. That's gonna have some bearing on the results here. Him being look at the photo. He is shorter than the host. He's a man. He's shorter than the female host. That's gonna have some bearing here. What do you think so, Stanley?
Not necessarily, because she's wearing heels.
But women don't factor in the heels factor.
Well, he's taller than her, though. You're saying that
But-
his height in relation to her isn't going to be a factor, but his height
It's going to be a fact. Look at what you see here. You see him.
I don't know that I buy that argument.
You see him shorter than her. It doesn't matter. The heels factor does not matter. What you see here, optics wise, you see him shorter than her. That's going to factor into all of the other ladies' decisions. A man should not be shorter than a woman. This is what these bitches are thinking. That's not my opinion. This is what these bitches are thinking.
Hold on one second. You're saying men should not be, but in reality, they often are.
They can, true, but we're talking about optics for this particular episode of this show. We're talking about optics. What these women are saying is this man's shorter than the host. That factors into their decision. That's what I think.
Okay, well, you know what? You apparently know what women want.
Hell yeah, I do. I'm not a fucking master. But go ahead.
I was going to ask you, in Atlanta, do you see a lot of people who say they're actresses, a lot of women saying they're actresses or producers, but never both?
Yes. No, they're
Okay.
never both. They're either or. The
Are there that
actors
many people saying they're actresses in Atlanta?
or they're producers, but never
Interesting.
producer actors. Never. That never happens. Never both.
Okay. Well, I have to take your word for it. You live in the Hollywood of the South.
You live there too. Come on,
No,
you're a Georgia boy. You know
hey,
that.
I live outside of Atlanta, and the only time
But you
I
visited.
That's good.
no, not that often. I'm either going through it to Savannah or occasionally to Georgia Tech.
So do we have a match?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a match. All right.
Oh, he got one.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
I don't know. They kind of look like a match. His posture is horrible.
Yeah, he said you're a personal trainer, but he looks sloppy.
Yeah, he does.
He said he was a personal trainer. This nigga, no
Well,
way.
For
boy,
11 years, that's what he
I'm just
said.
looking for my queen, somebody that I can grow with, and we can build together.
Maybe he's like a geriatric person.
Okay, let's bring out our next single gentleman. Hello.
He trained
Good.
old people.
All right, let's start by telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
All right, my name is Artavius Dent. I'm 38. I have my own security LLC.
Too old for her.
I also do security like for different clubs and stuff like that.
Pop. Yeah, I thought so.
Provide security for stores. I've been doing security for a minute, so that's pretty primarily what I do.
Okay, you're definitely needed. So you say you provide security for restaurants while the balloon was popped?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure
Yeah.
we can hear that through the mic.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you do have some pop.
Well, you're gonna be
Let's
secure
find out why
around
they
the
popped.
nigga.
Damn. 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 We got one left.
Okay. Can you start with your name, your age, and your occupation?
They
Yeah,
must
my
think
name is
he
Ray.
ugly.
I'm a grad student / bartender.
They hate
The
security.
reason I popped my balloon because of your age, mostly. It's a little too old for me, and your
38.
occupation.
I understand. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, besides that, is he your type?
No. No, I'm sorry.
Is she your type?
I mean, she's a cute woman. I like a little meat on my bones, but
You got a cape
she's
for
very
these
beautiful.
niggas, man.
And she's
Shit.
very smart. So
Okay.
Yeah, what makes
damn.
what makes him not your type?
It's the weight. Yeah, I mean, just kind of into.
You a fat nigga.
Okay.
More fit.
Okay, nothing's wrong with that. Okay.
The
Can you
weight.
give us your name, your age, and your
Damn.
occupation?
She
My name is
says she ain't
Chanel.
trying to
I'm
get
25,
smashed on.
and I bartend.
Literally.
Yeah, I popped my balloon because your age, it's a little bit too old for me.
understand.
Okay, Nazi, your type.
Just
You're
not
cute.
their type.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're cute.
Like that.
What makes him your type?
Smile. And when I smile, and a nice bubbly personality.
Thanks. I appreciate that, love.
You're welcome.
And now is she your type?
Yeah, she's a very beautiful woman. Like if I see her, I most definitely will talk to her.
Okay. Hi. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Hi, I'm Kristen. I'm 38 and I'm a broker. I popped my balloon. Initially, I just couldn't understand what you were saying. It was just a little hard to hear what you were saying, like enunciating your words very well. And also the sunglasses indoors at nighttime is just.
Yo,
weird to me.
Stanley, I like her.
That's just to me. If that's the decision that you make today, I don't know what other weird decisions you.
I like her, Stanley. I like her. I like her. I like her. I like her. I like her.
I think her being a little bit older, she pretty much
She
knows what she
seemed
wants.
like a bitch.
I like her. I like. No. I like her. I like her.
Nah, she doesn't seem bitchy to me.
Not to me either.
Yeah, but she's a bitch about it. I don't like her.
Hey, Lupin, what's up, man? It's good to see you.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good off that.
I don't know,
I
Lupin.
could tell, bitch.
They just here.
And it's like, bitch,
Might make.
you acting like you all that, or You ain't got no flaws. I want to know what she do. Maybe she don't clip. Maybe she don't clip her toenails. Maybe she got foot fungus. I don't know.
She doesn't. What'd you say? She doesn't clip her
Never
toe?
know.
Tough guy. You're reaching.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Virgo?
Mm-hmm.
Deshay.
She probably got foot
I mean,
fungus
it
or
ain't that
some
dark.
shit.
You know, I can see.
Yeah, I'm
I
definitely
understand
reaching.
that. I don't think it's a matter of vision. I just think it's a different choice.
I feel you.
Okay. But I think you have a great personality
Yeah,
and
I
a very
like her.
infectious smile.
Okay,
Thank
is
you,
it
I
your type
appreciate
though?
No.
Okay, and that's you.
I like her. I like
Nah,
her.
not really.
I
But
like her.
Hey, she was gonna say no and not even elaborate. It's like I said no, and you know why.
Like I said, I like the meat on the bones. You know what I'm saying? I gotta,
You want a fat bitch. You want a big back.
Hey, she's got meat where it matters.
Rub on.
I'm soft.
Not, yeah. All right.
Can you give us your name, your age, and occupation?
My name is Denise. I'm 34, and I'm a filmmaker. I'm an actress, director, writer, and acting
Bullshit,
coach.
nigga.
And why did you pop your balloon?
She's
You
just
know,
a
I could
Swiss
kind of
Army
sense
knife.
that maybe, you wanted them a little
Swiss
tickle.
Army knife.
I ain't there. Sometimes I lose my
She's
appetite.
in
That
the
might not
film.
work. But other than that, same thing. I just didn't feel the spark, so I didn't want to stand in the way of somebody that could be your potential spark.
Okay, is she your type?
I mean, she.
I know you say you like a little meat on the bone.
she's a very beautiful woman as well. But you know what I'm saying? I break her in half. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh shit!
everything.
Ain't gotta worry about it. I can stay whole.
Everything big
Holy
on me.
shit!
You hear
Did
me?
he say that?
Okay. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
I'm Ducia. I'm 24.
That
I'm
nigga
a
laughed at her little
cosmetologist,
ass
and
like,
I
bitch,
do.
you ain't
She's
saying
got some
shit.
meat on her bones.
And why did you pop your balloon?
Because he just looked like somebody I would like have fun with, like as like a friend, not like somebody that be like sexual and
Bitch, you
like
ugly.
like that.
You be lucky if
She
anybody
got
want to fuck your ugly
titties.
ass.
She got titties.
Oh no,
Man,
what
you can hit
I
it.
was saying trying to get busy
You
with.
can have
I
it.
don't want to hit it.
I get
I'm
down.
just saying
Yeah,
she got.
you do.
Oh,
Yeah,
She
you
got
do.
titties.
Said she got
All
titties.
that. But
Hands for it.
I did,
Okay, and is it your type?
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, is she your type?
I mean,
No,
she
that's
seemed
what I'm
like a
saying.
cool, like she said, a cool woman to hang around with and party with. But you know what I'm saying? And she got a little meat on her bones too. You know what I'm saying? But like you're 24, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's way too young for me. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, some men like you,
So,
but yeah.
way too young.
Yeah.
Don't girl, you better not.
Okay, can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
I'm Raya. I'm 26. I'm a teacher, CO, and I'm the co-host of Thank You.
She's a correction
Dirty
officer.
Minds podcast.
Okay.
She works the jails and prisons.
And why did you pop your balloon?
She got
You just didn't
bodies.
really seem
One of
confident,
them inmates
and I
is
think
gonna
like you're
smash
a lot
her ass.
older than me. We're at different phases of life.
She young too.
Okay.
Are
Understood.
you confident? Did you come out here confident?
I'm extremely confident.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a sapiosexual. You know what I'm saying?
Sabiosexual.
I like to go to the
This
gym.
nigga say
You know, I go to the gym a
sabiosexual.
lot. And
Oh,
as far as confidence,
He meant
I never had a
sapio.
problem with
Faggots. Shit. Sorry, Stanley. Stanley, you talking?
Oh, sorry about
Thank
that. I
you.
was about to say he said sapiosexual.
Yeah,
How about
that's what I'm
you?
saying.
How about just say
That's not
you
even
like-
a word.
Yeah. Well, it actually is. It's like a new thing.
Yeah,
I'm just
new thing means it's not a word.
yeah. Just say that you like smart women.
Oh, faggots. Sorry, go ahead.
that. I never.
that's good.
That's new on me. You know what I'm saying?
I just gave that because you're real monotone.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
It's okay. Okay, now is she your type?
She's
I'm thick.
She's
got some meat
nice.
on the bone.
Yeah. She got some listen, she got some meat on the bone. She's a
You
little
want to spin around a little bit?
yeah, look, give us a 360 real quick. 360.
No.
Come on, man. Can we get a 360? Nah, I'm just playing. Thank you. Wait, you leaving me?
Okay, now you do. Now you do have one unpopped balloon, and you can ask her a question.
Okay. Do you have any children?
Yes, I have a daughter. She's 17.
Wow. Okay, wonderful.
Do you have any children?
I do.
Okay.
I have a daughter and she is 19.
Okay. Are you from Houston?
No, I'm from Michigan.
Michigan?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm from Saginaw, Michigan. You
Don't
know,
know. All I know is Flint and Detroit. Okay. A Sunday. What's your day look like? A Sunday, you don't have any work to do. What's your Sunday?
well, I'm actually
I
a
think
musician.
they're a
Okay.
good match.
So
Both of
I
them
play
big
3 different
motherfuckers.
instruments. I play the drums, I play the keys, and I play the bass. So if I'm not there playing, then I'm at the gym.
Okay.
You know, but I'm not at the gym on Sunday to work hard because I work hard Monday through Friday after work.
Okay.
But I just go there and I might do a light cardio and then sauna, jacuzzi. That's it.
Okay. Have you been married before?
I've never been married.
Okay. Okay.
No.
You can ask some questions too.
So what's a pet peeve of yours? Like what's one thing that, you know, like give me a petty pet peeve. Like for
A
instance,
petty pet peeve?
yeah, like for instance, like I don't know, having ugly feet or something or ashy elbows or you know, something like that. What's a petty pet peeve of yours?
That's a good question. I guess it's not anything like in the physical. I just don't like if we're texting
Looking
back
for
and
one.
forth and then like we're going into like questions and then you don't send me a text for like 3 hours or something. It's like, did you throw your phone in the ocean or but yeah, that would be it. And like I don't know, not drinking enough water. Like if the eye whites are yellow, so it does bother me that you have glasses on right now.
Oh man, pretty man. See?
Okay, your eye whites are not yellow.
They do look yellow because of 10. I understand that.
That's what I was gonna say.
Now, my question to you: have you been married before?
I have not been married before.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
That trauma out the window.
Okay, did you come up here with us?
It's a match.
Okay, so how do y'all feel about each other?
They do kind of look
Should I
good.
have the mic? Or
They look like a good couple.
I'm gonna pop my balloon. Okay.
Why? She's gonna pop. Why?
You seem so nice and probably like out in Houston or something. We would probably connect, but I'm
Houston?
changing the things that I like. And I don't love locks. I just don't. I don't know. It's something about him. No, I don't want him to cut his hair. But that's it.
But hold up, Stanley, hold up, Stanley. You listen to me. Wait a minute.
That's all.
I actually
Wait, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Did he not have locks? Did he not have locks when he came on the scene?
She said she's trying to change. She's trying to change what she likes. So I think she likes
these
the long
guys,
hair.
and it's not just women that this happens to. I've seen this happen a lot where people will hold on to their balloons until the very last minute and then make a decision.
But why would you do that?
think
you knew the nigga had locks when he signed up.
That's why.
You knew the nigga had locks when he walked on. You should have popped your balloon.
Women get
then.
to choose, nigga. That's one
it's
thing
just
God
being
gave them choice.
some people are indecisive.
But why would you see Stanley
wasn't feeling it at the last
Stanley,
like,
this is why I am so glad I'm not dating anymore.
That's
I'm
just
so
how bitches
glad
are,
I'm
man.
not dating anymore because I don't have to
They'll
deal
switch
with
up
this
on your
fucking
ass. 5
bullshit.
seconds. There are a lot of women out there who feel the same way you do. They're glad you're not
This
dating.
nigga showed up with locks, but you waited to the last minute to decide you don't want a nigga with locks.
You know
What the
what?
fuck?
You know what?
Really?
You are being very. I can tell what. I can tell what
He sounds more
states.
So
retarded
glad
than
I'm not
Solid
single.
Snake.
So glad I'm not single. I'm so blessed to not be single.
Yeah, but would your wife say that?
Yes, she would.
Oh, you got a wife? What she look like, nigga?
She's pretty.
Let me see.
Nope.
Don't do that.
Not gonna do that. Nope.
Don't be exposing. You know what, tough guy, that you even asked is problematic. And Tyrone is gone because I had a question for him about Lupin's statement here. Lupin, I totally agree with that.
She ain't right about that though. She popped it at the last moment. That's
But
fucked up.
Stanley,
Mhm. Yes.
Stanley, when he showed up, he had locks. Why didn't she just simply pop the balloon when he showed up?
I think she was just. I think maybe she was hoping he would say
Virgo.
something. He would say something to kind of tip the balance.
But her deal breaker was locks, was it not?
Honestly, trying to explain it, I don't think I can.
I'm so glad I'm not.
I do have
I'm
to
so
say
glad I'm not on the market. I'm so glad.
she
Ooh,
does
I thank
carry,
God I'm not on the market.
she does carry her weight fairly well.
She does for
I
a
think she
farm animal.
does.
Yeah, but she waits too long to decide whether locks is good or not. So that's a
Yeah, I'm
problem.
thinking, she's 37. I'm thinking maybe she works out a little bit.
Yeah, but she saw his locks coming through the door. She should have popped her balloon
The
on
problem is
sight. On sight.
she's got a similar hairstyle. What she should say is, I don't like locks on men.
Well, a man walked through the door with locks. Pop your balloon on sight.
Yeah, well, I can tell you're just being your red pill self.
That's the logical thing to do, Stanley. If you don't like locks on men, if you don't like locks on men, and a man shows up with locks, pop your balloon immediately.
If you say so. Hey, Virgo.
Why wait till the last minute? Because you want your time to shine. You want your time to shine.
Clue, stop being weird.
Hey, Virgo.
Hey. Clue, come on now.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop being weird. Let the woman
But if she didn't like locks, why did she wait till the last minute to decide? Oh, you know what? I just decided I don't like locks on niggas.
Because you know what it is. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
A lot of us women, and I've been guilty of it too, think that we can change somebody. So if you may see something you don't like, and you're like, well, I'll let it go, and maybe he'll change, and then maybe she just came to realization that I'm really not feeling this. We're
So
all allowed.
She thought she could change locks, like in the middle of the show.
No, not in the middle of the show, but maybe she was trying to hear him out to see what other qualities he had. And the locks is something that could be changed,
Hey,
in my opinion.
Lupin,
he's not religious.
I want to take a quick detour right quick and come right back. Lupin, to your point, there's a guy named Aramiose Frimpong. He makes the point that a lot of immigrants come over here with their culture intact, meaning they will come over here as an anchor and they will basically bring their family over, and basically start building a community practically from scratch. But they bring an intact culture over here. Compare that to Black Americans, the Black Americans with roots back, to slavery. There was a systematic deconstruction of culture, and then kind of like a reconstruction, no pun intended, after the Civil War. Blacks do not have their native culture. They lost it over the 400 years. And what we have is like bits and pieces of a lost African culture, and there were several of those. Then we have basically an American culture that basically didn't want us, and arguably still doesn't, and takes pains to demonize what remnants of African culture we have, and demonize it, denigrate it, whatever, and want us to assimilate into a culture that's pretty much hostile. So the arguments that all these other cultures, work with each other and are, there's unity and all that stuff. Well, of course there is, because for 400 years, American culture worked hard to sow disunity in the Black culture for various reasons at various times. Way back in the day, they were afraid of slave revolts. Back in the early 30s, they were afraid of communists getting a hold of us and forming problem or making trouble. So that's why Blacks do not have a native culture that they imported like newer immigrants do. Any comments on that? Clue left. Apparently he couldn't, he had to go.
He couldn't handle the estrogen.
But I was contemplating on cutting it.
No, it's probably getting late. His wife probably slapped the phone out of his hand.
Keeping them.
Probably.
Yeah, that's why I didn't get my appointment cut out.
She said, "What the hell are you doing?" and slapped the phone out of his hand.
Just thinking about that,
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Okay.
I got good hair. I got good curly hair.
I believe it.
I got curly hair like a baby.
Got good hair.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, unfortunately, all balloons have been popped. Thank you.
All right. Shade to shade to shade.
Yeah.
Okay.
My name is Jaden. I'm out here looking for love, looking for my right.
Boy, bye.
All right. Let's bring out our next single gentleman. Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
Bye.
Oh, a lot better than I expected.
Okay. Let's start by you. Tell us your name, your age, and your occupation.
Safari.
My name is Jaden. I am 26.
I don't trust a man with a fanny pack.
Dispatch manager, client acquisitions, and yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
HR too. But y'all don't like HR?
Nah, you the motherfucking popo.
Okay, let's find out why these young ladies popped. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Yes, my name is Chanel. I'm 25 and I bartend. I popped my balloon because of the purse and the 2 earrings.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, you
That's
cold.
It's a nice bag.
Okay.
I told you, I don't trust a man with a fanny
Is it your
pack.
type?
Yeah, you're cute.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and is she your type?
The fit not fitting for me.
Ooh.
Okay. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Hi, I'm Kristen. I'm 38 and I'm a broker. And I didn't pop because I hate HR. I just wanted to hear what you had to say. I only popped because you were so cute, but you're like a little tenderoni because I'm over 10 years older than you. So that's the only reason. Holla at me in 10 years. That's only it.
We would still be the same age.
Still be
gap.
10 years older than you.
Because he's in his 20s, though.
No,
after you get
but
to be
I'm-
a certain age,
I'm
you know?
extremely-
Like after 35, everybody grown. That's how I feel. But you're still young. I'm a little older. But I think you're so cute. I love your smile. I like the one nose on the, not two.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love your smile.
I appreciate it.
Okay, and is she your type?
She is my type because she is older.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Denise. I am 34. I'm a filmmaker, actress, director, writer, and acting coach. I popped just because I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like the bag either. I've always been really against that. And yeah, it's just the vibe. I wasn't feeling a spark. So again, I don't want to get in anybody's way.
Okay.
Spark.
My husband won't even hold
Now,
my purse.
other than a bag, is he your type?
I don't know. I would have to get to know you. My type is more personality based.
That's crazy.
Okay, is she your type?
No.
What makes her not your type?
She don't got the body kit I like.
Okay. Can we have your name, your age, and your occupation?
You say the body?
Hi, I'm Lucia. I'm 24. I'm a cosmetologist and I do music.
And why'd you pop your balloon?
Because he was like, the fit is not fitting. And
The
I'm
fit is
looking at
not
him
fitting.
Oh, we
when
know.
he walked in. I'm like,
Girl, your
he
fit
looked
is
like he
not
likes to be
fitting.
in the jungle.
You got them long
And,
titties out.
But then I saw his face. I was like, oh, he looked like Chris
I
Brown.
digress.
And you know,
All right, chill out. Don't say that again.
you know
I do not look like Chris
he
Brown.
got, he look good. But he can't dress. So
I do not look like Chris Brown.
that's enough for me.
Okay. Is she your type?
I have to make
No.
this comment
I feel like
because I made it. She's been on here before, and she was wearing the same dress. As a matter of fact, she is a little bit overweight, and that side boob thing, that dress kind of shows side boob. It is not working for her. You know, there's like a couple rolls of fat there that are just unattractive. So he needs to point that out.
Side boob is meant for A cups, B at the most. And a little caveat to it, in an appropriate, manner. Like if you're going to the Met Gala or something, not if not every day. Who walks out with their boobs out like that? That is crazy to me. And then they're long. Like, have you ever heard of a push-up bra? I know you guys go hard at these women. I'm just gonna have to kick in their backs today.
I actually think it comes off more, and she is African. It comes off as very African.
The long titties come off as African.
Yeah, it comes off as like National Geographic African.
Okay.
You don't get my point, Yuya.
No, I do, Stanley.
I mean, the only thing that's saving her is she's got a dress over it. If she happened to be topless, I would think I was looking at a National Geographic. Now, I know that's horrible to say, but I said it.
She needs to take a trip down to Victoria's Secret.
But the fit is also not fitting. So I understand why you popped your balloon.
Wait. My fit is not fitting? My fit is not fitting?
Me personally,
no, it's not.
Like, coming from New York, New Jersey, moving out here, my other half has to be a beautiful accessory to me. So if I got to get you dressed every day, it's not really for me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's a little sassy.
It's not for me either.
Okay.
Are you gonna pick out my purses too?
You can tell he hurt her feelings.
Mm-hmm.
She thought she was all that.
And a bag of chips.
Give us your name, your age, your...
And you know what? That is this is the perfect example of don't be tossing, rocks at a glass house, or people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Yep.
She wanted to go after his outfit and he got her back. Bet she won't do that again.
Which is a little sassy for a man, I must admit.
No, I'd have done it. I'd have said the same thing.
26. My name is Raya.
Lest you think I'm not going to say something, bitch.
Well,
when
Stanley, you are an exception. I'll tell you that much.
When did men become sassy?
No, I probably wouldn't have been as long-winded as he was. I probably would have said you shouldn't be throwing stones or something like that.
Who's this? I can't see. Who's
It's
this?
Wolf from Tom's show.
Oh, hey girl, what's up?
No, Wolf from
I guess
Tom
you can't.
Gully's
I guess you can't see my picture.
Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, I'm so. Oh, I am so sorry.
You know Wolf from Tom's show?
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm okay. I thought it was a I'm on my phone, so all I seen was like
all right. Everybody thinks I'm a girl.
Well,
I didn't mean to offend you.
Here's the deal. We're three people of a certain age, so it'll be nice and calm and civil.
I get my new glasses next week.
All the youngins have gone to bed.
Oh,
tough guys gone?
Stanley.
Yeah.
San Ynez has been empty. The reservoir that supplies Palisades with water has been empty for over a year. It was supposed to be maintained. The cover was supposed to be fixed. That cover was supposed to be fixed within a couple of weeks, not over a year. That's the problem. And that is controlled by whoever's running the department, which, by the way, was a DEI hire.
Okay, I don't buy that argument. I mean,
well, it's not an argument; it's a fact.
Are you saying a non-DEI hire would have filled the reservoir?
I'm saying that the person that is in charge is not qualified to be in charge and was hired for that reason. The fire department actually makes it a point that that's what they were doing.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Is the fire chief in charge of filling reservoirs?
The people who are in charge of it are.
No. Listen carefully to my question.
Listen carefully to my answer.
Is the fire chief in charge of filling reservoirs?
Is the mayor in charge of it? No. Does she have something to do with it?
Okay,
Yes.
you're thinking I'm not listening to your answer. We're not talking about the mayor.
I'm talking about the whole system out here.
The mayor would not be a DEI hire. She's an elected official. What I'm asking is who is in charge of filling reservoirs? The fire chief?
The person that's in charge of the DWP.
Okay, I think you get my point. The fire chief being a DEI hire has nothing to do with that reservoir.
No, what I'm saying is the people that are in charge of it are.
You would have to prove that.
Why would I need to prove it?
Because the only DEI people I've heard Fox News types talk about are the actual firefighters.
No, the mayor's not. That's not.
Okay, well, mayors aren't hired. They're elected.
Yes, and everybody under them is also hired by the mayor, and they are.
Okay,
DEI
once
hired.
again, I know you're struggling here. I know you want to make.
Struggling.
I know you're reaching for that DEI brass ring.
Stanley.
Whoa,
hired DEI.
whoa.
The fire department hired DEI,
I'm not so easily.
Television.
I'm not so easily fooled as to believe
they admitted it on
reservoirs.
Television.
Reservoirs are under the governor's governance, not the mayor's.
And what does that have to do with anything?
Okay, you want to bring up DEI? I don't think you actually know what you're talking about.
Did you watch any of the coverage?
You are making a talking point.
Did you watch
not
any
making
of the coverage?
A factual argument.
Stanley.
Yes, sir.
Did you watch any of the news coverage?
I don't watch the news that way.
There it goes. You don't have a
I'm sorry. I actually understand that the reservoir is not the mayor's purview.
So you didn't watch any
As
of
a
the
matter of
coverage. You
fact,
don't have a pot to piss on.
had you been watching the news, your Lord and Savior Donald Trump blames the governor for the reservoirs.
Stanley, I'm awake about 22 hours a day. Most of it is watching the news. You didn't watch the news. I did.
Wolf.
And I was also
Hey,
here in California.
Wolf. Where do you think I knew? Where do you think I got the information that Donald Trump was blaming the governor for the reservoir problems? Where do you think I got that from? You think I made it up?
I have no idea where you got it
See,
from.
I didn't
You
need
didn't
to
watch
watch
the
the
news.
news for 22 hours to know that.
You said you don't watch the news.
I
But
don't
you
watch
didn't
the
watch
news.
the coverage.
I do not watch the news.
Okay,
Doesn't mean I
so
don't know the news.
everything I'm telling you,
It
I
just
watch
means I
on
don't watch
national
it.
TV.
I think I got my point across.
I
Karen
watched all
Bass.
this on national TV.
Karen
so no,
Bass.
you really didn't.
Karen Bass has nothing to do with that reservoir. The fire chief that they said, blamed the lesbian fire chief who is the target of the DEI arguments does not control that reservoir. Do better.
Actually, all those people are involved.
They're all DEI, right? Go ahead and make the blanket statement. Everybody's DEI.
Why would I make a blanket statement like that?
Is Gavin Newsom DEI too?
I wish he was, because he'd be gone now.
You wish he was so you could blame DEI for him too?
No, I wish he was, because he'd be gone now.
Okay, I think I've made my point. DEI is not the problem here. Irresponsible and mismanagement.
Well, first of all, that wasn't the argument about the water levels in the reservoir and the article that you're citing.
Well, the article that I cited, I don't think the article is that wrong either. Was the system designed?
I tried to tell you that the reservoirs were empty, and that's why there was no water.
Wolf,
there was mismanagement.
Wolf, can several things?
That has nothing. That article.
Wolf,
inaccurate.
Can several things be a problem at once? I buy the argument that the system was not designed to fight multiple large neighborhood fires. I think that's plausible. I'm not an expert. I'm just saying it seems plausible.
It is plausible. But that's not what I'm telling you, is that if you'd watched the coverage, you would know the actual issue. And the issue was
I think there's several
reservoir
issues.
was completely empty for maintenance. It had been empty for over a year.
Uh-huh.
That maintenance was supposed to be done within a few weeks, and they never scheduled it to be
Okay,
done.
now let me ask you a question, Wolf. Is that reservoir the only source of water?
For Palisades, yes.
Okay. Now, what about the other fires?
What about them?
Okay, I don't think that's the only source of water. I don't know it for sure, but I suspect it's not the only source. I also don't think that DEI had anything to do with that water mismanagement. I think Trump might be more right when he looks at Gavin Newsom. The other thing that I discovered is they suspect one of those fires was started by some electric company, PG&E or whatever it is. I don't know what the company is out there, but I understand that they're investigating whether, one of the fires wasn't caused by electrical, by the.
Well, here's the issue out here. Now here we fixed it after our fires. Power and gas doesn't trim the trees around their lines, and those lines are uninsulated. All power lines are. So when it's windy like that, if anything happens to those lines and blows it into those limbs, then you got a fire. And so there were actually a couple of issues. Well, once the fires got started, you had arsonists running around starting fires. They caught a bunch of them. They also think it was somebody homeless that might have started it. I don't think so. Palisades is like where some of the richest people in LA live. And so I think it was probably a power line that did start it. And the fact that San Ynez was empty, that's not just for Pacific Palisades, that's for that whole area. So you had Palisades burning, that allowed it to jump to other areas.
Well,
You
let
don't
me
have
ask
enough
you a
water for
question.
that. That means you don't have enough water levels for the other stuff because they're going to be trying to get water to that other site. I kept wondering why they didn't immediately get somebody there to start water drops. Well, that didn't happen because the mayor was in Africa instead of taking care of her business. So there was a breakdown of all those areas. Then you had firefighters who, well, if you'd have watched the news, you would have known what happened there.
Well, don't they have
Well,
people in place that takes over when the mayor's
have
not there?
watched enough. I have watched enough news to look askance at blaming DEI for the whole mess.
DEI seems to be the scapegoat for everything nowadays. You know, people don't look at the facts anymore.
It is.
Well, if you look at those officials, you'll see a lot of those facts.
Okay, you don't discover facts by looking. You don't like the cut of their jib, therefore. I don't know. I don't like the cut of your jib is kind of a spurious argument.
No, I'm not saying I don't like the cut
No,
of their
I'm not
jib. I don't
saying
like
you
what they're saying in
personally.
interviews.
I'm not talking about you personally necessarily. I'm
Well,
talking
the
the
interviews
whole.
that these people gave were very damning. They admitted what they were doing, that they were hiring for that instead of finding
Okay,
qualified
and
people.
once again,
There were some
hiring.
qualified people
There
who
is
stepped up and
training.
did not
There
get the
is
job because they
training.
didn't fit the right profile.
There is training that happens between the DEI hiring and you're going out to the fire line. There is a training process. Anyone who did not meet
By the way, I know what the training
anyone who
process
did
is
not
because
meet
I
the
used to go to the
requirements
training
would
center for
wash out.
fire, and they have lowered the guidelines so that women could qualify.
DEI,
and that's a fact.
DEI to me seems a very kind of nebulous yet comforting excuse for some systemic and mismanagement failures.
Well, there are mismanagement failures. There's also poor hiring, which was done for DEI.
Oh, I'm sure there's poor hiring.
Especially in the fire department, the
okay,
military.
what I cannot seem to get through the MAGA right of center thick head is that there's a training process that washes out those who do not qualify.
Guess what, Stanley?
You don't go from
those qualifications have been lowered. They've been lowered for the military.
I'm
They've
sure,
been lowered for the fire department.
they have been lowered
for the police
but
department.
I'm sure they've been lowered, but I don't know that they've been lowered to the point to where there's incompetent firefighting. I don't buy that
they have
argument.
been.
I don't buy that argument.
Well, you cannot buy it or not, but I know it for a fact.
I don't think you know the facts.
Yes, I do.
I'm afraid you don't.
Well, I'm afraid I do.
I'm afraid you don't even live in the area. Are you a qualified firefighter?
I clean the fire department's training center.
Are you a fire marshal? Are you a firefighter? What kind of expert are you?
The expert that's been there talking to the actual people that do it.
Okay, so now you're telling me you've got secondhand knowledge.
No, firsthand knowledge is talking to a fire department person.
Well, firsthand knowledge would be you have the knowledge, right?
I got the knowledge from the firefighters.
So you have secondhand knowledge.
Well, secondhand would be if they told somebody and that person told me.
No, I beg to differ. Firsthand is like you have the knowledge personally. Secondhand is you listening to an expert. So you have secondhand knowledge. I acknowledge that you talked to some experts, but I still have doubts that you. I still have some doubts about the DEI argument, but hey, it's my personal opinion.
I guess if you talk to some of these people, you'll know.
Well, I guess I'll continue to be in the dark because I have no plans on traveling to California to talk to these experts.
I
Now,
don't think you need to travel to California to do it.
I'm assuming the experts you didn't talk that you did talk to were not DEI hires. They were good old white men, right?
No, there were some white men, there were some Hispanics and black people too.
They were good old white men who've been firefighters for 30 years, right?
No. In fact, I'll be honest with you, most of them were Hispanic.
Well, that's even. Oh, wait, hold it. So they were don't Hispanics identify as white?
No, they identify as Hispanic.
I'll send you some stuff.
Spanish
The
people might
majority,
identify as
just so
white.
you know, according to Pew Research, the majority of Hispanics in America identify as white. That's why I brought it up.
I live here with them, and they don't identify as white. They
Okay,
identify as
I'm
Hispanic.
just going by the Pew Research. That's why I made this snarky comment.
And Spanish people from Spain, they might identify as white.
Okay, there are Mexicans of European descent who identify as white.
That would be the Spanish.
No, those would be people born in Mexico who are of direct European descent. They don't have to necessarily be Spanish. Many are German or of German descent who identify as white. Even if they have some Mexican in them, they're going to identify as white.
Well, I can tell you from experience, I've not run into any Mexicans here
I
in
can't
San
remember the
Diego that
exact
think they're
number,
white.
but 50+% of Hispanics polled by Pew Research identify as white.
Where was this poll done?
It's a Pew Research that I saw months ago, maybe even a year ago. I just happen to remember it.
No, I mean, where was it done?
I don't remember the details. It's been a while since I looked at it.
Living here with Mexicans,
okay,
they don't think they're white.
Sir, all I have to say is that Hispanics live other places than where you live.
Well, I'm not concerned with other places. I'm concerned with where I live.
Well, I'm not concerned with where you live. I'm concerned with Hispanics nationally.
Well, why would I be concerned with that?
Well, I'm not saying you should be. I'm just kind of making the differentiation.
I'd be willing to bet that Texas is the same way, and Arizona.
I bet the majority of Hispanics in Texas identify as white.
No, they don't. They identify
How do you
as
know?
Mexican.
I'm just making a bet, so you're sure. You sound sure.
Ask them. But you won't do that.
I know I have no plans on going to Texas.
Well, then there's no bet.
And asking Mexicans, do you identify as white? I will not be doing that.
Then why make a bet on it?
It's just idle comment.
Ah, I see. Yeah. So anyway, regardless of all that, yes, it doesn't matter whether it's the Marines, it's the police department, it's the fire department. They've lowered guidelines to allow women to be able to qualify for those things.
So you're saying,
would you want somebody that's not able to do their job coming to help you?
I think that lowering the guidelines might not have been something I would do, but I don't think they would lower the guidelines to a point to where public safety is threatened.
Well, I hate to tell you, but that's exactly what's happened.
And I hate to doubt you, but I do.
You can go on any YouTube channel.
I don't.
You can go on any YouTube channel that shows those videos whether it's a donut operator or it's what's his name? I can't remember his name now.
Don't say Larry Elder.
No. No, not Larry Elder. No, this guy was a cop. I think he's on the East Coast. The police officer or something.
Oh, officer.
Are you talking about Tatum?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you've lost all credibility now.
Oh yeah.
Why don't
you
you
have
like
lost,
Officer Tatum?
and he's in Arizona, I think.
Because he's been proven wrong so many times.
As a matter of fact, I named
he's
a
a
show
provocateur.
I named a show after him. I called it Officer Kuntum.
He's just the name I could think of. Donut operator is one, and then there's you get the auditing channels. There's a bunch of those that show videos. There's some attorneys that do it that show bad arrests and a bunch of other
Who's
crap.
coughing up a lung?
What?
I think between me and Wolf, I'm eating and talking, which isn't recommended, obviously.
I just have some severe back issues that affect my voice.
Yeah, talking a lot affects mine too. I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to look up that Pew Research poll because I see Tom has joined the fray.
The article I'm looking at for Sandy
And why did you pop your
is,
balloon?
Yahoo News.
I'm sorry, what?
Who you talk? Me?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and
I was
start.
reading off the one article that I picked out because it was first was Yahoo News talking about the reservoirs being empty. So
I see.
I also saw now I can't find anything that was from last year, but it was from the Department of Water and Power that shows reservoir levels, and it showed a bunch of reservoirs that were below the level they should have been at. And you can say that's because of drought or whatever you want to say, but
I would just say it's because of mismanagement.
Huh?
I would say it's dry because of mismanagement. I mean, if you knew it needed to be filled and you let it sit for a year, that's mismanagement.
Well, yeah, but there's also issues with drought here too. And if we're not getting water from the north or from Colorado, then that creates an issue. So they should have made sure they don't do like here. The Department of which is SDG&E, they actually send crews out to trim trees, even where I live. They don't do that in LA. They take care of the forests here too. I know that because my friend is on the board, the fire board, and they trim. If you have property, you have to have a certain amount of distance between your home with foliage. And my friend was kind of mad because they wouldn't let him trim back further because of habitat where he lives out near the wild animal, actually past the wild animal park. But they don't do any of that stuff in LA. In Ventura, they do burns to try and burn off some of that excess, controlled burns. They weren't doing that around Palisades and in LA. Ventura learned because they had that big fire in Santa Barbara that got Montecito, and those are like homes that are in house and garden and stuff. So they didn't want that happening again. And one of my Hispanic friends was on the Oxnard Fire Department, so they got Oxnard and Ventura and Santa Barbara and those people together, and they did a controlled burn. And one time it got out of control, and they finally got it back under control. But they don't do any of that in LA anymore.
Right.
And that's something that they used to do. So there's, I don't know. I didn't vote for Gavin or any of those people, and now the nut jobs in LA are finding out they shouldn't have voted for that mayor either.
Yeah, well, I I chuckle.
Wolf, you sound, I'm not trying to be funny, but you sound like Ted Kennedy.
What? I've been told I sound like Tony Gwynn, but not Ted Kennedy.
Robert F. Kennedy, you mean? Because he's got a
RFK Jr. specifically.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Stanley. Stanley always wants to be specific, doesn't he?
Wow, that's scary. maybe I should stop talking.
Why
no, maybe
Tony
you should run for office.
Why Tony Gwynn?
No. Not ever.
Oh, here we go. There goes Ryan. My arch nemesis.
Hi, Virgo. How are you?
Hey, Ryan.
Oh, of all the gin joints. Of all the gin joints. Stanley knows that one. All the gin joints.
Oh, yeah. I like gin.
Yeah. I've been listening to this for about a half hour, and I think both are kind of true. I think that Fire Chief stuck her foot in her mouth. I don't know if she was competent. I don't know how she even put anything out without any water. So, but I don't know.
Well, it looks like they were pretty much tore up from the floor up. I think DEI just allows for lazy thinking and lazy problem solving, for that matter.
I mean, like I said the other day, I think it's something that was a good thing that they literally, all the HR departments just said, "Oh, we've got to implement these following things," and then and like you said, it's supposed to be a recruiting thing, not a permanent. If you can't do the training, you can't, right? And so you called it out, Stanley. It was supposed to be for bringing people to the company. However, it turned into we've got to have this head count. And that's why it's left open to criticism.
One other thing that I just thought of and I meant to mention, technology basically allows for certain training standards to be lowered. I'm thinking specifically of fighter jets, like the top of the line fighter jets, where back in the old days you used to have to wrestle a stick, to turn. Gravity was, you had to fight the stick and gravity. The modern day fighter jets, for instance, and this is just an example. I don't mean it to be some universal thing. You just tap on a stick. You hardly need any strength at all because of all the gadgets and the technology to wrestle, tight G turns and all this stuff, tight turns that pull a lot of G's. Same thing with other types of, jobs. I mean, the technology allows for certain physical standards, for instance, to be adjusted to allow for women. I have some huge
why wouldn't
the way people make these DEI arguments and then just like, oh, she looks like a lesbian. I literally had somebody in the chat about the helo pilot that crashed into the plane. They're still saying she was they're still saying she was a trans woman.
They don't know. They're just full of
Well,
shit.
no, they don't know, but they're
could have
going
been
to say
kidding.
it and talk about DEI just because they heard it out on YouTube. And right is famous for this. The left does it too. But since I'm in right-wing spaces all the time, I tend to notice. And some of these arguments, these DEI arguments, are just trash.
Well,
And that people don't feel embarrassed making them is.
But Stanley, listen. If they change the standards because of the physical attributes of the job, why wouldn't they change it for the men and the women?
Well, I don't know that they don't.
Well, they changed it for the women.
They change
Yeah,
in
they
the
don't
military.
change it for men.
In the military, they changed the standards for the men.
No.
Yes, they did.
Military.
I literally
I
heard
don't.
a story about the Army, I think it was specifically, lowering the physical standard for men.
You know what? You're correct because
So
they've
men and women have the
they've
same.
softened up the
I don't
armed
think they're the
forces.
same.
They've softened up the armed forces to like you don't get trained like you used to. They're probably because of a lot of complaints and lawsuits. I'm thinking.
Well, at some point, some of these grunts are going to be replaced with drones and robots.
Yeah, they are.
I think not in the not too distant future, ground warfare, the infantry, they're going to have a lot of robotic and drone type technology
You're still
replacing
going to need boots on
soldiers.
the ground, though, no matter what.
I mean, drones are replacing, manned vehicles. I think drones are going to replace a lot of foot soldiers, infantry. The standards are going to change, and you can blame DEI all you want, but technology is allowing for that.
No, that's not DEI. That's going to happen, but you're still going to need boots on the ground.
What I'm saying is that
You'll still need
techno-
boots on the ground. Look at how warfare has gone.
the fighter jets are my example, where you don't need brute strength to yank a yoke to put to put a plane in a tight turn. Okay, you can literally use a finger to do it.
Yeah, but you're still going to need boots on the ground no matter what you do.
Right, but I'm just using it as an example of where technology augments the physical strength needed to fly a plane in combat.
When you mentioned that, I was thinking of Formula One.
Yeah, I don't know that much about auto racing.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Formula One cars are so much easier to drive now, although all the technology that's in them that you have to know makes it more mentally difficult, but physically they're easier to drive. And a race car driver isn't getting killed every week. So that part of technology has helped with safety and improving. You still got to drive the car, but it's more understanding all the, seems like a million buttons on those steering wheels now.
All right, can I just comment on the fires themselves?
You set them?
No. But I have been in Ventura County. I do like it there. But anyway, so look, here's what happened. This dumb fire chief does a video, and this is why DEI got skewered, um, especially in LA. This dumb fire chief does this video, and she said, if you're a man and you get caught in a fire, you're
It's
probably
on
in the
you.
wrong place. Yeah,
It's on
it's
you.
on you. And I think, like, number one,
Well, say that
why?
again. If you're a man and you get caught in a fire, you're in the
Because
wrong
people have
Let me
commented
let
like
me let me
women,
give
women.
Stanley the whole picture.
Yeah, break it down, because it's so easy to trash DEI when you say something that dumb, and it's an actual commercial. It's like, no, your job is to pull people out of fires, and if you can't, someone else should be doing it.
Yeah, so she was interviewed, and they were saying, "Well, you know, you're a woman. How are you going to pull somebody out of a fire?"
Oh.
And she said, "Well, if they're there, then it's on them. They shouldn't be there in the first place." And that pissed everybody off.
Yeah,
because you're going to eventually.
Well, that doesn't really even
somebody
make
trapped
sense.
that you might have to carry out on your shoulder or something, or
Yeah, there's a whole thing called a fireman's carry.
Yeah, I know. I know. Well,
It's a thing.
she's not doing that. Okay.
Yeah, so
It's your fault.
that's what really ticked everybody off.
It's your fault.
And then
It's like
the
that's the
fact that on
job. That's your job.
national television, they admitted that when they read the statement for the departments where they were going to in the future, it was all about DEI. That was written. They read it off. And
What
people were
else
like,
did she
wait a
say?
minute,
Well,
shouldn't you
I don't know.
be
What else?
worried
What
about
didn't she say something
firefighting and
else?
not diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Right. But listen to what you're saying and apply it
No,
to
I
what
didn't say it.
actually.
That's what was read.
Okay, I don't know how many people firefighters had to
That was their
carry.
mission objective.
I don't know how many people, women had to carry in the Palisades fire. But again, I
Well,
want to
none because they didn't have the
I want
water.
to kind of focus on the DEI really not playing that much of a factor in fighting these fires.
Stanley, it doesn't matter. Their mission statement was about DEI.
Okay, well, see, I think it does matter.
It doesn't matter. When your
It
mission
actually does
statement is about
matter
DEI and then you're
if
hiring
you're
people
going
like
to
that,
place
that says it
blame.
all.
If you're gonna place blame, at least do it accurately.
That is accurate. They read
I
it.
don't think it is.
They read their mission statement on national TV.
I don't think blaming DEI. I don't think blaming
So
DEI
anything
is
you
a
come up with
factor.
after that is pointless.
I
They read
understand.
it in national TV.
I understand the zeal and the vehemence that you must emphasize your distaste for DEI. All I'm
Stanley,
saying,
I'm retired. I
all
don't
I'm
care
saying,
about DEI.
all I'm saying is that I'm not convinced that it was a major factor in these fires getting out of control. I think there were bigger issues than
Yeah, and I
DEI.
didn't say it was. I did say about DEI hiring, and that's their mission statement.
Okay,
Now,
I don't think DEI hiring
disprove their
had
mission
anything
statement
to
is
do
what
with
they're
it.
trying to do there.
I'm not convinced, given that there is a training portion, that DEI hiring is a problem.
Their mission statement is about
Okay,
DEI
you're
hiring,
not
not how
getting my point,
competent you
Wolf.
are at
You're
doing your job.
skipping past my point.
No, I'm not.
There
You
is a
don't have a
weed
point.
out process. You hire them, but there is a weed out process.
And that weed out process has been lessened so that they don't get
And
weeded out.
I don't think that really matters. It's been lessened. That's concerning, but it's still not a problem with DEI hiring.
Really?
No.
Really?
Really.
How are you going to prove that?
I don't need to.
Yeah, you do.
How about engage your brain?
Prove it.
How about engage your brain? If you hire a big pool of applicants and you run them through training, the ones that don't make it through training, you don't continue the hiring process.
Well, unfortunately, that isn't what happened.
See, that way it's easy enough to prove that the hiring is not the problem. It might be the training, but as long as you're weeding out your applicant pool, the hiring isn't the problem.
Well, the problem is those applicant pools aren't being weeded out. There's your
And
problem.
I don't think you're right about that.
Well, it doesn't matter what you think. That's a fact.
Okay, and it doesn't matter what you
think. Look at
think
it in the
either.
police force. Look at it in the armed forces. Look at it in the fire department.
Do you think what you think is more important than what I think?
Excuse me?
Just curious.
Excuse me?
Just curious. You said it doesn't matter what I think. Does it matter what you think?
It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. What
gotcha.
matters
Okay,
is the facts.
I just wanted to.
What
I
matters,
just wanted to
Stanley,
make
is
sure.
the facts, and the fact is those things do have an effect.
I don't think it's a fact. I think they do have I think they do have an effect. I do not think that DEI hiring is any sort of problem. It's the training that is where the rubber meets the road, the weed out process. If you want to criticize that, I can live with that. The DEI hiring, it's ridiculous to blame it. So let's get back to Pop the Balloon.
I don't know if it is. I don't know if I've heard both accounts. I've
If
heard
you
both
got a
accounts.
weed out process, I don't see how the hiring could be a problem.
Well,
I keep telling you the problem is with the weed out process.
And I keep saying it that might be. But I have my doubts. But you might be right. But I am saying the hiring process has nothing to do with the training process.
That makes no sense.
I'm sure it might, but if you think about it, it will.
No, it doesn't.
Don't make me laugh.
Why would you hire somebody that couldn't get through the training?
That is, it might be a bit of a waste of money. I don't doubt that it's kind of a waste of money. However, there is a training process. And if there's a problem with the training process, that might be a valid criticism. It's probably easily solved. But blaming the hiring process instead of the training process, which they do constantly on the news and in this chat, I think is ridiculous.
Well, that's your opinion, I guess.
I think I'm pretty confident that my opinion is based in reality.
I'm confident that my opinion is based in reality.
Well, then we are both confident motherfuckers.
Well, I don't know about the MF, but yeah.
Oh, hey, I'll clean it up for you from now on.
Oh God, pop that balloon.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, oh God, pop that balloon.
Some of your remarks.
No.
People be calling you sassy, don't they? Yeah,
No,
based off your reaction. They do.
Stop.
I don't want to hurt your feelings. I'm sorry.
Let's take a step back. If we could work this out, can I get you another balloon?
I don't like double earrings.
God damn.
Move on,
sorry.
dude.
The bag,
Move
the
on.
earrings.
It was really the sass.
She doesn't want
I
that.
like a
That's what did it?
masculine, like
Yeah.
I like a macho.
Okay.
And
Because I'm an alpha female, so I just
I can see
An
that.
alpha
Yeah.
female.
So the fit's not fitting with
Yeah.
sassy.
Oh
the
Lord.
fit's not fitting.
There's such a thing as an
You
alpha
seem Kudo. You seem
female.
Kudo.
Doesn't that only
Bob's is there.
go to men?
Okay.
You don't
Gotcha.
want her.
So she is your type.
Most definitely.
Okay. What makes you your type?
I could tell that she takes care of her body. I like people who actually do stuff to better themselves. I'm all about betterment and moving forward. And it seems like she has that kind of personality just by looking at her.
Okay.
Sir, you have a
Besides the
fanny pack.
accessories, is he your
Goodbye.
type? Like height and
Good.
are you a Chris Brown fan?
That's a compliment. Chris Brown's one of my celebrity crushes for sure. And I don't even like
You
white
popped the
braids.
balloon on Chris Brown?
Well, you're the other
What if
low budget Chris Brown. I'm just playing with
Can you dance?
It's that first
No,
aid
no, we're
kit.
not gonna talk about that.
It's that first aid kit on your back,
I can
sir.
learn.
Oh, nah, it's
I can
okay.
learn.
See, if he was a man, he'd tell her it's the first aid kit.
What's he going on? I think he's going on safari.
Well, that's what I
I don't
thought.
think Chris Brown would have a fanny pack.
What would happen if he actually had it was actually a first aid kit?
Why is he wearing that, dude? He's wearing hiking pants and shit.
Would he change your mind if he pulled out the first aid supplies?
No.
Like
There's other ways. There's other ways to save my life.
I am so much of a macho man. I walk around with my own first aid kit because I know I'm gonna hurt somebody.
That is a man purse, though.
There's other ways to save my life, Stanley.
I think you would be impressed.
No.
That guy, yeah, I think he's trying to be overly masculine.
He looks like he's going fishing to me.
That outfit is not doing it.
Well, I'm surprised he's not wearing
going
Keens
like he's going fishing.
or Merrell's or Keens. You know, the hiking shoes.
Yeah, I like those Merrells. I've had a couple pairs over the years.
They're originally from hiking. They are good shoes. They're made well, but I'm surprised he's not wearing them.
Well, I used to go hiking every now and again. I lived about a 10-minute walk from the Appalachian Trail.
That's right. All this guy
Okay.
needs is a safari hat. That's cool.
Okay. Stop. You got a nice fit. I saw it. I was like, okay, she's stepping.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Okay. My name is Ray. I'm 27 and I bartend and I'm in grad school. The reason I popped because you were just focusing too much on fits and like I don't dress good every day. Like you seem like that's really important for you. And yeah.
Nah, it's not crazy important, but I don't want you coming outside in a bonnet and all of that. So that's the.
I mean, nobody's in a bonnet over here.
No, but I'm saying that was just like an analogy.
You know what?
But I feel
he
like
needs to talk about that hair.
How do you guys feel about women with tattoos?
I'm not a fan.
Not me either. Don't like
Oh
it.
well.
I think it depends on where they are.
No, I just don't think people should have tattoos at all.
If
I
they're on
got
their
thug
face,
I got
Unless
thug
your
life
culture
print
calls for it.
I got thug life tattooed
Don't
on my
lie.
forehead.
Don't lie. Don't lie. If you got a
No, but I
spider
do have
tattoo on your
tattoos though. I
elbow,
have about 7 or 8 of them.
that's a
My
lot.
feeling on the
They're
tats is that
strategically placed.
it's like
Yeah,
throwing
strategic. That's important.
magic marker on the Mona Lisa.
Well,
Mhm.
I have to admit, I did meet a woman years ago who had just gotten a tramp stamp. And while I wasn't a fan of the tramp stamp, I was a fan of her.
Well, I think I didn't
But
find it's turned into.
ordinarily,
They call it that.
it's pretty much a turnoff.
I don't have a tramp stamp.
Well, she did, and I would have been okay had we gotten together. I probably would have had to suck it up.
Well, yeah, but nobody else could see it, Stanley. So
Well, I mean, I saw it, but she was wearing like a crop top.
a crop
And
top. Okay.
she asked me how I liked it. So,
I don't understand it.
so,
And you
so I
said
did
yes,
get to see
ma'am.
it.
I don't understand them, but it's fine. Like if you want one, get one. But I don't understand it. Just don't get them
Well,
on your face and neck and
well,
shit.
she got one. She wanted one. She got one. Now she was a divorcee. I think she was just going through a phase.
The only ones I have that are visible is the one on my hand, which is a little small flower on my hand, right between my thumb and my forefinger. And I have one on my right arm. But, because we dress modestly, you really don't see it
Well,
unless I wear like a short sleeve shirt.
well, that leaves
Can
5.
Can a tattooed woman actually dress modestly?
Hold on,
Yes,
Virgo.
we
Virgo.
can, Stanley.
That
I
leaves,
beg to differ.
Virgo leaves 5. That leaves 5, Virgo.
Well, just having a tattoo makes you immodest,
I believe.
right,
Come
Wolf?
on.
Well, it's not exactly looked well in the Bible.
I'm actually, I'm actually kidding.
Hold on. Did you say it's not biblical?
Well, if you look at, I believe it's
Only if you're Jewish.
well,
If you're a
it
Jew,
actually, because your body is a temple, you kind of shouldn't mar it up.
no, the Jews actually say you can't be married in the Jew
Well, the
graveyard.
Jews, the difference with them is that God was trying to separate them from all the other nations that were pagan worshipers and all that, and they were getting these markings and tattoos as part of their religious worship of their idols. So he didn't want them having any of that stuff on them.
Well, not if you're Christian either, but
I don't think it says
have
that
to
in the
say
Christian church.
Christianity derives from Judaism. So
Yeah, but I think look, I know this much. If you're an actual Jew, right? I mean, like a practicing Jew, you can't be married. You can't be buried in the Jew graveyard at all. Because if you have any tattoos, the rabbi has to look at your body. Because I had an ex-girlfriend that was a Jew and she had tattoos and she was like, I can't be married in the Jewish graveyard. I'm like, She told me the whole story.
Well,
It
that's
says it in.
strange because
It
once you're
says in the.
dead, I mean, Jesus said, let the dead take care of the dead. He didn't, after you're
But the,
gone, they don't care about the
yeah,
body.
the
Or they
Jews don't
should.
care about Jesus though. They don't care.
Well,
Yeah, that's Christianity.
yeah, I'm talking about Christianity, not just.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that if they thought right, they would have. Well, never mind. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
Lot
why
That's
I'm
what the
not a
Muslims
Jew.
say.
rabbis come up with a lot
Yeah.
of stuff that they aren't supposed to be doing.
Well, they're not allowed to eat. It's real weird, man. I think.
They follow a whole bunch of crazy crap that's in the Old Testament, which in Christianity we were taught that
You know, I
Jesus
read this
is our
thing
savior.
that
So
I read that a lot of Jews were fat because of all the shit they pull with their food. Somebody had this theory. They pull all this bullshit with their food, right? And a lot of Catholics are alcoholics because of all the bullshit they pull with, like the wine, like making kids drink wine and shit. Could be a false article, but I read this somewhere.
not well. Here's the thing,
It's an
Ryan.
interesting idea.
Not all Christian sectors drink the wine, because I've been to some let me say, like maybe Baptist or non-denominational. They give you the grape juice.
Yeah,
Now,
great juice.
yeah. So
But in
when you go
and
to
I think Catholics
Catholic,
used to
yes,
too.
you do drink. You do
Yeah,
drink the wine. I've been
but I
drinking
mean as
wine since I
children.
was 6 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like at a young age, they give you booze, and that has some effect. And then and with Jews, it's the food. They mess with their food on Friday, Saturday. They're eating weird ass, just crazy shit all the time, and they can't eat for
Well, you
certain.
got to remember, I think there was like 163 or 160 plus laws that they followed or were
And
supposed to follow. That's
what
a
they
lot.
say because of all the.
That's just too much for me, man. Live and let live, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Well,
one of the things Jesus changed a little bit was getting rid of some of that ridiculous stuff, not being able to eat
Yes.
things. And
But I tell you this much: I grew up in a household where we were very religious, Catholic, and I grew up on Fridays. We didn't eat meat; we had to eat fish.
yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, but I don't think that. I think the Jews have that, and then also they can't eat for Passover or something, and they can't.
yeah,
I
you
don't know, a lot
fast
of
from
shit.
I think it's dusk to dawn to dusk. No, dusk to dawn. That's right.
Then the Muslims have some stuff like that too, but I don't know. I don't. I think it's whatever. So I'm not doing none of that bullshit.
All right,
Um,
everybody in the chat, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe and share. Also, make sure you subscribe to my channel,
who's Zhang Wei? Who's Zhang Wei?
Stanley Cross 6000. If you type that in YouTube, you'll find it and subscribe to it. What else is there? Make sure you support the channel.
We're
I
same
need beer
page.
tomorrow, so make sure you support the habit, uh,
Same
and
page.
contribute to my beer fund, or John's beer fund, or Porsche's or HB's. Let's see, anything else? Oh, I'm gonna watch the rest of this, then I'm gonna go ahead and have to end the show because I'm getting winded.
Can I just make a comment, Stanley?
Sure.
It's towards Virgo.
Oh, here we go. He has to attack me.
I'm just kidding. Look, I just said yesterday that you and I are just talking about different time frames, but we're both correct in a sense. And that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
We're
fuck
both
that.
Yeah, we
correct.
are. But now, like I was I'm commenting right now, but now we go into race versus ethnicity. So, being Latino, Latina doesn't mean
you're
that
both.
You're not. I am both. My dad's Afro-Cuban.
No, Latino, Latina.
No, she's Latinx.
Oh, I am not a transformer, Stanley. Not at all.
I just checked.
Yeah. My husband checks every day. Anyway. It doesn't mean
what's Spanish for too much information?
Informaciones mucho.
Very good, Ryan, actually.
Yeah.
We would definitely know what you mean. No, but here's the thing. Being Latin doesn't mean Latino, Latina, whatever, Latinx, whatever you want to call it nowadays. It doesn't exclude the Africans who are also included in that. Because I don't know if you guys have ever been to Cuba, but when you go to Cuba, you know, we may see a lot of lighter skin Cubans here in Florida. But I'm telling you, if you go to Cuba, it's a lot of blacks. A lot of blacks. And that's with every country.
Would you like to hear a funny story?
Well, hold on. We're trying to work this out. Just give us 1 minute, and then you can say it. Okay.
Well, no, I mean it's about this subject.
Okay, go ahead.
So I worked in construction all over LA, and my crews were all South American, Mexican, and I was on a job site, and we made a deal because I learned how to speak proper Spanish from Spain, and they pretended like they didn't understand what I was saying. So I said, okay, I'll teach you English, and you teach me your Spanish. So I'm a mimic, and I learned to speak Spanish with a Mexican accent because I was repeating what they were saying. So I'm on a job site, and I start talking Spanish to this guy, and he said, "What part of Mexico are you from?" And I said, "I'm not from Mexico. I'm American." He said, "No, you're not." He started swearing, and he said, "You're ashamed of your heritage." I said, "I'm from Indiana."
There you go. There you have it.
Because in Mexico, there's different dialects. So there's certain Mexicans you cannot understand what they like. There's Mexicans I cannot understand what they're saying. Serious. I cannot speak that, you know, their dialect. And there's also parts of Mexico where there's like all black communities. There are blacks in Mexico.
I know. I got accused of being one.
Well, but what I was trying to say is the original people that came to the continents of North and South America came from Asia. They crossed over from the Bering Strait, from Siberia. We're talking 20,000 years ago. So,
but we're talking about here and now, Ryan. We're talking about here and now.
And my point was, you were talking about here and now. I was talking about history, like the people that originally here were of Asian descent originally, right?
Yeah, and I don't think I disagreed with you on that.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like in the Caribbean and in Brazil and in Guyana, especially, there were huge slave areas like plantations and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so you had a lot of, and there were free black folks as well, but you had a lot of African descent specifically in Guyana, especially. Huge. I guess it was great for sugar, whatever, right? But when you get over into Chile and shit, there was very little in South America. You know, as the further south you go, the less there was more.
Because you have countries that slaughtered all the blacks just the way we slaughtered all the Indians here. You know,
I don't think
it's a hard
I
fact,
don't
but it is true.
I don't know if that's true. I'm pretty sure it's probably not, but
Well, you're
I
forgetting
don't
that those
think
countries they
I
slaughtered
think they
each other.
slaughtered.
Like
I don't think they slaughtered them. And look, in original America, I believe there was conflict and there was slaughter, but they killed each other also. Would you agree with that?
there's a whole lot of
Mm.
killing each other. I know because I'm half Cherokee. Well, not half. I'm an eighth Cherokee. My great grandmother, was full Cherokee, and I'm black.
Well, let
So
me ask you
yes, they
this.
killed the hell out of each other. And you Indians were really nasty when they killed. They chopped you up into pieces.
Well, the Comanches were the baddest MFers on the planet. Like they killed everyone. They were like, you're white, you're dying. You're Apache, you're dying. They massacred the Apaches, right? And the Comanche was the most feared group in the whole western part of the United States. But
Well,
I,
there's
it
some
was all
nasty tribes down
And
in
a lot of them
across the
fled to the Caribbean as well. A lot of the Indians fled to the Caribbean as well.
But listen, what I try to tell everybody is nowadays we see things as back then, like 300 years ago, they felt many people felt if we conquer you, God wanted it that way. Like that was their mindset, right? Even if it is distorted and broken and wrong, they felt like the winner. It's divine. God must have been on our side, right? So if
Hmm.
we go to war and I win, that's the way it's supposed to be. And nowadays, the colonized, the ones that lost are going, well, you colonized us. But back then, the colonizer was seen as better than the colonized. So we kind of have changed this. You see what I'm saying?
Here's a nice white supremacist comment.
What's it
Comanche
saying?
no match for the white man.
Well, they had better guns. I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't think it's white
not just better
supremacy.
guns, but more of them.
Yeah, they had more guns
Yeah,
and they had
well,
better
hey,
technology.
that doesn't change the tenor of the comment.
We'll be losing to the Chinese soon. Don't worry. And they'll
Now
say the
I
they
doubt
got
that.
Chinese.
their own
I don't. They don't
issues.
strike me as creative enough.
I mean,
We're not losing to the Chinese. They
I
got
think
their
we
own
are.
issues.
I know they do, but they
They
still
got
have
a
a
they got
billion
a
and a
lot of
half of them.
unhappy lads.
You're absolutely
No, and
right.
think about it. They built all these cities that are completely empty of people.
Yeah.
There's an issue when you got cities, giant skyscrapers and cities and stuff, and there's nobody there.
So what's going to
Well,
happen is they're all going to marry African women and get ruined.
okay, listen, here's what's up. Here's what's up. The Chi- there's a billion and a half of them. They're producing 10 times the engineering students. And I think technologically they're going to fucking lap us. And
Well,
I
wait a
doubt it.
minute. You're forgetting that they steal all of our information and
they
technology.
do. They do. Absolutely. That's why they're where they are. But
They
they're not going to
we'll
stop
be okay,
stealing.
Ryan. Don't panic.
I'm telling you, man. It's the number one issue. That and a
And
national
also
debt.
remember, we
I
have
thought
probably
DEI
over
was the number one
500
issue.
million guns in this country.
Maybe what we need to do is package DEI into a bomb and drop it on China.
Yeah, but see what they do is they don't give a shit about none of that. They're like, if you're a Muslim, we'll put
They
you in a
will
camp.
if we drop it on them.
How are we going to drop it on
It's a joke, Ryan.
them? The funny thing, I'll tell you something funny about DEI. So, my significant other's company is in Japan, and they have DEI initiatives. And I said, are they?
Wait,
So
hold
who?
it. Jane, what do you mean China doesn't produce geniuses? When they come over here, they outperform white people.
They're kicking the shit out of everybody. What are you talking about?
Zhang Wei, they're so successful. Look at your name.
There you
You've
go.
adopted you've adopted an Asian name and you're white.
Well,
I
well,
read
listen.
I rest my case.
Oh, I thought Zhang was Asian.
No.
Mongolian.
He just wants to be.
It could be anything, probably.
He thought if he put that on his SAT, it would add 200 points.
You get a
He
100%.
would have gotten to Harvard. Aw, come on.
And
See,
so
Stanley,
look,
have me misbehaving.
so Berger, what I was trying to say is, I think we're both right. It's just we're talking about different timelines, and I do think that it sucks that a lot of people deny. Well, no, I'm white and all this bullshit, right? Like, just be who you are. It's all fine, you know.
Oh, I have it in my family, Ryan. I have it in my family. I have those people that go, I know black. I know black, mommy. I know black, papi.
So they don't identify as Afro-Cuban,
And
you're
they're
saying?
right.
Well, Afro-Cuban is the thing, though. It's a mix of people. Like, it's
Of
different.
course it is. There were African slaves there.
By the way, uh, there's a guy that identifies as Afro-Cuban called Enrico Torrio. I just wanted you to know that. You know what I'm talking about? The
Yeah,
leader of.
he's a pardoned black man now.
A
Well,
pardoned black man? Oh my God.
yeah, but
Yeah,
look,
Trump pardoned him.
Stanley, don't you see the comedy in that? In that, for
Not
2 to 3
particularly.
years, for 3 years, the radical left wing media that you subscribe to said that the Proud Boys were white supremacists, other than
They
that the
are.
leader is a
Okay,
black man.
I'm
What are
sorry.
you talking about?
You need
The
to
leader,
understand that
the
you don't
leader's a
have to be
black guy.
white. You don't have to be white to be a white supremacist.
Okay, but he never said we're a white supremacist group. He never said that. He said, I'm the leader and I'm African Cuban. What are you talking about, media? And then the media was like, they backtracked.
I understand that it's
Your
one of
favorite
those
Joy Reid
very
said it
general,
hundreds of
like
times.
if I don't say I'm a white supremacist, I can't be a white supremacist. But
Yeah, but
that's ridiculous.
the media backtracked after that, by the way, and were like, oh, yeah, it's a
Did
mixed group.
they?
Yeah, they did. They said, oh, it's a complicated issue.
No, it's not that complicated. He's a white supremacist
How is he a white supremacist?
because he's not white. Is that what you're going to say?
What I'm saying is, he's always had one message. Hey, stop burning the fucking buildings down, and we hate Antifa. Antifa is a
Yeah.
bunch of
Okay.
white kids.
It's one message that you can repeat.
That's what he said.
All righty. Let's go ahead and finish up this pop the balloon.
I don't know how he's
Or
a white supremacist, so I don't
or
get
if
it.
you don't want to, we can save it for tomorrow night. But I got to get some sleep. I'm running out of steam.
Oh crap! It's 4:18 there, huh?
Yeah, and I actually intended on ending a couple hours ago, but
Just let Virgo take over the show.
well, Virgo needs to go to work.
I know.
Yes, true. And
Well,
Virgo doesn't have the power to take over the show.
I don't know how you're able to do with this this so few hours of sleep, but
Oh no, I actually slept as soon as I got home. I ate some dinner and I went to sleep at like 7:30. So
I see.
when I sleep so early, I get up like really early. So I may get
I
like
know
an
what you
hour or
mean.
two
I
more sleep
do the same
or
thing.
rest. Huh?
Matter of fact, I actually got like a couple hours of 2 hour nap today, but I was actually pretty chipper up until about an hour ago. So
Virgo, what does your husband feel about these odd sleeping hours that you have?
What does my husband? What did you say?
How does he feel about these odd sleeping hours that you have?
He doesn't care. I mean, he needs to sleep because he doesn't sleep early, so he's asleep. But
Yeah, my wife's like, you don't sleep ever, and I'm like, I do sleep. It's just different hours than you, because I fall asleep at like 8 o'clock. You know.
yeah,
Like, I
let
can't.
me tell you, my husband is so. I cannot tell you how much I love this man. He's just
He's laid
so.
back.
you tell us
Yeah,
too much of it.
he's just so
It's
chill.
it's mawkish, it's sentimental, and just downright disgusting sometimes.
Oh, whatever, Stanley.
I'll be
He's
damned.
just
It's raining. It's raining here.
he's just so uh so I don't even know how to explain it.
He's chill.
It's like nothing I do bothers him, you know. Now, if it does bother him, he'll let me know, and I'll correct myself.
Oh Lord.
Stanley, why are you getting frustrated? We're talking about
Don't
relationships.
sweat
I'm
the
not
small
getting
stuff.
frustrated. I'm getting bored.
Oh, stop it, Stanley.
He wants to talk about something else.
No, if we're ready to wrap this up, I'm that's what I'm actually ready to do.
Hold on, where's Ken Warfield? Where are you
I'm in
located?
Well, he's
SoCal.
our wolf.
A wolf? What the hell's that?
His nickname.
Oh. Oh, you're SoCal, Ken?
He's from
Yeah.
Tom. He's Tom Gully's buddy.
Got it. Okay. Interesting.
And if you subscribe to Tom Gully's show, you would know this.
I have. I've called it a couple times. There's 800 different shows that come on. It's all about my sleeping hours. If it's look, Tom Gully's on at like 8 o'clock at night.
Right.
I'm toast at 8 o'clock at night. I'm not even. My brain is missing at that point.
Yeah. Have you gone on Metal Maiden Vicky's?
Have I? No.
I don't particularly like metal, but she plays everything. And I know a lot of stupid stuff about music and bands and junk. And so we talk about stuff, and I point out stuff that she doesn't know. And I figured, man, she should know because she's got way more music than I've got. And she'll play stuff that you know, if you ask her to play something, she'll play it, and it's fun. And she's really good at interviewing. She's good on the radio. She's good at what she does.
And she's a rocker.
Well,
she likes metal, heavy metal, but she plays everything on that program. I had her play the Aristocrats last Saturday, which is prog rock basically.
Huh.
And
I don't know any of this.
she plays like she'll play a ballad or something on there, and she puts a lot of stuff on. We're trying to get her to do a couple of hours of just musical, and I said, well, you know, Jeff Beck, and you play some of the great guitarists, Jeff Beck or Eric Johnson and some of those guys. So that's a good idea. I never thought of that, you know. So she's open to a lot of stuff. I'm sure she gets bored with just playing the same stuff all the time.
well, I'll be on when she does a night of show tunes.
Of show tunes?
I'm kidding.
No,
Though it wouldn't hurt my feelings.
You could probably ask her if she'd do it. She tries to
30 heifers, 5 goat skins, and 30.
She tries to switch things up in all kind of different ways. Sometimes she does the alphabet, and I enjoy her show.
Zhang, I have no idea why you think this is funny. My people, you're talking about my Bantu people. I have no clue if I have Bantu in my background. My only regret is they didn't eat the right white people, so you wouldn't be here bothering me with this non-funny comment.
I don't think.
So the bottom line is, wait for your reparations. You'll get them at some point.
Well, hold on. Did the Bantu eat people?
I didn't think they did.
I didn't think any of Africa did. I thought it was Southeast Asia and like the Pacific.
I would guarantee you more white people cannibalized were cannibals than black people.
How can you guarantee that, Stanley?
Well, I'm just, you know what? I'm tired. I'm punchy, and I just look to hurt feelings right now.
So it's just about inflicting damage.
That's really my one goal.
So it's mainly just based on nothing, except for I was like,
I'm just lashing out.
how can
That's just so wrong, Stanley. Just to take it out on everybody else because you're a little tired.
no, he does it a lot. He does it a lot. He just makes baseless claims about shit like that when he's angry and tired. I can tell. I get up on here with him in the middle of the night, but by like 6 or 7 people are showing up, and he's just fucking shitting all over him. Stanley, Stanley, they didn't really say anything bad, but he's just like I could hear the vitriol, you know. But he's tired. That's all. He's just tired. So
Well, you know what? I'm normally a pretty chill person, but if you're
you
gonna
are.
if you're gonna come up and pluck my strings, I'm gonna sing the tune.
Yeah,
So
it's usually about 6, 7 a.m. He gets a little bit
Don't
feisty.
don't ruffle Stanley's feathers,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. I can tell. I'm like, damn, you started really no reason for that attack. And then I hear it just kind of coming on, and then it's like, oh, he's done. He's out. By 8 o'clock, he's gone. That's how it plays out. 8 a.m. He's kind of like, don't fuck with him.
well, I mean, I was telling Portia that I am gonna start limiting these shows to like not more. Of course, I didn't follow that rule, but
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
really got to be more careful because I've been doing these, double 12-hour, like 12 hours one day, 12 hours the next day.
yeah,
And Tom would comment, like, do you ever get sleep? Well,
yeah.
you know what? I really need to start watching that because it is a little bit unfair. I will admit that, me just shitting on people because
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm
Most of them deserve
tired
it.
is a tad unfair.
Most
So
of them deserve it. Most of them deserve it, though. So
we
it's fine.
need to limit my exposure and keep it like 4 to 6 hours.
What we
Yeah,
need is the humor. I love it when you shit on people, Stanley. I
yeah, it's
do.
funny. But I
Well,
can usually,
not everyone enjoys it as much as you, Virgo.
though,
It
well,
makes my
so
day.
there'll be 4 panel members, and literally Stanley will disagree with all of them. It just they're all agreeing with him, and he disagrees with all of them individually, and then
Now, when
he's
you go after the women, Stanley, that's where I
You know what? You know me. I think women are just as capable of men of being dealt with. I'm not gonna treat women any differently than men.
there's no DEI policy with Stanley.
That's
Oh
exactly
Lord.
right. Y'all live in a
Stanley
D,
abolished DEI.
Yeah,
y'all live
he's
in
like,
a
fuck them.
DEI world, but I do not.
We're all equal in this bitch.
That's right.
Yeah, he's like, I'm doing that. Yeah,
I
that's what
don't
happens.
discriminate.
As
HB
long as he
shows
doesn't
up.
turn
He
into
goes after it.
screaming and swearing and crapping
No,
on
I've done
people
that.
and just
I've done
talking
that on
over people
occasion.
like that one dude.
No, he does. He's pretty. Stanley, you're pretty chill. You're not. Usually, you don't. You will cut people off just sometimes. Actually, most of the
Well,
time.
I did something today that I just occurred to me that I should do it more often. I had a specific point that I disagreed with Linwood on.
Hmm.
So I actually asked him, hey, put your email in the back because at some point maybe we'll do a show one on one because what I need to disagree with you just isn't conducive to a 6 person panel. It would have been just two.
Who are you on with?
Hmm?
Who are you on with?
It was earlier it was like yesterday afternoon. You know,
Linwood came up here. He came up on this show, your show.
yeah, he came up
No
tonight,
shit.
but he came up during the day yesterday as well.
No shit.
And I have to
Well,
admit, he acquitted himself really well. Neely Fuller came up, and
Yeah,
I don't
Linwood did
necessarily,
behave today. He did.
yeah, I don't necessarily agree with Neely Fuller's worldview, but I have to admit that Linwood obviously has absorbed that stuff, and he presents it well. So anyway, there was a point about individualism that I just didn't agree with him on. But I need to start employing that strategy too. It's like, look, you know what? Instead of being disruptive, put your email in the back. We'll talk about it, on another show or in the back or something. So I'm trying. I'm trying.
Well, yeah. I didn't know then what even come up here though. That's interesting. He's usually insufferable.
No, I have to admit, he impressed me. I'm gonna look at him a
Yeah,
different way.
Ryan. He was very calm, and he didn't come in like his usual self. He really was very calm, and I mean, even if you
Yes.
didn't agree with what he was saying, I had
It
to
was
take
well
a
delivered.
second look. I was like, "Is that Linwood?"
I think he's a good dude. Like I think
While
number
I
one,
was fighting raccoons.
he's in Charlottesville, right? So he's like at the center of that bullshit from 5 or 6 years ago. So I think he's got a pretty polarized view, but he's well read. Like he reads all kinds of shit. And I even take him as a little bit religious, like just if I had to guess, but he definitely he reads in an
Yeah,
echo chamber though.
Trey was on here earlier too, DiCapriona.
Who's
Trey
Trey?
did a good job.
I don't think I've ever talked to him.
Yeah. I was at work fighting raccoons.
What's
What
that?
do you
What is
mean
that?
fighting raccoons?
Aren't you in accounting? What are you talking about?
Well, it all ties in. There was a raccoon family inside of one of the cars on our lot, and
A new car?
well, yeah, we've had cats too, and actually the other day, one of the mechanics took the cat home to his
What kind of
daughter.
place do you work at? I can't even imagine.
I don't know what it is, but raccoons
I work
and
for
cats
Honda.
hang out together. Did you notice that? Raccoons and cats hang out together.
Yeah, I work for Honda, so so the raccoon family was under the hood of a freaking a prologue, and I had to freaking get on the phone and call somebody to get them out.
Animal control.
And yeah, so I was like, man, what the fuck? We don't need to call no. This is not in the budget. Like I was like looking at the numbers, and I'm like, this is not in the budget. Shoot the motherfuckers,
$400 to $500, huh?
kids and all.
DiCapriona wants to know, was it a real raccoon or Tatum?
Oh, let me tell you, if I had my stuff with me, I would have put Tatum's face on those raccoons and shot him dead.
Tatum is not a raccoon. He's just a coon.
You can't shoot, but if you work at a car dealership or something, you can't shoot. You can't. It's bad PR.
Allegedly.
Well, you can't. Car dealers.
You have to remember where. Okay, here's the thing, Ryan.
Raccoons.
You have to remember where I'm at. I'm here in Florida.
Yeah, it is Florida.
Oh no. Okay, you're good. You can fucking shoot a family of bears.
As a matter of fact, you kill the raccoon and hang the tail on the rear view mirror.
There you go.
You can shoot you can shoot bums and shit if they're in your car.
It's the Daniel Boone edition.
You can bring in your peace and threaten your coworker if you have to.
Yeah, my fault. I forgot.
Not hit them with it. Just lay it on your desk.
If you pistol whip them, you're going to jail. If you shoot them, it's stand your ground.
Oh well, then I guess I'd have to shoot them.
I was in fear of my life, and I protected myself.
Just the man we need to talk to.
I protected myself from her casserole. I'm done.
Bob, I'm about to end the show. I wish you were here earlier. At some point, I really want you to come up and talk about Reagan National. Have you ever flown into Reagan National, Bob? He's a pilot.
I don't think it's the same
Bob.
Bob.
Bob's in the chat.
Yeah,
that's a different
Bob.
It's a different Bob?
I don't think it's the same Bob. Bob's usually pretty cordial.
Bob, is that you?
No, it's a different Bob.
Is that Pilot Bob?
No, it's not. I'm telling you, I swear.
There are two Bobs?
Oh, Shang, you should be ashamed of your goddamn self. Ashamed.
You paid
Oh my
$50. Oh, okay. You know what? A lot of people have two different accounts, so I just figured that was Bob's alternate account.
Yeah. No, it's a different.
That is true.
Sorry,
Bob does have his dog. He has his dog in his avatar. This is
And
not
he's a chat.
So Zhang Wei basically donated $50 to George Zimmerman.
I thought George Zimmerman was dead.
That's interesting.
A fool and his money.
Well,
Zimmerman's
this is not
still
Bob,
alive.
our DEI pilot.
I don't think Bob's a DEI pilot. I think he's just a pilot.
Oh, I was teasing Ryan.
Bob basically said, everybody, they blame everything on DEI. So that kind of surprised.
Yeah, I said that earlier too. It's it is what it is.
Is he
anything that
commercial
goes
or is
wrong?
he
It's
private?
DEI.
He's a commercial. He's a big time pilot.
And I hate it. I hate it that when they say DEI, they always blame black people. Like, oh, no, DEI benefits mostly white women. But you know what? I digress.
I don't know if it does. I don't know. They say that shit, but I don't know. I think it's hard to measure who it benefits most. I think affirmative action supposedly benefited white women the most, but who has numbers on that shit? I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean,
Well, DEI is just a cousin to affirmative action.
Well, like I was saying the other
They're
day,
still kin.
it was based on a study they did in like 2012. It's called the McKinsey study or something, and it was a corporate thing that then got hijacked by government and all these other organizations, and they basically just distorted it and started looking at measuring the organization by it, which fucked it up worse. And so they just distorted the shit out of it, which was a good thing, which was they showed that companies that had more diversity, equity, and inclusion were more profitable than other companies that didn't. So,
Well,
okay,
I think
good,
I
all right,
think
good idea.
white women benefited because they were all the DEI teachers.
What I don't understand, actually, you're right.
Like, what's her name?
You're absolutely right.
Robin DiAngelo, white woman,
Yes.
made millions.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she gets like 20 grand per speech.
Exactly. Plus the books.
Well, but again, it was a good thing. And then they started measuring the HR managers by, well, what percentage of this do you have, right? And so the HR managers started to hire to the numbers, which fucked it up. Instead of recruiting to the numbers, and then, like Stanley says all the time, training, right? But they started judging HR managers based on it.
I think I could believe it was white lesbian women who benefited largely.
I think it is, Stanley.
And
I
white
think it is.
lesbian women.
What I don't understand is how white women could qualify for anything when they are the majority of every demographic in the United States. That's my question. There's more white women than any fucking group. Any group in the country voting.
Robin DiAngelo made millions. DiCapriona.
Oh, by the way, yeah, if you look at DEI departments, it's 80% white women. The CEO is 80% white women, and I'm like, what kind of dumb shit is this? Right? Like, you're the majority of every fucking group. How the hell are you the head of this, right? So,
because they're minorities.
Literally, not numerically, they are the majority.
Well, yeah, but they don't mean numerically. They mean like, hey, There are very few white women bosses in corporate America. They are a minority.
I wonder
You know,
why.
and I'll tell you something else about this fucking pay gap I always hear about because this came up yesterday on CNN. I'll tell you a little something about why there's a pay gap. Number one, women typically take off for several years
Boy.
to raise children. Number one, and number two, women don't fight for their fucking money. Okay, I have this set up all the time. I go for money every year. Every year, I'm like, I want money, and I beat the shit out of my company for it. Men fight because that's how we judge each other a lot of times.
They
Women don't
also
fight for
work
their
less
money.
hours,
Women don't fight for their
take
money
more
ever.
time off.
But
Period.
what I'm saying is they don't. I mean, like, my wife will get a raise, and she's like, "Well, I got a raise," and I'm like, "Well, how much?" And I'm like, "Well, that doesn't even keep up with inflation." Oh, well, that's true. They Women don't fight. Virgo, how often do you go and tell them you want more money? About once every 3 years?
Shit. You must not know me all the
Okay, well,
time.
maybe would you agree with what I'm saying? Let me ask you that. I mean, women are more interested, from what I can tell, they're more interested in like quality life, and the money isn't as important. Money is important, but it's not the key thing. And I think men
No,
just fight.
I agree. I agree. Money isn't important,
Yeah,
but here's the thing. If you're gonna pile on more work on me, you're gonna have, and I've always have had this mindset. You're gonna pay me,
that's an all. You should have it because most women will just do more
and
work.
while inflation, we have inflation, we have all these things going on. Pay me, and I have no problem with leaving a job to find. Like, I'm not one of these people that will sit there in a job and complain that I'm not making enough. I'm not making enough. I will find something else.
Yeah, good. But a lot. I get from what I can tell, women do not. Like my
Women do
look,
not have a sense of loyalty to their company.
they don't fight for their
What the
money.
fuck? Why should we? Why should anybody?
No, fuck. I don't
Do
have
they
any
have
loyalty
do
either.
they have a sense of loyalty to us? If they
Never.
want to
No.
fire you, Stanley, they call you in after you done put in 8 hours that day, and they call you at the end of the day and like, well, it's not work. Bitch, you should have told me that over the phone. But
Well, from
people are expected to put it.
but in mass, women don't
What
fight for
the?
their money like that.
Okay,
They don't.
explain this, Zhang. He's been
They don't.
buying his pregnant neighbor's breast milk for what?
That's weird.
To
Because
make
he's Asian.
milkshakes? I
Some
bet he's
weird shit
making
goes on with that.
milkshakes.
Is that a Cali muscle thing?
What do you
Can
do
you
with the
guys hear
milk?
me?
Are you making
Yeah.
ice cream,
Yeah,
Zhang?
we can hear
Can
you.
you guys hear me?
Yeah.
He's making mother's milk milkshakes.
Yeah,
My
I hear
my
you, Virgo.
lights.
Virgo, we hear you.
Oh, my lights just went off for a second. I don't know what happened. It was a glitch. Maybe they're fixing something because they're building a what you call it, a fire station up the street, and they've been working on it all day, all night.
It's gonna be
For the
it's gonna be a DEI fire station.
Yeah, I'm about to apply. I might be a
It's gonna be
fireman.
Florida's first all woman fire station.
Yeah, I might go into firefighting. Who
Did
knows?
you read about the company that tried that? The woman that
Hey,
owned the company that tried that all women? What
hey, they didn't
happened
bring
to
it.
it?
Yeah. That shit burned down. They wouldn't drag anybody out of
Man,
any
she
building.
shut that thing down and she said, I'm never hiring women again.
That's another thing. Women at work don't get along. If you got four men and two women in a group, I know them women hate each
Hold up,
other.
hold up,
They
hold
hate,
up, hold up, hold up,
Virgo,
hold up.
you know I'm not lying. You know I'm being honest.
No, this has nothing to do with you, Ryan. I just saw something that has me like Stanley, please read what Zhang just said. I can't.
What's it say?
What about the colostrum?
I don't even know what that is. What the fuck is colostrum?
It's like a component of mother's milk.
Oh, really? That's weird.
I think it's actually the
Sounds gross.
milk fat.
Yeah.
That's some weird shit, man. This dude's so fucking whack. That's some weird stuff.
Considering the fact that cholesterol does all kinds of stuff in your body,
It does.
there's other ways.
Oh, is that what it is? Is that what it is? Cholesterol? Is that what colostrum is?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I never thought about it. I guess I never really thought about that either. I guess if I drink lots of milk, cow's milk I guess it's not breast milk.
It's not particularly that good for you.
Cow's milk?
Well, think about it. The cows,
not as an adult.
within a few weeks, stop drinking it and start eating grass. If cows don't drink it, what the hell are we drinking it for?
I mean, but hold up a minute. I drink like a gallon, like 2 gallons a week.
Wow.
I drink it all day. I drink milk constantly. It's good for you.
Nah, no,
Apparently.
actually it's not. It scars your arteries.
Listen, man, it's good for you. I'm telling you.
Nope,
So,
not in any nutritional experiment
vitamin
has
D.
turned out to be good.
It's good for the bones. Okay, it's good for I think it's got a lot of vitamins in it, man. Look, human beings have been drinking that shit for thousands of years.
Yep.
Thousands.
Cholesterol is actually good for the brain in certain amounts.
Kim, don't you
Here's
think?
the truth about milk products. They screw around with the bacteria in those products to change it from one thing to another.
I know that.
I can't drink milk, but I can have cottage cheese, sour cream, cream cheese, any other kind of cheese, because those bacteria aren't the same as they are in regular milk. So it's not milk sugar, it's the bacteria they use in it. And also butter's fine.
Well, also, I know that there's difference. If you're of European descent, typically you digest milk better because of vitamin D extraction. That's true. Less melanin, more ability, more lactate
But you don't need
tolerance.
vitamin D from milk. You can get it from the sun.
Well, I know that's
but
why.
as you get older, you wind up getting pills.
Did you know that, by the way, Stanley, about that? Yes.
DiCaprio, I drink milk with impunity. I'm not lactose intolerant.
But some black folks are because of the ice age and shit.
Right, but I'm not one of them.
Yeah, you can knock it down. I got you.
And by the way, most Black Americans have roughly around 20% European heritage anyway. So
I think some are higher, like 50%.
Could very well be. Well, shit, my son's higher.
Hey, listen, Henry Louis Gates, the historian, you know how he does everybody's DNA and shit?
Yeah.
So, first off, he did Ben Affleck's, and Ben Affleck started crying because it was like some slaveholder, like 19 generations ago. And Ben Affleck was crying, and I'm like, dude, you're cool. You didn't do anything. And then but he's a fucking lefty, Hollywood lefty. And then Gates did his, and he's like 50% white. And I think he was about to cry.
Yeah, well,
too.
Gates is from West Virginia.
What's that have to do with that?
Thunderbolt of justice.
Well, I mean, believe this or not, on my father's side, my father's side is from West Virginia.
But what's that have to do with it?
There are very few Black people in West Virginia.
Thunderbolt of justice is there.
By the way, I lived up in that Winchester, Virginia area for years. There was more miscegenation in that part because Winchester's literally a couple miles from the West Virginia border. There's more miscegenation in that area right where Virginia and West Virginia meet, more than I've ever seen. I'm sure there are higher percentages elsewhere, but there's actually a fairly decent amount of miscegenation in Appalachia.
What's that? I don't know what that means. Miscegenation. What does that mean?
Oh, race mixing
Oh, okay.
through marriage.
Well, what's funny is West Virginia. That's where my white trash relatives are from. They broke off literally to be in the Union. They became a Union state. West Virginia literally
Uh,
became Union.
Janeway, high yellow, really?
Stanley,
mean the
Apparently,
girl in the yellow shirt?
Zhang Wei doesn't know his colorism very well.
He doesn't. Well, you know what? My girlfriend in high school was they called her yellow, and I never knew what it meant. So tell me what it means, because I thought she was just black. However, I mean, seriously, her parents were black. I was like, she's black, but at school they called her yellow. I don't know what that means. What's yellow mean? Yellow gal.
Zhang
Light
Wei,
skinned.
Zhang
Very
Wei,
light skinned.
sir, what y'all don't realize is I'm literally from Savannah, Georgia. You don't know shit about race, or you don't know shit about colorism.
All right, now tell me
I
this.
literally, it is native to my culture,
What
being from
about red?
Georgia.
What about red? Red.
I wouldn't. My son's half white. That's pretty much his skin color.
But I've heard black people say yellow gal, like the girl I dated in high school, and
Yeah,
then
yellow
red.
gal. It's
What's
not
red?
the
What's
same
red
thing
girl?
as.
Red is Indian and black.
It's
Okay.
not quite. High yellow is like literally yellow. they have they have a yellow cast to their skin.
And a red bone. I don't know what that is either.
Red bone is. My son would
Any
probably be closer to red bone than high yellow, if I had to put a name on it. 'Cause he's got kind of brownish reddish hair.
Interesting. Yeah, I never I heard them. I would hear them terms, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But I guess it's
Let me
colorism.
put it to
It's
you this way: when my son was small, a coworker of my wife asked if her husband was Mexican,
hmm,
because my son he basically looks Hispanic more than
that's
anything.
no shit. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I never knew what it was. I knew like white people call redheads gingers.
Yeah,
They,
well,
yeah, they're ginger.
ginger. There are gingers in my wife's family. My
Yeah.
son kind of. It's not. It's a very dark red, almost kind. It could be called auburn, maybe, but it's not quite that light. But in
Hmm.
any case, that's more a British term. Um,
Well, it's from South Park, the
Well,
show.
their hair looks kind of orangish. That's why they call them ginger.
Yeah,
Because it's
ginger.
kind of orange red.
yeah, my
Yeah.
brother-in-law had, when he was young, had orange hair. It was like the reddest you know, you could possibly be.
It's really kind of like my ex-wife was
It was
like
almost like Ronald McDonald red.
that's red. I'm with you on that. Well, usually red is orange, They say redhead, but really they're orange. So, and also it's a sign of crazy for sure because they're fucking
Yeah,
nuts.
you might get away with calling him crazy.
I'm talking the women. If she's a redhead, avoid. And my
Oh,
stepsister
I
has
dated.
too.
Necessarily true. I've dated 6 of them, and they're not exactly crazy.
Mm,
Some of them aren't very smart, but
well, I find them nuts. And my ex was a redhead, and she was certifiable. But you know, I mean, I'm sure there's great ones too. You can't judge.
All right, enough colorism talk. I got to get out of here. I guess we'll have to
All right,
finish this pop the balloon
all
tonight.
right, Stanley. All right, well, I'll be up.
Unless I'll
When's
probably be
HV coming? When's
around.
HV showing up?
around 9 or so. If Portia doesn't do a show, if she does a show, then I'll probably wind up doing it more or less the normal time.
Hey, Stanley, come up at 10 o'clock for the 1 hour racism decathlon.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep right after this. So
These motherfuckers.
I
These
don't know.
motherfuckers.
I honestly don't know whether I'm gonna watch it or not. That's the other thing that
You're just gonna get mad. You're gonna get mad.
no. That's why I'm kind of working on. I'm trying to basically consciously do some things like, de- you know,
Good
develop
night, Virgo.
so I
Good night,
don't
Virgo.
interrupt people. Don't do these 12-hour shows to get just so exhausted that I shit on everybody.
No,
And
it's
then,
fun when you do though. We like it. Right?
nah, some people don't. And then I'm
Oh,
trying not to watch these anti-black shows that John and Be Brave insist on doing.
motherfuckers. Did I tell you what they did to me the other day? You're sitting there trying to trick me into saying racist shit. I'm like, fuck you guys.
Trick
That's
you.
why I know. What's that? Well, they're trying. They're like, okay, what color are these? What color are these? They're like hammering me, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. Crime is crime is crime is crime. And but they're trying to back. They're, you know what it is? You call it cul-de-sacs, right? They're trying to back me into a cul-de-sac to get me to say it's a bunch of black kids committing carjackings and shit like that. And uh, and that's why I know it's not good.
Good night, Virgo.
Yeah. Good night, Virgo. Good woman. Um, I said that's why I know that this is a shitty motive that you two fuckers have.
Well, see, this is they're doing the same thing that people like Jon Stewart and other comedians do. They want to make a point, and then when you start calling them on it, they want to go, "Oh well, it was just a joke. I'm a comedian. You know me. I'm a funny guy." Bullshit. You guys genuinely believe this, and I'm not going to be fooled. Um, if you didn't genuinely believe it, you wouldn't be doing the same, a show like this every couple days. So we we
Well,
got we have an anti-black problem on this channel, and I'm going to start calling it out where I see it.
yeah,
You
yeah. You
know,
can.
in
Yeah, I don't
the
think it's helpful.
well, I don't think it's helpful, and I think it's more than just not helpful. It's problematic.
I said to both of them. I said, listen, there may be issues with urban areas, right? Like I said, I always say this. We
Well,
know the
there
numbers,
are issues.
but at the end of the day, it's not my place to punch down on these people that I don't know them, right? It's not. I don't. I'm not gonna punch down on a group, right? That's not who I am. And
You're the only genuinely pro-black subscriber. Yeah, I can tell, Zhang Wei.
that's funny. No, there's others. There's others, and there's other just neutral. I try to take a
Well,
neutral position.
if by pro-black you mean I'm not anti-black, well then I'm pro-black.
Yeah, there's just a lot of bullshit on the internet, man. It really is. But I
Oh,
try to take a new. So don't, Stanley, do you think I take a very neutral position on racial matters?
I think you take too neutral a position.
Why? I don't listen. I think it's sinful to be racist. I do, right? So if
It
people,
is.
when
You're
when
absolutely
black people,
right. It is.
yeah. So when black people are shitting on white people for no reason, I say, hey,
I don't think black people shit on white people for no reason.
okay, well that's because you're fucked up in the head, Stanley. You don't think that
No, they
there's
do,
certain,
Stanley. Trust me.
yeah,
'Cause,
there's channels where they
I
do
had to
that.
dispel a whole bunch of baloney that my cousin came up with in Detroit about white people that was just ridiculous. And once he came to the town I lived in, which was virtually all white, he changed his tune.
Yeah,
It,
we're not
they
all the
have a
same.
lot of crazy stuff that they come up with. I said, "Where did you hear that?" Well, blah, blah, blah. And I said, "That's ridiculous. That's as
Yeah.
dumb as them saying this about us."
Well,
And
let
we
me
went,
let me put it to you this way. I literally went first through 12th to Catholic schools. I know white boys, especially because I was schooled with them.
Yeah,
Uh,
in
that's
the
why
60s
that's
in
why I
Georgia.
have no problems calling them stolen valor whites. You guys want to talk about you guys want to talk about
What
how
the
great white
hell?
culture is without contributing to the greatness of that white culture in any way I can think of.
So we have an American culture,
Uh,
which is a mixed culture.
I
There's
think you,
black and
I
white
think you have
contributors.
feminism and that kind of crap for causing all this stuff because their whole
Feminism
goal is to break up
feminism was
families, get rid of the
literally
men, turn
feminism
men
was
into
not
women.
invented by white women.
No,
No,
what was that?
Stanley.
What did you just say? What wasn't invented by white women?
Feminism is as much a product of of white male culture, a white male dominated culture, is anything else.
I
People
don't
want
think
to
so.
blame women. It was the men that put these women up on pedestals in the first place.
Well, now that's kind of true, but it was the women that were bitching. When it was, let's put it this way, it was a small group of overprivileged leftist white women that caused all this. Because
Okay,
women in general did not want to
calling
vote
them
or claim
leftist is
responsibility.
probably inaccurate. Okay, you have white women being pissed off when the 15th Amendment came out. They had huge problems with black
A
males
small
being
group
able
of
to
white
vote
women,
before
not
white
all
women.
white women. In fact, very few white women really wanted to vote or any of the other
I don't believe
responsibilities.
that at all.
Well, that's
Um,
factual and that's
and then
written
the
history.
other thing,
That's documented
and I
history.
actually went back and researched this. There's a video clip. I can't even remember the congresswoman's name now, but the original 64 Civil Rights Bill did not have sex as a protected class. White women felt that they were going to lose out to black women. So
I'm not talking about then. I'm
they
talking about in the
insisted
20s.
that they insisted that sex be included is after the fact into the 64 Civil Rights Bill.
I'm
My
talking about the
point
20s,
being,
dude, not the
my
60s.
point being is that these white women have been put up on a pedestal by their white men. White men cause basically they pick their poison in humoring these white women in their feminism and all that stuff. So blaming women to me makes me laugh.
Hey, just an
Well, it
FYI.
makes you laugh because you
Just,
just forgot 40 years before that when it all started. And that was a small group of angry white women.
Okay,
They
I'm
wanted the
going
vote,
to
they wanted
basically
this, they
shit
wanted
all over
that,
your
and most
point.
women did not. And
You
that is
are,
a historical
I'm
fact.
not, hey, Wolf, I'm not wrong. Okay, you're being a
Hey,
historical.
Stanley,
You need
I'm
to,
not
you
wrong.
need
That
to,
is a
you need to
historical
look
fact,
past, you need to look
a
past the Fox
documented
News narrative.
historical fact.
I need you to look past the Fox News narrative and
It
actually
isn't a
engage your
Fox News
brain.
narrative. I'm talking about American history.
I need you to engage
When
your
women
brain.
first got the vote,
With the
the whole
history you
women's
think you
suffrage
know,
issue.
I need you to
That's what
shift
I'm
that
talking
brain.
about. And
I need you to shift that brain into
that is
first gear.
documented fact, period.
I need you to shift that brain into first gear and go smoothly all the way to fourth gear and engage with the topic.
Which is what I said. Women caused
I
it
don't
in the
think you did.
20s with women's suffrage.
Okay, if you think that is the origin of feminism, you would be wrong.
I would be right.
Afraid not, sir.
I'm afraid. Yes,
It
sir.
started with the 15th Amendment when black men
It started
got
with
the
the
right
18th
to vote.
Amendment or 19th,
White
whichever is
women,
voting,
Frederick
with women's
Douglass,
suffrage back in the
Frederick Douglass
1920s.
got into all kinds of tiffs with the suffragettes. Okay, women's suffrage basically started around the 15th Amendment and actually before that. Women's suffrage preceded the early 1920s probably by almost 100 years. You need to engage your brain with
I've
American
already engaged my brain, and I remember history.
to engage
And
your
I
brain
remember
with
documented
the
history. Women
actual
started it.
history. It did not start with the 19th Amendment, sir.
Yes, it did.
I'm afraid I'm not gonna even go any farther. I
That's
just need
okay. You
you.
don't have
I
to.
just need when you step to me about US history, you need to actually know what you're talking about.
Yeah, which is why I have a minor in history in college.
Oh, I don't
I
give a shit what you minored in.
Well, there you go. You
You
don't give
did
a
not
shit. Well, I don't give
major
a
in
shit
it.
what you say.
Hey, minors do not impress me.
Hey, you don't have any degree. You don't impress me.
Hey,
I'm sorry. You telling
Stanley,
me
read my comment. Stanley, read
minor
my
in
comment.
something is not going to impress
Hey,
me.
Stanley, what kind of degree do you have?
Chemistry.
Oh boy, that involves a lot of American and European history, huh?
Oh, you know what? Actually, it doesn't. No, you want to
Oh,
know
you
how I
know what?
learned it?
Then I don't care what
Wanna
you have
wanna
to say
know
because you
how
didn't
I
even
learned
study
it?
history.
Are you familiar? I guess you were you an English major?
I was a GBA administration major
Okay,
with a
I just
minor
want to
in
double check
history,
because
counseling psychology, real
what
estate,
I'm gonna
insurance,
say
and
about
management.
learning American history, it's called autodidact. I went in and I read the books and did the work. You not being an English major, you might have
You know how
problems with
many books I've read,
autodidact.
Stanley? You know how many books I've read?
I don't really care because I've probably read more.
No,
Hey,
you
Stanley.
haven't.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
In
Um,
Bracken Library at Ball
hey,
State, which is
Wolf,
a
Wolf,
gigantic seven
Wolf,
floor
Wolf. I
library. I've
understand.
read all the
I
books in
understand
several
that
of the
you read a
wings,
lot,
all
Wolf.
of the periodicals
Wolf,
from the
I will
teens all the
give
way
the
to
wolf
present.
his due.
So no, you haven't read more
Wolf,
books than me.
Wolf, I'm not going to even bother comparing. I've read a lot. I'm not worried whether,
Good for
down to the
you.
book.
I've read
I'm
more. I'm
not
not
worried
worried what
down
you
to the
think
book
about the
who read
60s, which
more.
are way too late
I've
for all
read
this. It
enough.
all
I've
started in the
read enough to be
1800s and
competent.
in the early
And
20s.
let me make a farther point. I've not only read enough to be competent, I made better use of the books than you apparently did.
No, you didn't.
If you read 1,000 books and you don't make good use of the knowledge, I can't help you.
You know, if you read 1,000 books and come up with ridiculous comments about
Wolf,
history, I can't help you.
Wolf, all I have to say is you're wrong on the history.
All I have to say is I'm
I
not
don't
wrong
want
on
to
the history,
upset
but you
you.
were wrong on
I
the
don't
history.
want to upset you on your maiden voyage.
All I have to say is that
I
you're
know
wrong
you
about
have to get
history
up
and didn't go
here
back
in
far
a,
enough and didn't study it enough.
I know you have to get
And
up
there are
here
people
and
who have written
establish your
books
cred.
who absolutely tell you
You
the
got to
truth about it,
establish
and you
your
don't know it.
panel cred. I get it.
Hey, Wolf, don't listen to him. Because
No,
he's
Are
got
you
hey,
kidding?
you don't
He
have to.
doesn't know what
don't
he's
listen to
You
him.
talking
don't have
about.
to
Why would I
listen to the
listen?
right answer. I encourage
Nah.
your freedom to be wrong.
I
Stanley,
encourage you to have the freedom to be wrong,
I,
Wolf,
I half knowledge,
as you are
is
at this point.
being half educated on a topic is par for the course on the John Galt in the John Galt universe.
hey, Wolf, he said this. He
I
said,
know it is because
what?
you're half educated.
If you
Nah, that's
want to
not it.
think that, I'm perfectly comfortable with you thinking that. You'll learn.
No, I won't.
Nah.
Not from
I bet.
you.
Well, see, that's my point. You
I
don't
learned from
learn.
studying actual
You don't
history.
want to learn. You you are anti-learning.
I'm not anti-learning. You're anti-learning. Or you would have known the history of when it all started, and it
I'm
wasn't in
literally. Hey,
1964.
Wolf. I understand, Wolf. I understand your trepidation.
What trepidation? I don't have any trepidation. Are you joking?
It sounds like you do.
Don't flatter yourself, Stanley.
It sounds like you do. Hey, I don't need to flatter
Don't
myself.
flatter
I know
yourself.
I'm right. Anyway, let's not have a pissing contest that you'll
Sounds like
ultimately
you need a
lose.
nap.
What I'm saying is feminism is really more white men's fault than white women.
It's not, Stanley. Stanley, look,
I'm
white men
afraid it
didn't put
is, Ryan.
white men put white
Okay,
women on the
Ryan,
pedestal.
I
But Stanley,
listen to red
you
pill
married one.
fuckers
You
day in
married one.
day out talk about how dumb women are.
Stanley, you married a white
So
woman. What
it
are you
just
talking about?
shocks me. It shocks me all of a sudden that these red pill guys want to blame women for something that white men basically encouraged.
But
Well,
Stanley,
I
it
will
don't say
say
a lot.
this, Stanley. I will say this. It is the white men that allowed them to get the vote and to get those.
You know,
they actually had rights before that, but it
I've
is
got
them that allowed them to get
I've
the
got
vote.
a whole bunch of, is it Father Knows Best, where he's calling that little brat princess?
I have no idea.
It's white men who encourage this bad behavior.
Well, we definitely look, Stanley. You had a hard time resisting white women too. Okay.
You know what? I never called her princess. She knew the deal.
Can you blame us though? You can't blame us. They have a lot of power.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to even place blame other than to say it was encouraged, and just saying white women went off the reservation is just so wrong.
No, they are a spoiled bunch though. I will tell you that. White women fucking piss me off for
You know,
days.
there's a whole system of chivalry built upon putting white women up on pedestals. Of course.
my
Of
here's
course
my
they're
problem with
gonna
white women.
want their independence. You kept telling them they were smart.
Number one, white women play. They get into the oppression bullshit, and I'm like, listen. So you blame white women blame white men for like especially the radical leftists blame white men, and I'm like, you
Yeah,
made us. You
you
fucking made us. You
this
manufactured
blaming
us. Okay.
this
You
blaming
can't.
everything on the left is not impressive.
I mean, it's true though, Sammy. Let's
I
face
don't think
facts. The
it
left
is.
is fucking
Yes,
crazy.
it's
I
definitely
think
true.
the
You
right
are correct. It is true.
I
They're fucking
actually
nuts.
think I actually believe in the horseshoe theory. Um,
Stanley, did you
I
see the
think
DNC
I think
chair nomination process the other day?
That's too bad you believe in
indulging in the
that theory, Stanley.
building
That's
of the
too bad.
Karen is it's not a party thing.
Hey, listen, I hate Karens. And let me tell you something else.
Okay, all
Hey,
I'm
hold on. Wolf,
saying,
I gotta ask Wolf something. I gotta ask
Ryan,
Wolf. Did you see the DNC?
making the Karen was a bipartisan effort.
Hey, look, you gotta see the DNC runoff for the chair the other day. It's what's wrong with the Democratic Party. You gotta see it. It's a
Dude,
woman starts singing. It's crazy.
okay, all I
Yeah,
have
you
to
gotta see it.
say,
You gotta see it.
have you heard Lara Trump and what's her name, who is Gavin Newsom's former wife?
I don't listen to women speak, okay?
What I'm
I don't
saying,
want to hear that
what I'm
bullshit.
saying is this. What I'm saying is the right invented crazy white women.
Okay, but look, hold on. Did you see the DNC? You gotta just Google it.
I don't watch any of those.
The
The
Democratic,
DNC, I watch
you gotta
more
see it.
RNC than I do DNC.
Well, the DNC, they're trying to nominate the chair. The first woman just starts singing. Then all these people
Oh
in the
yeah,
crowd.
John showed that.
You see, I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay,
Then
I
other,
understand. I understand your need. You know, sh- basically watching that is like your laxative. You get to shit on everything.
I mean, Stanley, you would have shit on it too. Don't. You're a reasonable,
I
intelligent
might
man. You
have.
would have been like, "What the fuck is going
I
on
might
to this
have,
face?"
but all I'm saying is you need to know. You need to know
Especially if he
when.
was tired and needed a nap, then he'd have probably really crapped on
Dude,
it.
it was. He would have shit on it. He would have been like, "What?
I saw the video. I wasn't impressed.
What the
The
fuck?"
Democrats have some work to do.
Oh,
However,
and they couldn't even get through the show because of the protesters. They couldn't even get through the thing because of these
there's
idiots in the
enough
crowd.
there's enough stuff on the right that's messed up to counterbalance the DNC stuff.
Listen, I'm not going to say the right isn't half cooked half the time, but no one's singing. No one breaks out in song, and they can get through a thing without protesters and laying down in the aisles and shit when people are just trying to talk in their own party, in their own
Okay,
fucking party.
I just can't square a whole January 6th. Do you guys know that actually happened, or you believe in the Fox
I,
News narrative that it
man,
was
listen,
just it
I've
was
never
all
denied it.
fake news?
It was an ugly scene. I never denied it. It was egregious,
So
and
laying down in the aisles, it's just hey, it's just
they're
another way of
trying. Okay,
protesting.
they're trying to nominate their own head of their party, and they couldn't even get through the damn thing. I mean, the people on
So
stage were
what,
begging them to
Ryan?
stop.
Ryan,
Well,
I know it fascinated you, but I'm just trying to figure out why it really matters.
oh, by the way, then they nominated a white man. I was like, oh my god, this
Well,
is
that must
hilarious.
have gone over well.
Well, I just thought it was funny. No, listen. If you're a Democrat and you're like a
Oh,
leftist,
do you buy
it,
in?
it,
Do you buy into that white male oppression narrative? There, Wolf.
no, listen. I just thought it was hilarious that all this bullshit. They played identity politics the whole time for like 4 hours, and then they're like, "Oh, here's a white male. Let's put him up there." And I'm thinking, I bet you better hope he's gay or he's going to get smeared. That's a protected. You can be a white male as long as you're gay or trans. You can be a white male, but other than that, they fucking hate your guts on the left. That's it.
Yeah, I mourn every time I hear a sad white man talk about his oppression. I
Dude,
just
no, there's
get
no.
I just
Okay,
get
okay.
I just get so sad.
Stanley, let me tell you something. That's the problem. That can occur for every human out here. There can be injustice for everyone. There can. There can. I mean, I
Well,
know that you perceive.
you should have heard Linwood talking about justice today.
Well, he taught.
You would have been
Like,
impressed.
all he does is read Fuller and think that. Well, he plays the Marxist bullshit game. Okay,
Fuller wasn't a
it's all.
Marxist.
Well, he was a lunatic, right? That only
Okay,
saw things.
okay, don't go, but he was a lunatic. My point was that he was no Marxist.
I think it's wrong to assume.
Not even close to a Marxist.
I don't know what he was. A communist? What was he?
Okay, Ryan.
I know that he.
I don't think you could even call him a leftist.
I know that when he ate his Cheerios, he thought about race. And
Okay,
then when he
well,
put his shoes on, he thought,
race is not something of the left.
what is it?
Oh, for
You can.
God's sake, read a fucking history book.
Oh, so you're saying 100 years ago, 500 years ago?
It was basically the 1% in pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial America that made the laws.
Okay.
Okay,
So
these weren't left-wing radicals in founding the United States.
that's like saying that the Republicans
Okay,
were the party
Ryan,
of
I
Lincoln.
won't even entertain it. Okay, the planter class and the shipping class in the North, they were not leftists.
You could also say that the British ended slavery, but that doesn't mean
The
that
British
there's not.
ended slavery on their own soil before America did.
But it doesn't mean there's not blood on their hands for having engaged in it.
I didn't say there wasn't blood.
That's the case. There's blood on everybody's hands because everybody
Okay,
had
I don't
slaves
buy that
in those
bullshit.
times.
Well, no,
American
you're right.
slavery, I'll let you just, nap with your Thomas Sowell, but universalizing, making the point that every society every culture had slavery is just it's just ridiculous.
I mean,
It
it's
isn't
actually true.
ridiculous. It's the truth.
It
When you
is
got
actually
conquered, they made
ridiculous
slaves out of
when
you.
you think of the
That's ridiculous.
Constitution, Wolf. Wolf,
Good
how
Lord,
many of those
that's documented history.
how many of those cultures had a constitution? A
Doesn't
US
matter.
constitution.
That's the way things went in the
It
law.
actually does
You got
matter, Wolf.
conquered. No, no,
Wolf,
no. You got
Wolf,
conquered and you were made
Wolf,
into a
you were
slave
just
or
letting
killed.
your right
Period.
wing flag fly tonight.
I don't understand though, Stanley, because at the end of the day, I think people are individuals, and I'm telling you, the problem with the
Well,
left
I'm glad you
is,
think that. It wasn't. Not everyone was as enlightened as you were back in 1787,
yeah, but we're living now,
and we're still living with that same Constitution that was written in 1787.
and as if the amendments never happened.
The amendments
The
happened,
the Civil Rights Act
but the
happened.
damage,
There's been
dude, the damage is done. Okay, those amendments did not undo the damage.
so when is the damage over though? Is the question.
Probably never.
So it's just never. We're
Well,
still living in it.
funny enough, white people determine that. White culture, the dominant culture, determines when it's over.
And how? And then what happens?
I don't know.
Well, what do they do? So
Your
I
guess
mean,
is as good as mine.
so whites are just a majority, right? Like it's a
Okay,
combined culture.
white slash European culture is the dominant culture. As your buddies farther right than you are so fond of saying, it's a Judeo-Christian country with Judeo-Christian values, Western culture. What you need to do is turn on the TV and watch some AEI, watch some Heritage Institute, watch some Hoover Institution,
Oh,
watch
you're just
some
gonna bang on the
Underwood
right.
Institute. Listen to what these people say. Why do I know what they say and you don't?
So it's the same way I watch the DNC
I need you to go
wrestling.
listen to Heather McDonald and Amy Wax and then get back to me.
Well, they have the same thing on the left, Stanley. I mean,
No,
you got the same idiot
I'm afraid
characters on the left.
there's no Amy Wax of the left.
What's Tariq Nasheed? What would you call Tariq Nasheed?
Tariq Nasheed isn't a leftist.
He's a moron.
Okay,
He's
listen to
he's
me.
as racist as Amy Wax is.
Moron or not,
Okay,
he is not a
he's as
man of the.
racist.
I
He's as racist as Amy
Tariq
Wax.
Nasheed is not a man of the left.
Dr. Umar is as racist as Amy Wax.
Umar is not a man of the left.
But they're still racist. They're racist,
Oh,
are they
for
not?
God's sake, does racist automatically mean leftist?
Okay, but when you bring up Amy
Generally, yes.
Wax, yes, usually. But no, when you bring up Amy Wax,
I
she's a
understand
racist.
you guys are struggling here because I'm struggling.
No, I understand you're
Umar,
struggling because we're not.
and
We're on the
Tariq
same page
Nasheed.
and we know what we're talking about.
I'm afraid you don't, and it's a shame that I get to shit on both
I
of you.
still remember that in the 1840s they created the Democratic Party, and it was the redneck slave
Yeah,
owners that
you're
did it.
you're
And the
gonna go
abolitionists
ahead.
were all on the
Yeah, of
right, not
course
the
you are,
left.
Wolf. Of course you are, Wolf.
Well,
You're
he's
gonna
going
go
back to
with that
1840.
old narrative that the KKK was Democrat.
But you're
They
going back to
were.
1400.
Okay,
You went back to 1400. He's going
you're
back to 1840.
assuming that the Democratic Party of 1840 is the same Democratic Party of
I
2025,
think it
right?
was 1843, and yes, they are the same Democratic Party.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna meet you where you are and leave it.
You remember that little
I
speech that
I don't
LBJ
have
was
the
documented
time or
as
the
giving?
patience. I don't have the time or the patience to
You also
deal.
are forgetting that the Democrats
You
were the
have
ones who
not
voted against
grown
every
past.
equal rights amendment.
You have not grown past
And
your
then
ninth
LBJ
grade.
called it the NIGER bill.
You have LBJ
Yeah,
also
whatever,
said
Stanley. You believe whatever you're
LBJ
gonna
also
believe.
said that
Whenever
poor
somebody's
whites
caught in blackface or something from Jim Crow years,
LBJ
it's always a
also said
Democrat. Never on the right.
give the poor whites someone to look down on and they will open their pockets to you. LBJ said that too. He said a lot of things.
Sounds
To
like a
get back
terrible
to my
person.
point, the Democratic Party of 1843 or whenever is not the same Democratic Party of 2025. There is such a thing as evolution.
But it's the
No,
same as it was in
there isn't.
1400 in the 1% blacks.
And
It's
they
the same
prove
as
it
that.
over and over again.
Okay,
No,
well,
sorry.
that's rhetoric, not fact.
Maybe that's your opinion, but that's not the truth.
It's not an
And it's
opinion.
not rhetoric, it's the truth. So you believe what you're going to believe. That's fine with me. I don't care. We
engage
don't
that
know each other. We
history
don't live
minor.
together. We're not buddy buddies. You can believe whatever you're going to believe. I
I
don't care.
don't need to believe it. It's not a
Documented
belief.
history is documented history, period.
It's not a belief, Wolf.
It is a
Well,
belief. That's what you
Stanley,
I
just
believe.
don't think
Google,
it is.
just
You
Google
believe that.
CNN's
It's a
interview
belief.
I'm
yesterday.
not
It's a
Googling
belief to
shit.
you.
It was
Look,
just
So
insufferable
if you
black
want to
women.
I
believe that, that's fine.
understand.
It doesn't
I
matter to
Fucking
me
right.
one way or the
understand
other.
your needs. I
Doesn't
understand
affect
your
my
needs and
needs,
your
doesn't affect
wants.
my day, doesn't affect my energy,
I
doesn't
am
affect
willing
anything.
to meet you where
Believe
you
what you
are
want to
with
believe. Believe
your
the history
very
you want to
one
believe.
note,
The fact
your
is
very
there's
one
documented
note,
history and there's your opinion.
unnuanced
So you can
understanding
keep
of
your
American
opinion and
history.
I'll stay with the documented history.
I will meet your one note, your flat understanding of how American history has unfolded. I understand.
Stanley, just Google CNN from yesterday and look at this interview.
Why would I Google CNN?
This is just because it's leftism.
He doesn't want
Pretty
to
much
learn
this.
anything. He wants to stay where he is. That's fine.
Okay,
Let him
all I have
be
to say,
him.
He
Wolf,
does.
Wolf,
You
He
know,
does.
Wolf.
let him alone.
I
Let him be
know
whatever he's
you're
gonna
used to
be.
dealing. I know who you're used to dealing with. I know my shit.
He's got a signed.
I know
He's
my
got
shit.
Kamala Harris.
I know my
Sorry, I didn't
shit
mean to
better
swear.
than
I know
most.
my stuff.
Probably better than
So
you.
you can know
You,
whatever you want to know, but
Wolf,
yours isn't
Wolf,
even fact. It's not written history. So
Wolf,
I don't
Wolf,
really care what you
Wolf.
believe or think.
You go ahead and howl all you want, Wolf.
I'm not howling you on.
You're not dealing with your ordinary YouTuber. I know my shit.
Actually, yes, I am.
Hey,
Proved it over and
Wolf.
over.
Hey,
Wolf, he's
Everything you
got
come
a
up with is
signed Kamala
okay.
Harris
garbage.
poster in his room.
It is
What you
okay
believe,
that you
not
believe
fact.
that. I understand.
I
I
don't need to
understand
believe it.
your
That's the
need.
facts.
I
Written
understand your
history is
need.
written history.
I understand who you're used to dealing with. It will unfold over our looming history. Who knows what and how much?
He's got a signed
It
Kamala Harris
already
poster in
has.
his room. A signed autograph of Kamala Harris. The worst candidate in
What
the
is
history
that
of the
you
country.
showing? A what from Kamala Harris?
Now he's got a signed autograph, a poster from Kamala Harris in his room. I guarantee it.
Stanley does?
Stanley does. That's the fucking reason. He's a huge fan. Look, Stanley,
That
you're gonna
says it
look
all
back.
I'm
right
sorry,
there.
what?
You're gonna look back. Look, man. Just Stanley, do this. Look back at some of Kamala Harris's interviews. She's the worst candidate in the history
Okay,
of the
Ryan.
world.
Ryan,
I'm telling you. Just look back.
before you
Look
get
back.
too deep into laughing at your own jokes, Kamala, in my opinion,
I'm
has
actually
better.
laughing at his jokes too, Stanley, because they're funny. And anybody
Well,
that believes in
you're
Kamala Harris
basically.
is pretty much
I
saying all of
understand.
it. There's
I
nothing you can
understand.
say to me that means anything after finding that
I
out.
under, I, I understand that you share a sense of humor. Kamala Harris would probably be a better president.
What a
Dude,
joke.
look, she's fucking terrible. I mean, look, I'm not
Okay,
gonna tell you there
Ryan,
haven't been good
I don't
Democratic
know if
candidates.
you know this, But if you look at the
I know
popular
she's
vote,
terrible because she was
you
like
look at the popular vote,
attorney general or whatever here.
as bad as Kamala,
She
as
was
bad as
horrible then.
Kamala was, Trump only won the popular vote by 1.5%. He did
No, I
not
get
run
that.
away with it.
I get it. I get it. I get it. Well, she was a bad candidate, man. I mean, they could have picked
And I
almost
guarantee
anybody. Anybody.
well, I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
No, because they might
I
actually go
I
after
actually
Gavin
think
Newsom.
had there
That'd
been
be
a
worse.
normal political cycle, Kamala probably would have beaten Trump.
I can't believe how bad she was. No, the more interviews she did, the worse she got.
I don't
can't believe they
And her
nominated
own party didn't even want her.
I don't agree that she was getting worse.
Dude, look, man, each interview got worse. It got
Okay,
worse.
Ryan, you're not inclined to be charitable. Of course you think she was getting worse. It's to be
Condoleezza
expected.
Rice would have won.
Okay,
She was getting
Condoleezza
worse
Rice
because she
wasn't
was
about
worse.
to run. We had Trump versus Kamala, and I'm telling you right now, Trump is looking like he's
Hey, Stanley, did you
making.
forget that Trump used to be
Okay,
a Democrat?
goddamn, dude, Trump looks like
Did you forget Trump was a Democrat before he decided to run
Who
for
gives a
office?
He
fuck?
was.
Wolf,
He was.
help me out
Oh,
here, Wolf.
Lord.
Wolf, how is that relevant? Help me out here.
How is that not relevant?
Wolf, you and I
He
tend
was
to
the
see.
darling of the Democrats
Apparently,
until he
you
ran
and I
for
tend to
office on a
see.
different side.
Apparently, you and I tend to.
Now he's the Antichrist.
Apparently, you and I tend to differ on what's relevant or not, and I'll just leave it at
Apparently we
that.
do.
You can love Trump or hate him, but he's an iconic
And
figure
anybody
now.
that was for Kamala Harris, wow, that
Well,
says it all.
well,
That from that moment on, just like you guys were talking about the Officer Tatum, from that moment on, your credibility went down the toilet.
Well, let me put it to you this
No.
way: there's not a motherfucker. There's not a motherfucker on this
It's a
channel.
long way to dining service.
There's not a motherfucker on this channel who can
Oh my Lord.
There's not a motherfucker on this channel who will consistently be able to say that and not suffer consequences. You don't know enough.
Lord.
You don't
You're
know
cracking
enough.
me up, Stanley. That just went you went right
I
down
understand.
the toilet on that.
I understand that
Plus
I crack
it's
you
a
up.
long way to the sewage treatment plant.
But all I have to say, Wolf, many have
Oh
tried.
my Lord.
Many have
Well,
tried.
I'm not
None
for
have
either. I'm
succeeded.
not for either side. In fact, I wish there was a
I
viable
peeped your whole
party.
card. Your
But yes,
whole
there is.
your whole point
Me too.
about feminism and the origins of it told me everything I need to know.
Yeah, but Stanley, the thing is the reason Kamala, they couldn't nominate somebody else is because she's a woman and she's a black woman or Indian woman or whatever she says she is.
Okay, the reason
And
they
they couldn't get
nominated
out of it.
Kamala is basically it was her turn, and it was easier to justify just kind of coronating or just blessing her.
Coronating's the right word. That was good.
Instead of running a full cycle, they didn't have time to do it. It was
They would've got
easier
smeared.
just to take the vice president.
Stanley.
It was goddamn. Do you make it a habit of interrupting everybody mid-sentence?
Stanley.
I guess I'm gonna have to treat you like Solid Snake.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bottom line,
Kamala Harris,
easier.
whatever you want.
It was easier to deal with Kamala.
Oh Lord.
Well, the one thing I have to give you, Wolf, you're as ill-tempered and bad-mannered as any MAGA person. So at least your profile, is consistent.
Number two,
thank you.
I'm not
Thank
ill-tempered.
you.
And number three,
thank you for not surprising me.
First of all, I'm not a MAGA person.
You know what? Yeah, you are.
You
When
know
you say
what?
I am,
No,
I'm
I'm
not.
not.
I'm not either. I'm not.
I
I didn't
think
vote for Trump. I
for
always
both of
vote
you are
libertarian
MAGA.
if I
You're
can.
just too ashamed to admit it.
Nope.
No, I would
Well,
tell
I'm
you if
not.
I was. I would tell you if I was. I
You're
would tell you if I
I
was.
understand your embarrassment.
I
You
vote
know that I'm not a
libertarian
MAGA
and have
person.
for a long
Okay,
time.
okay, so you didn't vote for Trump? I got you.
Nope.
Listen, you know that I'm not a Trumper, and I've said it many times, Stanley. You know that.
You didn't vote for Trump, Ryan?
No, I voted against Harris.
Yeah, okay. I'll take that. You're MAGA.
No, okay. I need it. I
A
don't
vote
like when the
for
country
Trump,
gets.
a vote for Trump is a vote for MAGA.
What we
Okay,
need is a viable third party, and we've never been able to get that. They keep
Good
getting
I
luck.
agree with
crushed.
that.
Good luck with that.
Ross Perot was the last one that had a shot, probably in
Nah, he
'92.
didn't really have a shot either.
I think he got 18% of the vote or something, didn't he?
Ooh, look at this. Ayanna Presley is a racist left wing harridan. Nice. I
Who
haven't
is it?
heard
Who is?
harridan in quite some time there, Zhang.
I don't. Who is? Who is? I don't even know who that is.
I don't either.
Stanley supported Kamala because he sees his own son in her.
Look,
I don't even understand what that means.
Oh Lord.
He's not very
I don't know what the
political.
fuck. I don't know what Lupin's talking about, but it's certainly dumb.
I don't either. Lupin? Oh no, he's basically saying my point about and it turns out I looked at an update. Uh, I must have misunderstood that Pew research poll. Most Hispanics identify as other, so I'm not exactly sure what that means.
You know what's weird?
Many Hispanics who have very European heritage, they
Like
basically
Canelo
look
Alvarez.
they
Canelo
will
Alvarez.
identify as white.
They
That's what he's
classify a lot of Arabs as white too. A lot of Arabs. Like if you
yeah,
see the
especially
thing,
Syrians
yeah, and also
who look very
Syrians look pretty
European.
white, and also a lot of Persians even look white, like the northern Persians.
Yeah, um, some do, some don't.
That's why it's such ridiculousness. These classifications are just dumb.
Hey, well, what can you say? American culture has a lot of flaws.
Okay, well,
It's
Stanley,
very racist. It was basically
you know what, you go to historical references for half of your claims, and then
all
the
of them.
other half, yeah, exactly. Like as if we are living in 1868 and shit.
Okay, are you saying we're not living in the hangover of 1868?
What I'm saying is race is
Ryan,
race.
Ryan, have you heard Be Brave lately?
I fight with Be Brave
Okay,
consistently,
Be
unlike you.
Brave is fucking literally still in 1868. And
Okay,
he's not alone.
and I don't disagree,
So
but
don't
they're not.
act like we don't have a bunch of Be Braves in this country.
So my response to that would be, I hear both black and white people say egregious shit about each other's races, and I call out both. And I
Okay,
urge you to
you're
do the
missing
same.
my point, Ryan. You brought up
What's your point?
1868 as if
Yeah, but you
1868 is dead and gone and doesn't have an effect on 2025. My point is, have you listened to Be Brave lately? The
be
dude
brave.
is spouting 1868 points in 2025. Don't tell me
Well, this is
1860 is irrelevant.
okay. When Be Brave talks about
Be
his
Brave is
grit,
on a social media platform. He has legs. His message has legs.
when Be Brave's talking about the great inventions of whites from
Oh, for God's sake,
1875,
you're going to take up for Be Brave and miss my point.
no,
Why don't
and
you
you're not
just
listening to
address
me.
my point?
I'm trying to, but you won't let me finish my statement. I
Okay,
don't
I
believe.
don't think you're trying, and I don't think you're going to accomplish it if you're
Well, I
trying.
can't even say it. I can't even say it.
Stanley, you're interrupting him, and that's rude.
I'm going to keep interrupting.
That's what I expect from
Well, then,
I'm going to
then
keep
okay.
interrupting.
I'm canceled. I'm canceled.
He's
I'm
ill
canceled.
tempered and he's rude.
I just asked you, have you heard Be Brave lately? Okay, what you want to do is you want to go and justify and basically say Be Brave is an exception. Fuck
No,
that.
wasn't saying that.
1868,
Never said it.
1868 lives.
Never said it. He's a stolen valor white person,
He is
and
a
he's
stolen
just
valor white person.
he's just as insufferable as someone that references stuff from 1898 when there was hardcore racism everywhere. We're in
Okay, there is
we're in
still
2024.
racism. It's just not everywhere.
I think that we are the most diverse country that has
Okay,
various groups at the top of
I understand
CEOs.
that, Ryan,
Fucking
but you seem to think that that diversity is canceling out the racism. It's not.
okay. I think you're looking.
It's not a check and a balance.
Okay.
Bigotry's everywhere, and it probably always will be.
Okay.
But when you're
all I'm saying is that if you think we are post-racial, you would be wrong.
I don't think we're post-racial.
Well, then,
but I
where
do
are you
think it's
going
not.
this
It's
Be
not
Brave?
1920. It's not 1920.
Okay, Be Brave. I'm calling you Be Brave now.
That was
I
insulting.
need you to understand that I'm not saying it's 1920.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's as bad as 1920. What I am saying is it's not something that you can just ignore.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
That's
I've
it.
never ignored it. I've never ignored it.
I'm not saying you did.
However,
When I say you, I mean like the royal you, as in the plural.
Okay. However, I will say that I hear a lot of people talking about being oppressed, right, daily in
I
the
don't
news
think they're
cycle.
right either. It's
When
not
my question,
1820.
okay, well, thank you. That's my point. That was my whole point.
Well, I
Was
don't know why you're making the point. I never said that people were being oppressed.
well, a lot of the people on the left do. So
Okay, well, I'm not one of them. Have you ever heard
okay,
me
well,
say
thank you. I've never heard you say that. I've never
okay,
heard
then
you say
why
that, and
bring it
I
up?
respect it because a lot of your party does. Okay. Yesterday on
Okay, well, you
CNN,
know what?
this
I
woman was saying
have
how
a
oppressed she
problem with
was.
my party.
Stanley, are you liberal or leftist?
I'm liberal. I'm
Yeah.
pretty much center left.
On the weekends, he dyes his
So
hair
you're
blue and
liberal.
goes and protests and shit. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He doesn't do that.
I think progressives tend to be too extreme for my tastes. MAGA tends to be too extreme for my tastes. I'm a moderation in all things guy.
He's just like me, by the way. Wolf. We're
Oh, I
both
wouldn't say
moderates.
that.
Oh, get the fuck out! You know I'm a moderate, Stanley. Don't start that shit.
Okay,
You
well,
know.
you're a moderate who voted for an extremist.
Well, and you're okay. So you're a moderate who voted for a moron. Okay.
Well, she's not an extremist.
That's true. Gotcha.
Listen. I
Not
actually
really.
didn't hate Joe Biden. I didn't hate Joe Biden.
I will take.
He
I
was a
will take
moderate
a moron.
historically.
Did you
I'll
vote for
take a
Mr.
moron.
Potato Head too?
I'll take a moron over an extremist any
Stanley,
day.
did you vote for Mr. Potato Head?
I'll take a moron over an extremist any day. Extremists are more dangerous.
No, you won't.
Yeah, actually,
no,
I
you will
would.
not. No, you
Yeah,
wouldn't.
I
No,
didn't. I
you wouldn't.
didn't. So now you're going to tell me who I would vote for?
Everything I
Did you
hear you
vote?
That's
talking
mighty
means you don't
presumptuous.
like morons.
He voted. Did you vote for Bush? You voted for Bush, I think, didn't you, Stanley? You say that?
No,
Have you ever voted for a Republican?
no.
Well, there you go. There you have it.
Yep.
Well, what does that
Or-
mean?
I voted for Perot, by the way.
Hey, why do most black? I've told you this before. Most blacks don't vote Republican because Republicans tolerate racists. Their big tent will
Most
allow a
blacks don't vote for Republicans
let
because
me finish,
Republicans
Wolf.
don't give them free money.
The Republican big tent will allow a Jared Taylor in it.
I don't
Black
think
people,
they espouse Jared Taylor.
black people are not going to sit next to Jared Taylor and treat him like a fine, upstanding American.
If I recall, Trump said white supremacists were bad and they're not welcome at any
He
party.
did. He
Okay,
did
yet
many times.
he sits down with Kanye and Nick Fuentes.
Kanye's black. What are you talking about?
Okay, Nick Fuentes is a
He's
white
Mexican.
supremacist that Trump had Thanksgiving dinner with.
He's a Mexican. Hey, by the way, Joe Biden. Hey,
Hold
Joe
on,
Biden.
before you move farther, you
No,
said
Joe Biden brought a bunch of chicken to a black man's house
okay.
and said, "Let's have dinner."
Donald Trump on
Did you see?
one hand disavows white supremacists, and then the next Thanksgiving has them sitting at his Thanksgiving table.
Well, I think that was a stupid idea and a bad look,
It
and I don't
was
know
a
why he did it.
stupid idea, and that's why blacks don't vote more for Republicans.
Joe Biden was hanging out with Robert Byrd and that other racist from South Carolina, and you got
Let's go back 50
you voted
years.
for him.
I'm just going back a
Did
couple.
either of you ever vote for Howard Berg?
I don't even know who that is.
He was a liberal in the middle. That was a constitutional candidate. He believed in the Constitution.
So he was a libertarian.
Yeah.
Anyone just get sprung from jail?
I think libertarians are worse than MAGA.
Well,
How could you think that a libertarian is worse than MAGA?
I've never heard you say that, Sam.
Never met one that I liked. They all have foul attitudes.
What do you consider a foul attitude?
How about the Pauls? Like Rand Paul, foul attitude. Beats up his neighbor.
He wants to do crazy stuff like balance the budget.
And Ron Paul, this dude, recently I heard that point he was talking about the indigent in a emergency room with no insurance. Just despicable.
Yeah, I didn't vote for these guys.
So
those are my two poster boy libertarians.
What about Ross Ulbricht?
No idea.
He's a libertarian. Trump just got him out of jail, but I don't know the story other than that he started.
And I'm actually not kidding when I say I can't think of a libertarian that I would even want to have a beer with.
They have some good views. I mean, I think.
Okay, I don't care about their views. It's their attitudes that I don't like.
So forget the policy; it's the personality you don't like.
Well, I mean, their attitudes suck, and their policies reflect their attitudes.
Well, Rand Paul he wants to balance the budget every year, and the Democrats and Republicans, frankly, don't want to balance the budget ever. So I like that idea to balance the budget.
Rand Paul invented his own qualification to be an ophthalmologist.
Also, Rand Paul he stands on principle a lot, man. I mean, he goes against Republicans and Democrats.
But his principles are horrible.
I don't know his principles, but he does stand on what he believes in.
The dude is so independent. He decided to go out and basically create a board. Like, you know how he's a trained ophthalmologist. So, you know, to be whatever the American Association of Ophthalmologists or whatever, you know, the medical group is, he had a problem with it. So he went and invented his own group with its own qualification. So, you know,
What's
the
wrong with
thing is,
that?
I appreciate the nonconformity, but not in my ophthalmologist. I kind of want them to meet a standard that's kind of accepted.
So does
And
insurance
he
pay for
couldn't
that?
be
Probably not.
bothered. He couldn't be bothered to do that.
Well, the insurance companies probably don't pay for it, so he probably doesn't. Do they? If they do, if they pay for it, then
Yeah,
I guess
you are always making excuses for these fools.
I never make
Talk
excuses. What
about
are you
talk
talking
about a
about?
maternal instinct.
What are you talking about? I make excuses for him. I'm saying insurance won't pay for it. That it's a joke.
Okay, I don't care about any of that. I think he's weird for inventing his own standard.
Well, just because
I
someone's
don't.
weird,
If the
just
standard's
because
bad,
someone's
Well,
why not?
weird.
I never
Well,
thought
things
you
get
would
started.
think it was weird. You probably think it's normal.
You know what isn't normal? What's not normal is any party that wants 6'6" tall men playing against 5'5" tall women in sports. That's not normal.
I just watched an interview with one of with William or whatever his name was.
Yeah. Leah
One
Thomas.
of one of his swim teammates, talking about him. She was
By
on
the
the
way,
swim team at what? It was some.
and by the way, he never had surgery, right?
No,
He's
she said
Well, wait,
that they
hold it.
just told him, they
How do
pulled him
we
into
get
a
to
meeting.
trans swimmers?
Nah, this is because that's your party, Stanley. We're talking about trans now. Okay, we changed subjects. But
Man,
go
you
Yeah,
ahead.
know what?
she said that
DEI,
they
DEI
called
and
him into
trans. That's pretty much the depth and breadth.
It's the craziest shit in the world. That's why, dude. It's like saying the sky is green. Okay, because
This
it's
is
just the
this
logic
is
of these
what
fucking
happened.
kids.
She said that she had known the guy. He was a upper class. She was like a year ahead of her. And when she was a freshman, she knew him as being on the men's team. And she said, well, he was okay, but he wasn't anything great. And she said, in the Ivy League, you pretty much know that every once in a great while, somebody will actually qualify for the NCAA swim meet, but
Yeah,
almost never. And she said, he all of a sudden he showed up at one of our practices. And she said she thought he was just there to say something to him, and then he was gone back to the men's swim team. She said no, he announced that he was going to be on the women's swim team, and she said he'd gone through some sort of uh, hormone therapy for a year. It doesn't matter, you're still going to be a man. And then she
That's
said
right.
that they forced them to allow him in the women's locker room, and she said many of them felt uncomfortable, but the one of the girls that was right next to his locker while he was stripped and had his
He
Johnson
was still
hanging down,
swinging. He was still
that she
swinging,
went to
dude.
the family dressing room or family bathroom to put her stuff on, and then came back, and she said these swimsuits are so tiny for our racing suit that it takes you literally 20 minutes with somebody helping you to get into it. And I'm in
Yeah,
here exposed to this man. And
yeah,
she
that's right.
said all he did was grow his hair long. Everything else was still man. And she
That's right.
said he not only did he break all of our women's records at the university, but he qualified for the NCAAs and broke all those records. And
He
he
did.
beat 3 Olympic champions to get there.
Yes, all facts. But can you imagine if my daughter was in a locker room and there was a dude in there with with still intact, like a farm animal intact, okay? And my daughter went in there and that dude was in there walking around with his shit still there. I'd wait for him to come out of the locker room and I'd pummel him.
I'd have pounded his head into mush.
I'd have beat his fucking head in. And I would have
But
said, you
you
know
know
what?
what? She said that they pulled him into a meeting and said, you don't talk about this. It's not an issue. If you want to get hired, if you want to graduate from school, you will keep quiet.
And the thing is, my objection, I don't care about trans people. I don't give a shit. But when a whole party and the White House says, accept this as normal behavior, it's, are you trying to make me crazy? Are you trying to make me feel? That's what it did. It tried to. The American public is looking at this shit going, "What the fuck is this? Is it?
Yeah,
Night
but you
isn't
know,
day and day isn't night.
right is supposed to be wrong, and wrong is supposed to be right now. That's what they're trying to
That's
force.
kind of, yeah. And I'm like, that's the trans issue. It is trying to tell people to accept this as normal when
It's
it's the
freaking satanic.
craziest shit.
It's
It's
absolutely
not.
satanic.
And that's why the right side is all hung up on it because it is literally saying this crazy shit is real. I, instead of what your instinct is, which is this is terrible, you know? And that's the problem. That's why they bring it up a lot because it's literally telling the American public, hey, the sky's green now. You're wrong. And yeah, I know you think it's blue, but it's green. It's fucking crazy. Stanley knows that. He knows I'm right. He just don't want to say it because he loves the libs. He loves the fucking libs. Hey, I told you he's got that Paris poster and shit in his room. Fucking love that shit. He says I'm MAGA. I'm not even MAGA. I'm not. I
No,
think half
I'm
the shit.
not either.
I'm not. I'm a
But
moderate. I'm center right.
if I have evil, pure evil on one side, just so evil on the other, I'm not going for pure evil. Sorry.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Well, now that your MAGA bonding and Bible thumping's over.
Now Stanley wants to split it up, divide and conquer. That's his deal. Look, when is HB coming up? When's his
It's
show?
gonna be a while. I'm gonna go ahead and end this.
What am I gonna do, Stanley?
Well,
Yeah, me too. I'm going to be around, probably awake for another 4 hours.
get
What am I
ready
gonna
for
do?
work. Well, you know what? The show can go on, but if I fall asleep, you're gonna be on your own.
It's
Well,
all right, Stanley. I
I'll just go to the
used to get
gym or something.
Tom to sleep all the time on the phone. When we were on the phone for like 14 hours, I'd start hearing me snoring on the other end. I'd just hang up.
Yeah, I try not. It's okay, but the thing is that people want to come up or something. It gets kind of disappointing when the person to do it is asleep. It's
Yeah, I
easier
can't
to
come up.
deal with it. It's
Yeah, for
easier to
work
deal
today.
with it if there's a show, it should go on. At least if you end it, everybody knows that hey, you're gonna have to wait till HB comes up.
Hey, Stanley, do you work today?
No, I'm retired.
Are you? So, well, I am too. How old are you?
60. Well, I'll be 60 next month.
Well, I got a few years on you. Not many, but a few.
Yeah.
Nice. Stanley retired.
But
What's you retired?
I'm
55,
60.
Stanley?
I'm 60, retired in an empty nest. My son went off to school this year.
Where's he going to school at?
Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
The Rambling Wreck.
Yeah, he put in the work to get in. So
What's he gonna major in?
he wants to do software engineering.
Yeah,
Stanley's top shelf. I'll just tell you that much.
That's a good major, no question.
Yeah, he'll do fine. He's a pretty smart kid.
If he works his way up, you're talking 120K, 130K probably at the top, maybe a little more.
Well,
Not bad.
what I talked to him the other day, and I'll be talking to him along, but he really needs to. My thing is always front loading. The work.
Yeah.
If you wanna get into Georgia Tech, you need to be front loading it, doing the work right up front instead of scrambling at the end. Trying to put together grades and stuff.
Yeah.
And he actually listened to me on that. He's always been the kind of child you can sit him down and talk to him and reason with him. So, it's made it easier for me.
I know what it was like when I got in school. They try to keep you from doing that initially.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. The calculus courses
I've always
are
known
where
all
they
the
will.
tricks of the trade, so I would bypass.
Yeah, that's right. You're a DBA. Yeah. At Georgia Tech, they try and weed you out with the calculus.
Ours was stats, accounting, and English.
I see.
Well, I went to a teacher. It started out as a teacher's college,
I see.
and then went from there. So we had one of the best architecture programs in the country, and the only one of two solar installations, and a small business school that started. One of the few with that. Our teachers were heavily sought after, so you could come from another school for teaching and not be able to get through our programs.
Right.
So, I mean, you probably heard Tom talk about it. I don't know how much you talked to Tom.
He doesn't talk about Ball State a lot, but I obviously enjoyed it.
Yeah. So they tried to make you go from this piddly, ridiculous stuff, and as you got to the end, all the really hard stuff came. And I went around all that by going to department heads. And so we had issues because it went from like 5,000 students to 18,000, that kids couldn't get their curriculum. They couldn't get any of their classes or anything. So you'd have lines like a mile and a half long of people waiting to try to talk and get classes. I walked right on in, had my in, and went on about my business. I always got the schedule I wanted, always got the courses I wanted, because I just went straight to the department head. So I was taking 300 and 400 classes when I was supposed to be taking 100. And so I had all that stuff out of the way, except for GBA 498, which that was the last thing that you had to do. And I did a research paper on the cigarette and tobacco industry, and the guy wouldn't give me my stuff back. Well, I've got to use it for an example. So anyway, that's what I'd be concerned about, is for them trying to keep him from being able to shoot ahead and get all this stuff done.
No, he's okay. I mean, if he runs into any issues, he knows to get with me. We'll figure it out. But so far, it's been pretty smooth sailing.
That's awesome. I hate to hear kids having problems like that. I worked with kids for a long time, so
right.
You kind of want students to be able to get what they need to get. And
well, I'll put it to you this way: I wouldn't say I was a helicopter parent, but I grew up with fairly strict parents, and because I'm a single parent, I was probably a little bit more strict with them than I should have been. But again, it all works out. He'll be okay.
Yeah, but you know what? I think kids work better if they have a strict, as long as you're not beating them with a ball bat or something.
Well, the other thing is consistency.
Yeah. Yeah, it even turns out in the stats that single fathers are always better for a kid than a single mother.
Yeah, I'm aware of those stats.
And I've always looked at it as that men teach better ethics and morals than women do.
It wasn't so much that, having been in the Navy, I just know how to handle young men. Yeah. You have to be consistent. You have to be, fathers are not supposed to be buddies. They're supposed to be fathers.
Well, if he's smart, he'd realize that. My dad was really strict. He'd done a couple of years. He'd done so much stuff, though. I mean, he played pro ball. He got drafted into the NFL out of high school. And I think he washed out because of all the racist stuff that was going on in the NFL in those days. It was not easy in the 50s. And
I can imagine.
He was a West Point arms instructor. He was an aircraft engineer. He was a carpenter. I mean, he could just do all this crazy stuff. And he told us, one of the first things I remember is that he told us, you can do what you want to do, but guess what? You get into trouble. I'm not coming. Don't call me. And
Right.
they're like, oh crap.
Well, my thing is, don't get into anything I can't get you out of.
No. He said you get into it, you're going to get out of it.
Right.
So you call me a Bible thumper. By that time I was 9, I'd read 13 Bibles. So I understood the philosophy of it and the philosophy of how we would live. I understood that older people knew a damn lot more than I did. A whole lot more. And so I might not have agreed with some things, but I was smart enough to know you're freaking 13 or 15 or whatever, and he's 40 something. I think he probably knows more than you do. So I would just shut up and listen.
Right.
And so you grew up, I did anyway. Now I don't know what the heck happened to my brother. He went off on some other tangent, but I think kids need that. I mean, I need to get my behind kicked a few times when I did something stupid. And Tom and I tell stories about all the dumb crap we got punished for and laugh so hard. Our stomachs hurt. But, if you don't give a kid that, and I know this from working with at-risk boys, if you don't give them discipline and teach them, and you don't have to beat them or anything, but you can't put up with excuses and all the crap that kids get away with now.
Right.
And so, our education program was that you can only pass.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, Wolf. Good talking to you, buddy. I got to check out. I gotta check out.
We'll see you at 10.
I'll see you at the at Racist Variety Hour.
Yeah.
See you, buddy. See you, buddy.
What is this racist variety hour?
Well, John Galt and a guy named Be Brave, they're let me see, can I find give me one sec, I'll pull up the their excuse me, they're doing a planned show, probably something to do with Black History Month. But they go on and on about dysfunction in the Black community. That's kind of their mission in life. And it just winds up just being kind of distasteful, to be honest. If you don't like the N-word, you're gonna love this show.
No, I don't. I would never use that word. I don't believe in it. I've had to listen to it too much.
Well, I'm surprised, Tom. I'm surprised Tom didn't warn you about this channel.
Well, I'll
If
tell
this
you
channel,
that in Indiana, every
if this
town
channel had if this channel had a state bird, it would be the N-word.
I don't think we should call each other that. I don't think anybody should be called that.
It's never been my thing, but this channel, I think it's almost like a weird badge of honor. We'll just use the word freely, just to prove that America being racist isn't that big a deal, or something to that effect. But this is the thumbnail for it. So this is something about a big minstrel jubilee, and a white guy and a black guy get on there and make racist comments. That seems to be the theme of the show.
That's as bad as the Thunderbolt. Were you in Tom's chat room when we were talking about the Thunderbolt of Justice?
No. I've been doing this show right about the time Tom's show starts, so I haven't been in the audience as much as I usually am.
Okay, so
Portia's
I
been
feel
under the.
I have.
Now, I was going to say Portia's
ahead.
been under the weather, so I've been kind of doing evenings just so there's content. But it'll all eventually I'll go back to my normal time.
I have so many stories.
Yeah.
This particular one, I have a lot of guns. Well, not a lot, but I have guns. And I wear enforcer boots from Merrill, and I have a lot of stuff like that. And I have the Anarchist Handbook, and I have a lot of publications like that I've read just to see what it is that everybody's making such a fuss about. And so I got on a mailing list, and I received this green, shiny surfaced pamphlet that from West Virginia called the Thunderbolt of Justice. And it was the most racist publication I have ever seen or even imagined could be written. It was so bad that it was hilarious. I, of course, reported into the Department of Justice. But anyway, they had all crimes were committed by minorities. And in one instance, there was a bank robbery, and it was a black guy and a white guy. But they to instead of calling the white guy a criminal, they said we suspect that he is of mixed race. And they were talking about protecting our Nordic princesses. What is this?
I've taken to looking at all these wildlife cams. Just generally during general conversation, I'll put these things up just because they're kind of ASMR and it's kind of relaxing to look at good conversation pieces. But
well, so anyway,
this is a watering hole. This is a watering hole in Namibia.
Where they had, they were talking about Jewish people, and around the outline of the page were little nooses that went all the way around the page. There was they were talking about a report from Texas where a homosexual man was having sex with his partner, and because they were so loud, the neighbors called the police, and they gave him I guess they cited him for disturbing the peace. And in the caption it said, "These two criminals should have been given 6 months hard labor." And I was like, what are the the stuff that was in there was unbelievable. And so I wrote them and let them know that they had sent that to a black man. And I wish I'd have saved it, but I actually tossed it, which I still kind of feel bad about today because it was so ridiculous. Right. But that's the kind of stuff. I told Tom that, the little licorice bites that come in a little bag and they're little black pieces and they have a little picture on the front of it.
Right.
You ever seen those?
I think so.
I said, Tom, do you know what the original name of those were? And he said, no. And I said, they were called nigger bites.
Oh, really?
And on the front picture, and on the front picture, they showed a alligator with a black baby on a rope. And that's where the term gator bait came from. because they used to take
Oh
black
yeah,
babies and throw them in the.
yeah, I think I've seen that.
That's what was on that picture was on the front of that candy. So, there's all kinds of stuff. So it bothers me that people will use a racial slur to refer to each other. I don't agree with it. No, nobody in my family would agree with it. That's I think I think it
Yeah,
shows
well,
social
you
degradation.
have landed smack dab in the middle of occasionally it can be funny because I remember one night around about midnight Eastern time, somebody, we get porn bombed and crank calls, though we don't get it so much anymore. But this guy called up, and he goes in. The white kid goes into this N-word tirade. So finally, once he kind of um, calms down, I guess he was just getting all excited. Finally, once he was done, I think it was me or somebody made the comment that you do realize that you're a lightweight around here. We we've got people that would just make you seem like an amateur, to this racial tirade you went on. We've got black
Yeah,
people
no.
who we've got black people who are more anti-black than you.
I don't like it. It just shows me how bad society has gotten. I tend to agree with the one guy that even though he was drunk and nasty mouthed and all that stuff, I tend to agree with him that in those communities they do need to, because here's the thing. If you want to survive as a people, you have to have community. And
I
that's what I think is
tend
hilarious
to
about all these,
I don't know.
it's the
I
fans,
mean,
people
I will argue
pair off
that
by yourself and do all this stuff.
there has been community in the black community for hundreds of years, and we're still where we are. So I don't. I think that those arguments just really don't hold water historically.
Well, you're missing something in your
And the
premise.
other thing, actually, there's a piece that people miss. Speaking of missing pieces, we that for hundreds of years, the what culture or whatever there might be that would be the basis of a community were intentionally disrupted, discouraged, and just sometimes outright destroyed in various ways. So that there is no community now, um, it shouldn't be surprising. It was intentional.
Oh, I know. Margaret Sanger was part of that little scenario.
Whatever the reasons was, Margaret Sanger, in my opinion, was pretty much a small piece of it. The culture was pretty much intentionally blown up and discouraged from reforming way back at the beginning, back in the 1600s, going forward. And I would argue that those forces still happen.
Well, that's why I think that what he said was correct, because if you don't start getting yourselves together as a community, there are some areas where that has happened, where the whole neighborhoods and communities have fallen apart. Gangs are running everything, drugs everywhere. People said, that's enough. We're not going to take it anymore. We're going to patrol. We're going to do all this stuff. And those communities have come back.
I don't think they were ever,
neighbors.
they were never here. I think people wanting to be nostalgic about what happened back during Jim Crow, it wasn't out of, oh, hey, we love each other, we want to be a community. There was nowhere else to go. So again, There is no culture. We don't have, as Black Americans, we don't have a history of forming communities. It's not in our cultural DNA because it was intentionally disrupted and forcibly not allowed to develop on its own. It was deliberate.
You still have small areas where that was the case, though,
There are
regardless of what they
pockets,
tried to
there are
do or not.
exceptions. There are
I
exceptions to every
can
rule.
point that out to my family. I can point that out to my family in Detroit and Warsaw, Indiana, where you had families that were community. Even my grandfather's father, where he was running the Underground Railroad. I mean, they
There are
tried to
exceptions
band
to every
together to do
rule.
something about all this stuff nowadays. You know, so I know they've been trying to destroy all that for ages. But the point is, you can't just give up just because they've been trying to destroy everything for ages.
Okay, well, it's not a matter of giving up. It's really a matter of not knowing how to do it. There is no cultural precedent for doing it. And quite frankly, people want to discount things like Tulsa. I'm right on the Alabama border. There's a place not too far from where I live called Utah, Alabama, Utah Community, Alabama. It was like another version of Tulsa. There was a thriving community that got blown up.
Yeah.
And my point for bringing all this up is that the cohesiveness, cultural cohesiveness that might have formed was always intentionally disrupted by design. So that it doesn't happen now is very explainable. People need to understand it, why it hasn't happened. And in my opinion, it's not likely to happen.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. They've always been trying to break us up.
Now, I think there are always going to be exceptions. There will be pockets where, people band together and form a community, but it would take a very conscious effort or just sheer luck. And the
Oh,
other
it's not
thing,
going to be. It's going to be extremely hard work. There's no question about that.
I
I
think
mean,
it's so much hard work that it's just not going to happen.
out here, that's what I think about the Hispanic community. Is out here they get together a lot. In California, it's
Right,
very
but
difficult because
California
nobody
only
wants to
has, what is it, statewide? It's like 6.5% of the population is black. Not a whole lot of blacks to form a community.
I think it's 13%.
Not in California, it's not.
Oh, well, this is mostly Hispanic here.
Right. In California, the black population is about 6.5% of the total population.
Yeah, here in Escondido where I live. Why that guy kept trying to get me to dox myself?
I don't know. He does live in San Diego, though.
He said he lives in San Marcos. That's like 10 minutes.
It's all San Diego to me.
Yeah, that's San Diego, North County cities. They're all separate cities. We're the
I
third
see.
largest city.
I
Oceanside
see.
is second, and then Chula Vista's first, I think. It's like saying that Laguna Niguel or Redondo is LA. They're separate cities. Other
Yeah,
than
I
proper
don't
Los
know the
Angeles.
geography, so it's
But
all kind of.
anyway, it's difficult in California because people don't want to be neighbors. I mean, I've been here since 85 and in this place where I live since 98. And I can tell you that I only know maybe 4 people in this whole complex. And the rest of them, I see, say hello, try to be friendly. They just don't want to be friends. And California's weird that way. You always know when someone walks up to you and says hello that they want something.
They want what?
They want something from you.
Right.
And when I walk up to somebody and say hello, how you doing? How are things going? I'm interested in how they're doing and how things are going. That's the Midwest way of thinking of stuff.
Right.
And so that makes it difficult too. Is it not just, are there not a whole lot of us here, but everyone here is doing their own thing.
Well, one of the reasons I'm from Savannah. I have lived up in the Northeast corridor. But the last time, I had a choice, I pretty much swore I'd never live north of Baltimore again. I really didn't like the Northeast that much for a lot of the same reasons you're mentioning. Oh, what's up, Kelvin? So, folks, I'm actually going to wrap this up because Wolf is, I don't know whether he lost connection or not, but I'm going to, hey, Kelvin, I'm going to wrap this up because I've been going for 9 hours now. I really only intended to do 4 or 5 hours, but folks came on and, started having a good time. But now it's time for the good time to end. I will be back on tonight. I'm pretty sure it'll be maybe around 9 to 10. Unless Portia does a show, then it'll be later than that. So yeah, hey Wolf, don't worry about it. Oh well, you're back because I'm gonna wrap this up. It's kind of fortuitous that you ran out of juice.
I
Hey
had
Wolf.
to switch phones.
Oh, that's all right. I'm going to wrap this up because I really am running on fumes. However, it was great talking to you. Come back tonight. I'm going to be back on, I think, around 9 or 10 Eastern time tonight. So definitely come back because, we were kind of getting into a good conversation. But I'm really, I am really tired.
I hear you. I'm the only one that is the inhuman can stay awake forever. And
Well, normally I can, but the thing is that I was on a set schedule where I was doing the show every night at 2 till whenever.
Mhm.
But Portia is under the weather, so I'm kind of the older you get, the harder it is to kind of shift to because I was essentially doing shift work, and then all of a sudden my shift has changed. So I'm literally sleeping 2 hours at a time.
that's
So
all I get, period, if I'm lucky.
yeah, so this is 9 hours. I'm about where I need to be. I'll get enough rest to tune into the 10 o'clock show. Don't have to cook dinner tonight because they're going to be leftovers. So today's going to be a good day. I don't have anything too much planned. By the way, did you hear me? This is Namibia.
I should have known by the animals.
Yeah, the Namib Desert. Been into these wildlife cams. So,
I used to live on this stuff. I watched programs on animals and science and nonstop when I was a kid.
right.
In Search of with Leonard Nimoy and
Yeah, I remember that.
Marlon Perkins with his trusty companion Jim that was always getting beaten up, nearly killed by every animal while he sat in the truck safe. So I think I watched one of these a few years ago, and then a whole bunch of other stuff started catching my interest. I watch a lot of the NASA channel, and I like astronomy, so I watch a lot of that stuff. Of course, I watch a lot of the biblical stuff with John MacArthur and those kind of people.
Right.
And I watch people's podcasts too. I watch the gun community stuff, and I'm kind of getting sick and tired of the political stuff. I used to be a fervent watcher of C-SPAN, and once that because I don't have cable now, I haven't had cable TV in years. I kind of lost track of that. That's all. And then I watch a lot of sporting events because I'm interested in just about every sport, and I have friends that shoot stuff in Italy with Ferrari and all the factories there. I've got a friend named Matteo that has Italian supercar video, and he's interested in stuff because I know a lot of stuff about Indy cars and all the other types of racing, and was involved with that for many years, and have friends on some of those teams that race in IndyCar. My one school chum that was in auto shop with me, his dad was buddies with my dad, and that's the first sprint car I ever saw that he and his son built. He is now in Newman, well, not Newman Haas anymore. He's in Andretti Auto, whatever, in their shop now. So he's interested in a lot of that stuff, and I know stuff about tractors and tractor pulling, and I know all kinds of crazy crap. And so Mateo likes the stories I tell. So if I write a comment to one of his videos, he will answer and converse with me over it. And I've told him about, helping drivers push their cars out for Can-Am and all kinds of, crazy stuff, and the drivers I knew. But anyway, so I know people all over the world. I used to know a girl that was actually in China, and I would talk to her about stuff that would be in the news, and she wouldn't even, they would censor it out so their people didn't know anything about it. The whole Tiananmen Square thing, she said, Kim, what are you talking about? And I said, you haven't heard about it? She said, no. Her province had 11 million people in it. There were so many people that when a crime was committed, they never found the culprit. Her grandmother got robbed and killed, and they never found the killer because there were too many people. So she eventually went to Oxford, and I lost track of her, but I learned how they live and, how they think and all, So anyway.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will talk to you later. It looks like HB's going to be starting maybe in 30 minutes. I don't know. He's a trucker, so, he may start in 30 minutes and maybe an hour. But just stay tuned.
I had a trucker's license for a while, so I could talk to him.
Yeah, but you gotta watch that 10 o'clock show. It'll be a spectacle. I'd be interested to know what you think of it if you come on the show tonight. So
well, I enjoyed talking to you, Stanley.
I did too.
You have an interesting way of looking at things.
Everybody says that.
Well, I mean, they say the same thing. Most people can't wait to listen to me because I have so many crazy stories. And I've spoken to high schools, to the Black Student Union at high schools where they were having some problems with them. And I had to talk to them about what life is and how they should operate and get the chip off your damn shoulder and go to work, because that's what people care about.
Right.
There's only one instance in all of my years of being in top corporations that I had to deal with, maybe two. I interviewed with this company in Newport Beach, and that's the first time that I heard somebody make a racial slur.
Huh.
And I like retail. So I was a manager for Walmart. I was a manager for Kmart. When I was a Kmart manager, I hired a young high school kid. I had three high schoolers. And I would teach them stuff and talk to them and try to help them get through their issues while they were working for me so they could learn something from me and try to get some experience. And he said, I can't believe it. And I said, you can't believe what? And he said, Kim, you're black. And I said, yeah, so are you. And he said, you're a manager in Kmart. And I said, so? He said, Kim, there are no black managers in Kmart. I went to the Kmart directory and he was correct. Myself and one other man were black in the entire corporation.
That doesn't surprise me.
But it also should tell you how good I am. So
Right.
It's always been that way with me. I told the kids, I said, look, here's the situation. If they think you're going to make them money, they don't care if you're purple, orange, black, green. They're going to hire you. So anyway,
all right.
I'll be snorting at you. I'll probably be.
We'll catch up tonight.
I've been trying to catch. I'm also trying to help my niece. My brother something happened to him. And so he and his first crazy wife made her crazy. She's agoraphobic and all kinds of other crap.
Oh my goodness. Isn't that fear of everything?
No, agoraphobia is fear of people and groups and
Leaving
going
home.
outside.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to work, and she's a binge, she's an emotional eater. So this girl is, she's 43.
Wow. Okay. I thought you might be a teenager.
Well, I'm 64 and my brother is going to be 66. So,
okay.
Well, actually I'm 63 until August and he's going to be 66 in basically at the end of July. So I'm trying to teach her how to eat to lose weight. She lost 30, 40 pounds doing what I told her and then got upset about her mother and went off the diet. So I even tried to teach her how to eat junk food that makes you burn fat. So I have those issues to think about. So I'm trying to find biblical stuff because she's in a situation where these people are not orthodox. They have all these crazy ideas about the church that are not in scripture. So I've been going to programs like John MacArthur and Mike Winger, who's used to be Calvary here in San Diego and has got a YouTube channel. And I've been Justin Peterson and some others. So whenever I try to find stuff that shows her the truth, because my cousin has his own church and he is I don't like to say it, but he's apostate. He's Pentecostal and they do some things that are not in scripture and he's
not a snake handler, is he?
No. but he believes that he asked me this question, which is an absurd question. First of all, do I have the Holy Spirit and how do I know I have it? That's a ridiculous question.
Well, you should have just said, hey, I've got this itch.
No. One of the things is, and you can believe in this or not, but my brother and I and my great aunt all could see the future, but it wasn't how we saw it, and it wasn't exactly when we saw it. But it happens. I know when people are going to die. I know when people have something wrong with them. It's weird. And my grandmother told me and my brother, don't tell anybody. Don't let them know that you know this stuff because they'll just say you're crazy. And she's right. People never listen to you until it's too late. It did work a couple of times. One time, this guy he was a CEO for some company, and he was coming into the weight room. And I'm a champion, competitive amateur bodybuilder. So he's asking me, I'd get all these questions about training and health and nutrition and all this stuff. And he said, Kim, I've got blood in my urine when I have sex. Well, that means either your kidneys are fried, you got something wrong with your bladder generally. So I said, look, I'm going to give you some advice and I want you to take it. Go to a sports medicine physician because with athletes, you see the craziest crap you're ever going to see because we're constantly destroying our bodies and then trying to fix them. So every bad thing that can happen to you will happen to an athlete, which is exactly the opposite of what people think. So that's why I told him, go to a sports medicine physician. He goes to a regular doctor, comes back, tells me that everything was clear. No problem. He said, came back the next couple of days and said, I still have blood in my urine. I said, you need to get a second opinion. And as I recommended the first time, go to a sports medicine physician. Well, he finally found a doctor in Gaza that knew what the hell he was doing. And they rushed him immediately into surgery and they pulled a fist-sized tumor out of his bladder.
Wow.
And I didn't know exactly that that's what it was, but I knew something was wrong with his bladder. I wasn't going to tell him that because he wouldn't listen to me. But anyway, you go through all that stuff, and I'm trying to teach her how to fix her problems and how to handle her father, who is very negative, very abrasive with other people. Like if you were one of his friends, childhood friends, if you say anything that he doesn't agree with, you're no longer a friend. He even did that to me, who used to bail him out of all kinds of trouble. And I know why, because he felt guilty about the way he treated our mother and the way he's behaved. And so that breeds resentment against you. And Mom had no problems telling him what a success I was and how bliss and that and what I thought and blah, blah, blah. But she couldn't have done that had he been a good son, and he was not. So I'm trying to get her through this because she's a wreck every time he comes home to visit her. Well, they're in Malta right now, and they temporarily moved to Malta. So he's out of the country. That upset her that he was leaving. And so I'm pulling through this, trying to pull all this stuff off YouTube that where I know these people are saying exactly what it says and not, fudging it or pulling something out of context and all the stuff that people do. So anyway.
All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up now. I will see you tonight. Folks in the chat.
I'll try to get in. I think it's set up. I'm on my iPhones, which I hate. I have 2 Androids, but they were charging. So one of them, I couldn't use them. Let's put it that way.
Folks in the chat, please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. If you're new, make sure you subscribe and share and all that stuff. Make sure you support your favorite host.
And I'll tell you something else weird, Stanley, that usually my subscriptions, when they put something up, a new something up, or it comes in live, it comes into my alerts, and you were not in there. So I'm like, what the hell? So I had to go look for it.
Yeah, sometimes these alerts don't quite work right, but I will see you all tonight, and make sure you have a good day. Talk to you later, Will.
All right, have a good rest, buddy.
You too.
Adios.
Feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. feel like I should 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 feel like should feel like should feel like I should. Feel like I should go.